Chapter 285. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan moved like lightning, pouncing towards Tang Qing. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, Tang Qing's vision darkened, and before he could react, Fang Yuan's fist landed on his chest. At that moment, Tang Qing felt an intense pain assaulting him, almost causing him to faint on the spot. The wind blew past his ears, and his vision rapidly retreated. His whole body was sent flying by Fang Yuan's attack. Next, he landed on the ground, and his vision spun around. For a moment, it was the grass field, and for a moment, it was the roof of the battle stage. He rubbed against the ground, rolling all the way. The grass was scraped off, and soft black soil was thrown out. His whole body was covered in grass and black soil. The smell of grass juice, soil, and blood mixed together, assaulting his nostrils. He laid on the ground, his gaze unfocused. Rolling all the way had caused his whole body to fall apart, and he could feel soreness all over his body. But these feelings, compared to the sharp pain in his chest, were simply like a drizzle. He lowered his head to look at his chest, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The left side of his chest was forcefully reduced by 2 inches. His skin and flesh were split open, and his pale white ribs were exposed. It was clearly broken. Large amounts of fresh blood gushed out as if it was free. Fang Yuan had great strength, and his sneak attack succeeded, causing Tang Qing to suffer heavy injuries. Tang Qing's eyes were wide open. After the shock, rage and hatred erupted in his heart like a volcano. This little bastard, despicable and shameless, sneak attacking me, heavily injuring me. I will kill him. I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. Die. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan's shout resounded in Tang Qing's ears. Fang Yuan took a few steps, arriving in front of Tang Qing, and raised his leg, ruthlessly stomping on the center of Tang Qing's legs. Tang Qing felt his vision blur, and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Fang Yuan activated Canopy Gu, and his body was covered in a layer of white armor, the light causing his heart to tremble. He was actually a rank 3 Gu master. Fang Yuan had used breath concealment Gu earlier, and now that he was fighting, he could no longer conceal his rank 3 aura. This caused Tang Qing to be terrified out of his wits. Such a young rank 3 Gu master? He subconsciously activated his defensive Gu, and immediately, a green wind revolved around his body. Fang Yuan's kick had been planned for a long time. He could have crushed Tang Qing's crotch. However, it was obstructed by the wind, and its strength was greatly reduced. Tang Qing opened his mouth wide, and his expression was extremely distorted as he let out an extremely shrill scream. Although he had put up some defense, it was still a heavy blow to his vitals. As if he had been electrocuted, he bounced up from the ground and subconsciously stretched out his arms to protect his crotch. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. He used all his strength in this punch. The wind howled. Bang! A fist shrouded in a layer of white light heavily struck Tang Qing's face. Tang Qing's screams came to an abrupt end. He fell backward at an even faster speed, and the back of his head smashed into the ground. He was motionless and breathless. Critical strike. His entire nose bridge was smashed into his face, and his eyeballs popped out of their sockets. His skull was shattered in that instant. Blood flowed down, staining the soil and green grass around him. Fang Yuan looked down from above, and the scene seemed to have frozen. After a few breaths of time, gasps could be heard from the surroundings. Dead. Someone is dead. Someone was beaten to death. The 2 to 3 spectating Gu masters were tongue-tied. Even Wei Yang couldn't help but have a strange expression. In the battle stage, although there were many battles, there were not many deaths. Firstly, both sides had their own methods and could admit defeat if they could not win. Secondly, the Gu master in charge of the battle stage could make a move in time. Thirdly, both sides were usually more restrained. After all, they were all on the battle stage and often met each other. Although they fought for benefits, they would not really kill anyone. There were 2 reasons why Fang Yuan could kill Tang Qing. Firstly, Tang Qing had just come out of closed cultivation, and his sensitivity towards battle was greatly reduced. Normally, If he used his defensive goo in time, he would not have ended up like this. Secondly, Fang Yuan's appearance was young, and he used the breath concealment goo to conceal his aura, causing Tang Qing's mind to relax. Then, he suddenly launched a sneak attack, heavily injuring Tang Qing with his first attack. And the next two attacks were so fast that the goo master in charge of the battle stage did not even have time to react before Tang Qing was killed. The goo master who was in charge of the battle stage rushed over. But when he saw Tang Qing's sunken face, and the blood and brain matter oozing out from the cracks in his skull, he could only give up on the idea of saving him. "Young man, you are too ruthless." He stared at Fang Yuan, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Although the battle was short, he saw everything clearly. Fang Yuan controlled the situation. He could have held back and let Tang Qing live, but he did not do so. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "It is just a life. What is there to be surprised about? According to the rules of the battle stage, I killed him, so everything on him is my loot, right?" The goo master in charge of the battle stage snorted unhappily. "Everything on him is yours, but we have to take back the Vine information goo. Young man, I have to remind you, you have no respect for life. This way of thinking is very dangerous." "I am truly sorry." Wei Yang had an apologetic expression, walking over from behind. "This brother of mine has always been roaming outside. This is the first time he has come here to participate in the battle stage." That goo master did not recognize Wei Yang, his face showing a trace of disgust. "Humph. You demonic goo masters are like this, aggressive and bloodthirsty. Forget it, I can't get through to you. Give me your Vine information goo." Fang Yuan took out the Vine information goo, and the goo master in charge changed the records inside, returning it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mind entered, and saw that the zero win count had become 1. He searched Tang Qing's corpse, and obtained 4 goo. 3 rank 2, 1 rank 1, all ordinary goo. The total value was about 2,000 yuan stone. Tang Qing's death was too sudden. He did not have time to self-detonate his goo worms. But he had just come out of closed cultivation and only had 20 to 30 yuan stone on him. "Brother Fangjing, try not to kill as much as possible in the future." After leaving the battle stage, Wei Yang advised Fang Yuan. Although in the battle stage, there is no need to talk about life and death, but Wei Yang shook his head. There is no need to fight to the death every time. The battle stage can be said to be big, but it can also be said to be small. You will meet stronger opponents. After all, we are all living in Shangclan City. Let's forgive and forget. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, but even if I let them off, they might not let me off. I have met demonic goo masters before, and they attacked without saying a word. If you don't kill, they will. My past experience tells me to kill if I can, otherwise, I will not give them any chances. And because of this, I can live until now." Wei Yang was speechless. He suddenly thought, wasn't this Fang Yuan in front of him the same as him in the past? Ruthless and distrustful, it was because he had no sense of security. Demonic goo masters had the least sense of security. Different from righteous goo masters had clans to rely on, clansmen to help them. They had stable resources. Thus they had a sense of security and could trust each other. But demonic goo masters were lone cultivators. Without the support of clans, they had to make their own yuan stone and food. Most of the time, they did not know their next meal and could not even guarantee their survival. How could they feel safe? For their own survival, they could only take the risk, killing and robbing. Demonic goo masters were weak and did not dare to touch righteous goo masters. Thus they stretched their demonic claws towards each other. This way, it was a vicious cycle. Demonic goo masters could not trust each other and would often attack the moment they met. They had no sense of security, thus their moves were even more ruthless. Wei Yang had turned from demonic to righteous. His rich experience gave him a deeper understanding of both the righteous and demonic paths. Why did the righteous path prosper, while the demonic path was suppressed? It was because of this reason. Fang Yuan's ruthlessness was something Wei Yang could understand. Precisely because of this understanding, he felt pity towards Fang Yuan. Although his cultivation is rank 3, and he is talented in battle, he is still a child. Sigh. Looking at his fierce attacks, I can tell how much suffering he has suffered. Now that I think about it, If he showed mercy, wouldn't it be strange? He is merciless, just like other demonic goo masters. They all have this problem when they first participate in the battle stage. Wasn't I like this before? Hee, forget it. As time passes, he will slowly change. This kind of process is imperceptible and cannot be forced. Thinking of this, Wei Yang stopped persuading him and changed the topic, talking about the battle earlier. Brother Fangjing, you said earlier that you used many goo to modify your body and increase your strength. How many goo did you use? Since Brother Wei asked, I will tell you everything I know. I used a total of 3 goo, black and white boar goo, crocodile strength goo, and I bought a brown bear innate strength goo a few days ago. I am using it now. Fang Yuan smiled. He, black and white boar goo gave you the strength of 2 boars, and crocodile strength goo gave you the strength of 1 crocodile. But brother, have you thought about it? If a wild boar had charged into your opponent, what kind of injuries would it have caused? Wei Yang said in an enlightening tone. Fang Yuan already knew Wei Yang's intention and cooperated, saying, if that person did not have any defense, how could his mortal body withstand the charge of a wild boar? He would definitely have his back broken and stomach broken. It would be a tragic sight. Wei Yang's smile became wider. If that person's head was placed in the mouth of a crocodile and it bit down, what would happen? He would definitely be bitten into a pulp, like a melon with a brittle skin. Fang Yuan answered. Wei Yang immediately asked, brother, you have the strength of 2 boars, the strength of 1 crocodile, and your own strength. Your first punch could only create a hole in your opponent's chest, breaking a few ribs. Your third punch landed on his face, but it only cracked his skull. Tell me, why is that? This time, before Fang Yuan could reply, Wei Yang continued. Punching and stomping can only display a portion of the human body's strength. Brother, although you have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, how much of it can you truly display? This is the greatest weakness of strength path cultivation. A person's strength is like a huge water vat, filled with water, but in a real battle, the amount of water used is only a small portion. Black and white boar goo, crocodile strength goo, brown bear innate strength goo. These goo can permanently increase strength and are all expensive goo. You invested so much money, but the result might not even be a tenth of it. If you invested this money into other areas, it would no doubt be more effective. So Brother Wei said so much, just to persuade me to give up on strength path. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, as if he had just understood. I understand this. A human's body structure is different from a beast's. It is indeed hard to display their strength. But using goo depends on the heart. I have heard that many strength path goo masters can use beast phantoms and display the full strength of goo worms. There is indeed such a thing. Back then, when I was in the battle stage, I met many strength path goo masters. Many of them are skilled in using goo, and can occasionally use beast phantoms in their attacks, displaying the full strength of the goo. It is very threatening. But you do not know, the number of such attacks is too low. Furthermore, the attack methods are very limited. Only certain moves can produce beast phantoms, and they can be easily dodged. Wei Yang continued to persuade patiently. Fang Yuan was silent for a while, thinking that this was the reason why he needed that legendary goo. He said, Big Brother Wei, I appreciate your kindness, but strength path is my choice. I want to test it myself. Sigh, then you have to test it properly. Wei Yang sighed. Fang Yuan was so stubborn, he could not continue to persuade him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already participated in the battle stage. Wei Yang felt, the following facts will move Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan was going to live in Shangclan City for 2 to 3 years. He still had time. Wei Yang was not in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the gambling den, the shopkeeper bent his waist, standing beside Fang Yuan with a smile. Brother Wei, why don't you pick a few rocks to play with? Maybe you can gamble something good. Today is my treat. Fang Yuan smiled. Wei Yang stood beside Fang Yuan, shaking his head. Today is the day Tang Xiong forcefully challenged you. To think that Tang Qing you killed was his brother. Brother Fangjing, you should be cautious. Tang Xiong purposely dropped from 4th inner city to 5th inner city for revenge. He is quite famous. Being able to burst out with the strength of 3 bears, he is coming with great momentum. Even though he said so, his expression was not worried, but filled with anticipation. These days, Fang Yuan had won another battle stage. This was already his third. Wei Yang hoped that this Tang Xiong could wake up Fang Yuan and make him give up on strength path and change to a different path. Different situations call for different measures. What is there to be afraid of? If Brother Wei doesn't want to gamble, I will. I have already seen a few good rocks. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, picking a few rocks. The shopkeeper hurriedly instructed his workers, carefully taking down the rocks he picked. Fang Yuan was surprised, pointing at the foot of the counter. This rock used as a footrest, it seems to be a stellar rock? The shopkeeper was stunned, quickly smiling. Esteemed customer, your eyes are truly sharp. This rock was placed here a few years ago. At that time, the foot of the counter was kicked by a gambler. So this lowly one conveniently took a square star stone and coincidentally used it as a cushion. Fang Yuan frowned. Rocks are used to gamble. How can they be used as footrests? This is simply a treasure covered in dust. Let's choose the last one today. Yes, esteemed customer is right. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed, but inwardly he did not agree. The stellar rock's appearance was very important. It was best if it was in the shape of an arrow or a meteor. This rock was obviously a bad one. It was placed on the counter and nobody cared about it, so he placed it below to balance the counter. The workers worked together, pulling out the stellar rock from the foot of the counter, and sent it to the dissection table with the other rocks. On the dissection table, a few young dissection masters were dissecting a middle-aged Gu master's rock, their movements slow and meticulous. Wei Yang did not approve of Fang Yuan's dissection. Seeing his choice of rock, he shook his head inwardly. Even if he was not a stone gambler, he knew the importance of appearance. Fang Yuan's last rock was simply a blind choice. Even he could not stand it. No wonder Fang Yuan spent these days in the stone gambling area, spending yuan stone without any gains. Even if he occasionally got some Gu, they would be rank 1 or 2, or even just corpse shells. In Wei Yang's heart, Fang Yuan's stone gambling was purely a waste of money. But he did not persuade him. The less yuan stone Fang Yuan had, the more he had to rely on Shang clan. This was something he was happy to see. Fang Yuan's heart surged, but his expression was calm. His gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at the dissection table. These days, he had been lingering around the gambling dens in the stone gambling area, purposely choosing some bad rocks to leave an impression on others. Although he had secretly restrained himself, gambling was like a bottomless abyss. In less than a month, he had spent close to 100,000 yuan stone. But thinking of the legendary Gu he was about to obtain, not to mention 100,000, even 500,000 yuan stone would be worth it. This legendary Gu worm, although only rank 3, had a unique effect and was already extinct. Very likely, this was the last one in the world. Wei Yang frowned. Pay attention to the time. We have to rush to the battle stage later. Shopkeeper, can you dissect the rocks faster? Of course. The shopkeeper naturally recognized Wei Yang, this external clan elder, and quickly nodded. He ran to the dissection table and waved his hand, saying to the young dissecting masters, Go. He chased these young dissecting masters to one side. My rock! That middle-aged Gu master screamed. Dissecting rocks was a meticulous job. With the shopkeeper's interference, the young masters were flustered, causing the middle-aged Gu master to break a few of his rocks. Li Ran, don't scream. The yuan stone you paid, we will return it to you. The shopkeeper shouted. That middle-aged Gu master had an unkempt beard. He stared and said indignantly, What if there is a Gu in this rock? The shopkeeper scoffed in disdain, waving his hand at the middle-aged Gu master. Forget it, Li Ran. You've gambled for so many years, but you've always gambled on low-grade rocks. Have you ever gotten anything good? Don't make a fuss. If you continue, there will be no compensation. A big shop bullying its customers, looking down on others. One day, I, Li Ran, will make a name for myself. The middle-aged Gu master mumbled, his tone furious, but he did not make a fuss. Li Ran. This name evoked a certain memory in Fang Yuan's mind. He could not help but reveal a strange look in his eyes. It seems like this Li Ran was the one who got the legendary Gu. Of course, it could also be someone with the same name. But no matter what, Li Ran's chance to make a name for himself had been snatched away by Feng Yuan. The 5 old masters appeared one after another, and the dissection began. The young masters looked on speechlessly. These seniors were showing off their methods. There were many rocks that could be dissected with simple methods that consumed little primeval essence, but the old masters had to use their full strength, expending a lot of primeval essence. The steps were complicated, but they could only raise the success rate by a little. More than 10 rocks, mixed grade, low grade, middle grade, were quickly dissected by the old masters. There's a goo worm. It's sword shadow goo. Rank 3 sword shadow goo. This is rare. Live goo. It's definitely a live goo. Congratulations, esteemed customer. The old masters cupped their fists towards Feng Yuan, letting out a sigh of relief in their hearts. Feng Yuan had been dissecting rocks these days, but did not have any decent gains. This caused these old masters to feel uneasy. The shopkeeper ran over with a joyful expression. Esteemed customer, you've made a huge profit. Sword Shadow Goo can be sold for 32,000 yuan stone. Esteemed customer, you only spent 8,000 yuan stone to buy it. The surrounding people looked at Feng Yuan with envy. That Li Ran even pouted, muttering in a sour tone. Humph, lucky bastard. Not bad, brother. Sword Shadow Goo is as famous as my Blade Light Goo. I suggest you don't sell it. Keep it for your own use. Wei Yang also congratulated. He. This is called happiness comes after suffering. I told you my luck wouldn't be so bad. Feng Yuan laughed. Brother Wei, after today's competition, I'll treat you to a drink. Let's celebrate. Wei Yang nodded, not being polite. He did not know that although Feng Yuan seemed to be joking on the surface, his heart was in a state of shock. Sword Shadow Goo was just an accident. It was not his target. That stellar stone used as a stepping stone, after being dissected, did not have any goo. It was a completely solid, useless rock. How could this be? That legendary goo, where did it go? At once, Feng Yuan's mind was in turmoil, his emotions surging. Countless doubts filled his mind. How could this be? Wasn't the legendary goo worm hidden in this star stone? If it was not in this rock, where could it be? Maybe it was not this rock, or not this gambling den. Or maybe the rumors were wrong. Where should I go to find that legendary goo? The development of events was far beyond Feng Yuan's expectations. The legendary goo worm that he thought was easily obtainable had now disappeared without a trace, and the unexpected sword shadow goo simply could not make up for the primeval stones Feng Yuan had invested these days. If not for the legendary goo, all my efforts would have been in vain. Damn it, how could this be? The rumors might be wrong, but to be able to spread so far, it is definitely not groundless. Especially since the details are so detailed, there is no difference in the rumors, it is very believable. But Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. Without this legendary goo, his strength path cultivation would be like a castle in the sky, or the moon in the water. Do I really have to change my cultivation direction? If this happens, the Three Kings' inheritance will also be greatly affected. The result of the rock dissecting, to a large extent, disrupted Feng Yuan's grand plan. But he did not know where the problem came from. The rumors that he used as evidence were now shrouded in a thick layer of mystery. It is about time. We should go to the battle zone. At this time, Wei Yang reminded. Chapter 286. When Feng Yuan stood on the battle stage, he had already gotten rid of all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He concentrated and sized up the opponent in front of him. Tang Xiong. He was 8 feet tall. His shoulders were wide and his waist was round. His arms were as thick as Feng Yuan's thighs. His chest was covered in black chest hair, emitting a valiant aura. Little bastard, you're the one who killed my brother? Today, I will bury you with him. Tang Xiong stared with furious eyes, staring at Feng Yuan, his eyes burning with hatred. The surroundings were steaming hot, as if it was the afternoon of July or August, under the scorching sun. The ground was boiling hot, black and red colors intertwined. This was a lava terrain. This was a mid-sized battle stage. There were tens of people standing outside, sparsely scattered. Most of them were here to see how Tang Xiong would take revenge. As for Fang Yuan, although he had won 2 rounds, he had not made a name for himself yet. The Tang brothers depended on each other since young. Now that Tang Qing is dead, only Tang Xiong is left. Hee, I will watch how Tang Xiong tortures this kid. What is this kid's name? I think he is called Guyue Fangjing, a nameless person. This kid is too insensible, breaking the rules and killing 2 people in 2 rounds. This should be a demonic Gu master who just came from outside. Sigh, he doesn't know how to behave at such a young age. If he had shown mercy, he would not be here today. The spectators discussed. Most of them did not think well of Fang Yuan. Wei Yang put on a disguise, staring at the battle stage with shining eyes. Tang Xiong also walked the strength path, ranked 2 peak stage, but he could burst out with the strength of 3 bears, and even fought his way into 4th inner city. To the current Fang Yuan, he was not a weak opponent. Clang! A clear bell rang, and the battle stage officially began. Tang Xiong roared, moving his legs like a raging bull, charging towards Fang Yuan. The ground of this battle stage was made of dark red lava rocks. Even though Fang Yuan was wearing leather boots, he felt hot when he stepped on it. But Tang Xiong was barefooted. He did not care. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Xiong's feet stomped on the lava. Every step he took gave off a muffled sound. At the same time, the lava splattered everywhere, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Despite Tang Xiong's menacing aura, he wasn't afraid at all. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he brazenly charged towards Tang Xiong. Is he crazy? He dares to play hard with Tang Xiong? He can still live if he drags on, but he's courting death. When the onlookers saw this, they all shook their heads. Fang Yuan was still a teenager, and his physique was not even half as strong as Tang Xiong's. The 2 of them approached each other rapidly, like a lamb colliding with a bull. Bang! The 2 of them collided fiercely, and the huge force sent them both flying. Tang Xiong retreated 6 steps, his face filled with shock. How could this brat be so strong? Fang Yuan, on the other hand, took 3 steps back, and the white armor covering his body shook. The result of the collision caused the spectators to be shocked. Some of them opened their mouths, while others blinked their eyes, not expecting Fang Yuan to have such strength at such a young age. My strength is actually lower than his? No wonder my brother died in his hands. Tang Xiong's expression changed, looking at Fang Yuan for the first time. Fang Yuan shook his numb arm, his expression still cold. The result of the collision was not out of his expectations. He had the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile, and had been using brown bear innate strength Gu recently, thus he needed to increase his strength. And Tang Xiong only had the strength of 2 bears. Grand Bear Gu. Tang Xiong suddenly roared, the muscles on his body visibly expanded. His whole body became twice as big, temporarily gaining the strength of 1 bear. Bear Paw Gu. His palms and feet were covered in a ball of light yellow light. After the light faded, his hands and feet became 3 times bigger, turning into thick bear paws. Whoosh! He pounced forward and fiercely swung his right palm towards Fang Yuan. Before the bear paw hit Fang Yuan, a strong wind blew on his face, causing his clothes to flutter backwards. Fang Yuan was not afraid. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched. The fist and palm collided, creating a muffled sound. They were evenly matched. But immediately after, Tang Xiong's arm swept horizontally, his other palm also came. Fang Yuan countered attack with attack. Bam, bam, bam. The fist and palm collided, causing the wind to howl. Seeing Fang Yuan fighting Tang Xiong without any disadvantage, the surrounding spectators showed strange expressions. To be able to fight with Tang Xiong like this youngster has some skill. What is his name again? This is a tough one. Tang Xiong is in trouble. Grand Bear Gu has a time limit. Once it disappears, he will be at a disadvantage. But right at this time, suddenly, a bear's roar resounded. Behind Tang Xiong, a phantom image of a black bear opened its bloody mouth and roared towards the sky. Beast Phantom. Tang Xiong had a stroke of luck, using the Beast Phantom. What was originally an extremely ordinary slap actually contained the strength of a bear. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. He could only raise his arms to block. Bam! With a loud sound, his whole body was sent flying. After the white armor flashed, it suddenly dissipated. His arms were numb. He could not exert any strength for a while. He tried his best to stabilize his balance in the air, twisting his waist and landing on the ground. He activated the canopy goo, and the white armor appeared again. But it was even more weak and transparent. Its defense was far weaker than before. That is a bear strength phantom. Tang Xiong is going all out. Bear strength specializes in smacking. Tang Xiong has attacked so many times. It is normal for a bear strength phantom to appear. It was a deadlock, but just one bear strength phantom caused that kid to panic. Tang Xiong has already gained the upper hand. According to the statistics, he can use bear strength phantom 5 times in every battle. If that kid does not have a countermeasure, he will definitely be in trouble. Outside the battle stage, everyone was discussing. It was noisy. Once the beast phantom appeared, it opened up the situation and aroused the passion of the spectators. I have the strength of 2 boars and 1 crocodile. Boar strength is good at charging, crocodile strength is good at biting, and bear strength is not developed yet. Using fists and palms, I cannot use the beast phantom. Moreover, the canopy goo is not good at defense and close combat. If I suffer another 1 or 2 attacks from the beast phantom, I might be destroyed. Fang Yuan's mind flashed, and he decided to change his battle tactic. Jumping grass. He chanted in his heart, and spring-like grass grew on his soles, drilling through the bottom of his boots. Tang Xiong rushed over, and Fang Yuan jumped away like a frog. At the same time, his left palm aimed at Tang Xiong's direction. A bright red crescent blade suddenly flew through the air and landed on Tang Xiong's body, causing the defensive halo on his body to tremble. Although the Blood Moon Goo's attack was weak, it was still a rank 3 Goo. Tang Xiong was stunned for a moment, before pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan used the same tactic, only shooting the Blood Moon blade from afar, changing his battle tactic and not engaging in close combat with Tang Xiong. Tang Xiong could only use his movement Goo, and started a chase with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought and retreated. It was not that Tang Xiong did not have long-range methods, but compared to close combat, they were too weak and could not threaten Fang Yuan at all. Tang Xiong roared in anger, cursing and provoking Fang Yuan, and the surrounding spectators also booed. They wanted to see a passionate close combat. But how could Fang Yuan be provoked so easily? He did not have a complete set of goo worms, his close combat was not developed yet, and his long-range combat was barely passable. As time passed, the primeval essence of both sides continued to fall. Fang Yuan's advantage was becoming more obvious. He had rank 3 initial stage light silver primeval essence, while Tang Xiong only had B grade aptitude red steel primeval essence. Even though strength path goo masters expended little primeval essence, they could not endure using it continuously. When Fang Yuan's Blood Moon Blade goo caused 5 to 6 wounds on Tang Xiong's body, the latter had no choice but to admit defeat. His healing goo was not outstanding, and could not stop the blood from flowing out of his wounds. Just you wait. One day I will smash you into minced meat. Tang Xiong covered his wounds and retreated from the battle stage. He came with a fiendish expression, but when he left, his face was pale and his steps were weak. To think that 4th inner stage Tang Xiong lost. What is that goo? It can form blood moon blades and cause wounds that bleed non-stop. Why haven't I seen it before? This kid is not an ordinary person. In no time, he will rise to 4th inner city's battle stage. Winner takes all. The spectators' gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan obtained his 3rd victory, and according to the rules, he took that Grand Bear goo from Tang Xiong. This was the most valuable goo in Tang Xiong's possession. Once this goo was gone, Tang Xiong would only be left with the strength of 2 bears. His battle strength would fall by 30%, and there was nothing to worry about. But Fang Yuan was not happy. If the legendary goo was not in the stellar stone, where could it be? Could it be that it was not this stepping stone, but another one? But when Fang Yuan returned to the gambling den, the counter's foot had already been repaired. Or maybe it was not this gambling den at all. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly. Stellar stone, counter, gambling area. These factors combined together, there could only be this gambling den. If I did not have the legendary goo, I would not have any advantage walking the strength path. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was popular, but now it has already declined beyond recognition. After losing the legendary goo, if I want to walk the strength path again, I would need at least an ancient strength path inheritance. Unfortunately, I only have 3 ancient strength path inheritances. One is in Eastern Sea, one is in Central Continent. Although the third one is in Southern Border, it has already been occupied by Wu clan. But now, it was already occupied by the Wu clan, and they had been mining since a few years ago. Speaking of which, Empress Wu Ji of Wu clan also walked the strength path. It was because of this ancient inheritance that she was able to stabilize her throne as the #1 battle strength in Southern Border. Of course, the #1 throne here was only referring to the mortal world. Rank 6 Gu immortals had already transcended the mortal world. They were not included. Fang Yuan spent another 7 to 8 days investigating in secret, but there was no progress. Sigh, there is only one clue left. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Fang Yuan thought. He was not a person who would waste time on a problem. Chapter 287. Although Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, he could not investigate openly. But in his memories, Li Ran also participated in the battle stage. After obtaining the legendary goo, he went on a killing spree, sweeping the battle stage. That was easy. Fang Yuan had the authority to forcefully challenge others. Thus, he used this excuse to go to the special reception. There were 3 Li Ran who signed up for the battle stage, 2 males and 1 female. The female was excluded. The rumored Li Ran was a male. Of the remaining 2, one was an old man in his 60s. He had some fame. Rank 3 cultivation. He had charged into 3rd inner city battle stage a few years ago, but his condition was not good these years. He dropped back to 4th inner city. This was obviously not the case. The Li Ran in his memories was not doing well. The other was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Rank 2 cultivation. He had been in Shang Clan City for close to 10 years, but was still roaming around 5th inner city battle stage. He liked to gamble on rocks and lived a poor life. He had once married and had children in Shang Clan City, but the couple did not get along and had separated. Fang Yuan investigated secretly and found that this person was the one he met at the gambling den when he first opened the rock. After following him for a few days, Fang Yuan found that this Li Ran lived a poor life. Sometimes he could not even eat his next meal. But this did not mean he had no ability. He was in 5th inner city battle stage, fighting to obtain Yuan stones to make ends meet. Fang Yuan checked his battle record and found that he won more than he lost. Logically speaking, he should not have to worry about food and clothing. But this person liked to eat, gamble, and visit prostitutes, spending money lavishly, without any sense of moderation. To gamble on rocks, he would use all of his Yuan stone, and for the next half a month, he would have to borrow money from people and eat the lowest quality food to survive. Similarly, to have a good meal, he would go to the highest class restaurants and spend most of his money. He had even dined and dashed before, and now he still owed several restaurants money for his meals. This person should be the owner of the legendary goo in my previous life. But if he does not know how to control his desires, so what if he has the legendary goo? No wonder he was like a shooting star in my previous life, shining for a while, but vanishing after a while. Fang Yuan shook his head. He obtained the legendary goo in his previous life. Will he get it again in this life? Following him like this is not a long-term solution. The day of discovering the legendary goo was approaching. Am I really not fated with this legendary goo? Fang Yuan frowned. Tracking Li Ran over the past few days had wasted a lot of Fang Yuan's time and effort. If he used this time to cultivate, he might be able to improve even more. More importantly, Fang Yuan wasn't sure if he would gain anything by following Li Ran. Moreover, if they followed him for too long, they would be discovered. Fortunately, Wei Yang had an important mission and would only come when Fang Yuan was practicing. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not be able to track Li Ran. If Wei Yang found out that he was investigating Li Ran, how would he explain it? The biggest question now was why was the legendary goo not in the Star Stone? This did not match the rumors. Fang Yuan couldn't figure it out. This was simply unimaginable. All the factors matched up, but the most crucial point was that something went wrong. Maybe it was because he was overthinking things, but Fong Yuan felt that Li Ran's actions were strange. But he couldn't tell what was strange about it. It was just a feeling, vague and vague. Even Fong Yuan wasn't sure. More than 20 days passed like this, and Fong Yuan fell into deep trouble. That strange feeling was getting stronger, but Fong Yuan didn't know where it originated from. Li Ran's actions were not inappropriate at all. He had lived in Shangclan City for close to 10 years. If there was anything wrong with him, others would have noticed long ago. I am already in a rut, thinking too much. At this time, I need someone else's point of view to enlighten me. Fong Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation, but he only trusted himself. Even though Bai Ningbing swore an oath with him, Fong Yuan didn't trust Bai Ningbing at all. He was only using her to cultivate. The bone-flesh unity goo was much better than the liquor worm. With no one to help him, Fong Yuan could only rely on himself. But he was used to relying on himself and liked to do things by himself. Thus, he went to a shop. "Shopkeeper, do you have a flash of inspiration goo?" Fong Yuan asked several shops, but they didn't have it. Finally, one shop had it in stock, but when he asked for the price, it was 29,000 yuan stone. A flash of inspiration goo was a rank 3 consumable goo. It could be used up after one use. Who would spend so much yuan stone to buy such a thing? But the truth was, there were many people who used it. These people were recipe masters who specialized in deducing goo refinement recipes. When they met a bottleneck and were just a step away from success, they would choose to use this goo. Once this goo was used, it would give them the most crucial flash of inspiration, allowing them to break through the window and deduce a new recipe. The value of a new recipe was far more than 29,000 yuan stone. Thus, a flash of inspiration goo was priceless. If not for Fong Yuan having the purple thorn token, the shop would not sell it to him. Similar to a flash of inspiration goo, there was also a mortal finger goo. But the latter was Tai Clan's exclusive grass goo. It was not available in the market. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth, buying this flash of inspiration goo. This goo was like a sapphire tadpole, small and exquisite. It swung its tail and swam around. Fong Yuan activated his primeval essence, and this goo immediately entered his mind, turning into a white light, and like a bolt of lightning, it cut through the dense fog for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He finally found the source of this strange feeling. Right? This Li Ran's life is decadent. He has no control. It looks like a mess, but there is a hidden pattern. He goes to a restaurant 7 times every 3 days, a gambling den twice every 7 days, and a brothel once every 5 days. Moreover, every 10 days or so, he would go to a restaurant called Fu Tai Xiang He. The messy and complicated information, under the effect of the A flash of inspiration goo, revealed the pattern within. This was the strange part. If he really had no control and did not think about the future, his life would definitely be rotten. How could there be such a pattern? 3 days later, Fu Tai Xiang He restaurant. "Waiter, pay up." Li Ran retracted his gaze from the window, shouting, "Coming, Lord Li Ran. This is a total of 5.5 yuan stone. Here are 6, keep the change." Li Ran threw out 6 yuan stone. "Thank you, Lord. Take care." Thud, thud, thud. Li Ran went down the stairs, walking out of the restaurant, until his figure disappeared at the corner of the street. Upstairs, Fong Yuan's gaze was eerie. He called the waiter over, pointing at Li Ran's previous seat. "The scenery here is too bad. I want to move to that table." According to his understanding, every time Li Ran came to this restaurant, he would sit near the window. This was really strange. "No problem." The waiter laughed. "A gentleman likes to sit here." "What do you mean?" Fong Yuan's brows raised slightly. Don't you want to see Qin Yin Brothel's red card? Lady in You? Hee. From that seat, you can see Lady in Yu's room. If you are lucky, you can even see her figure. Earlier, that Lord Li Ran sat here every time, to satisfy his craving. I reserve the seat for him every time. It only costs half a yuan stone each time. The waiter said sneakily. "Oh, is that so?" Fong Yuan did not deny it, sitting at Li Ran's seat. Through the window, he could see Qin Yin Brothel 2 streets away. Qin Yin Brothel had 8 floors. The leading lady, Lady in You, was a rank 2 goo master. Her room was at the top floor. She had an extraordinary beauty, and her identity as a Gu master could incite men's desire to conquer her. It was said that a single night's company would cost over 10,000 yuan stone. With Li Ran's wealth, he could not afford such a huge sum. But was he really here to peep at Lady in You? From his experience in brothels, he was not a person who was infatuated. Fang Yuan looked outside. There were many restaurants around Qin Yin brothel. Why did he choose this one? If he had an investigative Gu that could increase his vision, it would make sense. But as far as Fang Yuan knew, he did not have such a Gu. From this distance, even if Lady in You stood by the window, he would only be able to see a blurry face, right? This is. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a tofu shop across the street. A mother and son were packing up the shop, preparing to close for the day. Fang Yuan recognized this mother and son. They were Li Ran's wife and son. Don't tell me, Li Ran's true motive is to look at them? Fang Yuan could not help but think. He narrowed his eyes and recalled the topographic map of this street in his mind. To peep at Lady in You, there were many better places than this. But to observe this mother and son, this was the only place with the best scenery. If Li Ran really wanted to observe this mother and son, why did he do it secretly? According to my investigation, he abandoned this mother and son a few years ago. Could it be that he felt guilty? Strange. If he felt guilty and wanted to care for his wife and son, he could have shown himself. Why did he need to hide? No, it could be that he felt ashamed and did not have the face to see his wife and son. But if he really felt guilty, why did he not repent? This is strange. He seems to be living a rotten life, without restraint. But the truth is that his decadence is very regular. This regularity shows that he has great self-control. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with an eerie light, countless thoughts flashing in his mind. He took a mouthful of food and chewed, but could not taste it. He felt that he was getting closer to the truth, like a person groping in a dark room, getting close to the door. All the clues, all the suspicious points, flashed through his mind in a frenzy. Such rapid thinking caused his eating speed to slow down. He slowly put down his chopsticks and slowly picked up the wine cup. The wine in the cup was clear like amber, emitting a rich fragrance. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's black pupils dilated. The wine cup in his hand was raised halfway, and his entire arm was suspended in midair, motionless, like a stone statue. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his mind. So that's how it is. I understand now. He shouted excitedly in his heart, and a flash of light that was as dazzling as lightning flashed in his eyes. The fog of his past and present life disappeared, and all the suspicious points were connected. Fang Yuan found the answer. Chapter 288. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your future for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if you have to sacrifice your reputation for the clan, are you willing? I am willing. Wu Ran, if the clan needs you to sacrifice your life, are you willing? I am willing. I was not wrong about you, Wu Ran. From your grandfather to your father, to you, you are all loyal servants of Wu clan. Now, the clan has a mission for you. This mission requires you to sacrifice your future, your reputation, and even your life. Lord Clan Leader, for the clan, I am willing. Bright light shone in the darkness. Li Ran opened his eyes. Huff. He let out a breath of air, sitting up on the bed, muttering, I dreamed again. This dream was not fake. It originated from the deepest part of his memories. Li Ran was his fake name. His real name was Wu Ran. The surname Wu had a huge meaning in Southern Border, because it represented the number 1 overlord of Southern Border, Wu clan. 11 years ago, Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji personally met with Wu Ran, giving him a secret mission, enter Shang clan's higher-ups. For this, he concealed his identity, roaming outside for 3 years, before settling down in Shang clan city. He concealed himself for 8 years. 8 years, it has been 8 years. Wu clan's clansmen must have forgotten about me already, right? Wu Ran is dead. There is only Li Ran left in this world. Li Ran sighed in his heart. He had concealed himself for too long, so much so that he almost forgot his real name. Here, he wore a mask, living for 8 years, pretending to be a wastrel, an ordinary bottom-rung Gu master. Even to his wife, who loved him deeply, he did not reveal anything. During this period, he would go out every half a year, contacting Wu clan once. It was always a one-way contact. He used his concealment skills to the extreme. Until a year ago, the person he met told him the clan was going to use this chess piece of theirs. The excitement he felt back then could not be expressed in words. After 8 years, it is finally used. Everything will be different. Li Ran sighed. He willed and took out a mischievous rock from his storage Gu. This stone was Fangjing square, like a brick, and its surface was dotted with starlight. It was a star stone. If Fang Yuan were here, he would definitely notice that this stone was very similar to the stepping stone in the gambling den. Li Ran gently stroked the stone with both hands. His brows furrowed slightly. As a spy, he spent nearly 10 years in hiding. By creating an absolutely transparent past, he would definitely be able to win the trust of the merchants. However, just trust was not enough. He still needed extraordinary talent to dominate the battle stage of Shang Clan City. That was why he was chosen by Shang Clan and promoted, eventually becoming an external clan elder like Wei Yang, holding authority in Shang Clan. The appearance of this talent had to be natural. It couldn't be too sudden. For this, Wu clan leader, Empress Wu Ji, personally chose a Gu worm for him. This was a Gu that was filled with the colors of legends, obtained from an ancient strength path inheritance. In the current world, it could be said to be an extinct precious Gu. With this Gu, Li Ran would be able to stand out and dominate the battle stage. How to get this Gu? In order to not arouse suspicion, Wu clan had already arranged it. That was rock gambling. Luck was the most inaccurate thing, and it was normal for an ancient Gu to be sealed in the stone. Demonic Gu Master Wei Shunjing. Empress Wu Ji had already secretly taken him in. Forging a low-grade stone was an easy task. He was not afraid of being seen through. Li Ran spent some effort to make others believe that this was a stone from the gambling den and not his own. He purposely chose a stepping stone in the gambling den. This stepping stone had been there for many years. With people coming and going, no one noticed it. Li Ran first communicated with Wu clan and asked Wei Xinjing to forge a similar stellar stone. Next, his plan was to switch this stellar stone with the stepping stone when no one was paying attention. He was a Gu master and had been scouting for half a year. He naturally knew when he could switch without anyone noticing. When he unravels this stellar stone, everyone in the gambling den would testify for him, proving his good luck. After he obtains this Gu, he would turn over a new leaf and act out the story of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. He would rise up, find his wife and son, become an external elder of Shang Clan, and complete his mission, bringing his wife and son back to Wu clan. When he thought of his wife and son, Li Ran's heart surged with guilt. He loved his wife deeply. She was so kind and strong. At the same time, as a father, he wanted to give the best things in the world to his son. Originally, he was only making use of her, but as time passed, love grew, and he was unable to free himself from it. His son's birth made him even more worried. But in the end, because of the mission and his special identity, he had to leave temporarily. You must hate me now. I've done too many things to disappoint you. But no matter, soon, I will be used. I will bring you happiness. Li Ran clenched his fists, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow, he would go to the battle stage and have a battle. The day after, he would bring this stellar stone to any gambling den and put on a good show. I had planned to use that stepping stone as a cover, but life is unpredictable. That stepping stone was actually chosen by someone else. Heh, that guy is truly an idiot, choosing a stellar stone of such quality. But the day after tomorrow, I will also be an idiot. Li Ran laughed, storing the stellar stone back into his storage Gu. Although his plan had a setback, it was not a big deal. It was just a small accident. He had expected this possibility. He laid down again, and in a while, fell into a deep sleep. This time, he did not dream. When he woke up the next day, he felt great, full of energy, and full of hope. He felt like he was a traveler in a dark valley. After a long journey, he finally saw the light in front of him. He saw the exit of the valley. 8 years of perseverance had finally paid off. Everything was so beautiful. Everything would become even better. With such a belief, he came to the battle stage. This time, he had already investigated his opponent. It was a rank 2 peak stage Gu master. He spent most of his time in 5th Inner City's battle stage. He was a familiar face. Even the weakest Gu master, to be able to stay in the battle stage for so long without falling, he had his own strength. Li Ran did not have a trace of contempt in his heart. The Gu in his hands were somewhat rotten. Their quality was not high. Furthermore, he had to disguise himself. He could not fight too fiercely, thus, the outcome of this battle was uncertain. As expected, the battle continued, as Li Ran expected. From probing to clashing, both sides were evenly matched. They were in a deadlock. The scene of the battle was very ugly, and the few spectators outside the arena were all hissing. Suddenly, Li Ran's eyes flashed with an obscure light. Chance. He acutely found a flaw in his opponent and was about to attack. Suddenly, he felt pain in his heart. His body stiffened. He was counterattacked by his opponent and was sent flying. Li Ran suffered a heavy blow and groaned in pain. His body was pushed back by more than 10 steps before he managed to stop. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, the injuries on his body were completely incomparable to the shock and fear in his heart. My flower bud Gu. My flower bud Gu. Why did I lose contact with it? Inside, there are stellar stones. At the same time, in Li Ran's residence, the bedboard was lifted, revealing a secret compartment. Fang Yuan stood beside the secret compartment, holding a flower bud Gu. This Gu was a rank 2 Gu, used to store things. It was shaped like a flower bud, light blue in color, but had a crystalline texture, sparkling and translucent. Although it was Li Ran's Gu, under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, it was instantly refined. Fang Yuan's consciousness swept over it. The flower bud Gu contained many miscellaneous items. There was a bag of rice, oil, salt, vinegar, low-quality tea bricks, 30 to 40 yuan stone, and a few stubborn rocks. This is it. Fang Yuan's mind shook. He activated his primeval essence, and a black light shot out from the flower bud Gu. The black light landed on Fang Yuan's palm, turning into a stellar stone. It was of extremely poor quality, squarish like a brick, and very similar to the stepping stone. The moment the stellar stone appeared, the whole world seemed to have quietened down. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat accelerated, clearly entering his ears. Everything in the surroundings, including this simple and crude hut and the bustling sounds of people outside the hut, faded away, leaving only the person below and the star stone in his hand. He held the heavy stellar stone in his hand and felt a clear, cold sensation from the surface of the stone. Fang Yuan's eyes gradually emitted a heated gaze at the same time. The corners of his lips gradually curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. This smile widened as he opened his mouth, letting out a soundless laughter. The legendary Gu is finally in my hands, he shouted excitedly in his heart. Just as I guessed, this Li Ran is a spy sent by another clan. At Qingmao Mountain, I had once used rock gambling to conceal the origin of the liquor worm. He had the same plan. No wonder there was no Gu in that stepping stone. The rumors in my previous life were all a show he put on. Today, he is going to the battle stage to fight. Regardless of whether he hid his strength or not, according to his previous battle results, his opponent's strength is about the same. Thus it is hard to determine the victor. The stellar stone containing the legendary Gu is so important, it is inconvenient to fight with it on him. With his cautious nature, he would not hide it in a storage Gu, because if he lost the battle, one of his Gu worms would be taken by his opponent. Chapter 289. I admit defeat. Li Ran half knelt on the ground, shouting loudly. The opponent stopped his charge and stopped in time, not wanting to force Li Ran into a desperate situation. This was not beneficial to either side. Li Ran spat out a mouthful of blood, standing up shakily. To leave the battle as soon as possible, he purposely took a few hits from the opponent. The hosting Gu master walked onto the battle stage, announcing the result of the battle. Li Ran was already anxious. After retrieving the Vine information Gu, He pretended to signal to the host and walked out of the battle stage. He hastily took care of his injuries and hurriedly rushed back to his residence. Damn it! Why did this happen? What happened? Why did I lose contact with the flower bud goo? Li Ran's heart was shrouded in a heavy dark cloud. The flower bud goo was refined by him. The moment it was refined by Feng Yuan, he immediately sensed it. Usually, there are only two possibilities in this situation. One is that the flower bud goo was destroyed. The second is that it was refined by someone. Could it be that I've been discovered? No, the situation might not be that bad. It might just be that my house was robbed. Damn it, I have lived in Clan City for 8 years. I know all the thieves here. To think that someone would be interested in my lousy place. Li Ran walked quickly. The stellar stone was extremely important. Even with his temperament, he could not help but feel anxious. He regretted it. He should have hidden the flower bud goo in a more secretive place, and not just put it in the secret compartment under his bed. But the truth was, this was not his fault. He lived alone. To hide himself, he had no friends, and had not seen his wife or children for several years. The brothels, gambling dens, and restaurants that he frequented were filled with people. It was not a good place to hide things. He could hide it in a pawn shop or a bank, but to openly hide a trash rock, that was too strange. When Clan investigates, this would be a huge problem. In Clan City, there were all sorts of people. There were many goo masters who were thieves. But to unravel the flower bud goo, he needed a rank 3 goo. But ordinary rank 3 goo masters would not be interested in his lousy place. Li Ran had been in hiding for half a year, and even he had almost forgotten about the past. When he had the hidden flower bud goo, he was very confident, but now his confidence had turned into self-blame. Let's hope this matter can be salvaged. Uneasily, he hurried back to his room. The door was unlatched. He pushed open the door and saw that the place was in a mess. I've really been robbed. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Being robbed wasn't scary. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, there was still room for redemption. That's right. Li Ran consoled herself. Every time I contact the Wu family, it's a one-way line. There was no evidence left in his hands at all. That legendary goo was also wrapped in the stellar rock. If one did not open the rock, who would understand its value? As long as I find the thief, with the connections I've built up over the past 8 years. With this in mind, he gradually steadied his emotions and eliminated the panic in his heart. Should I report it to the police? Borrow the power of the city guards to help me arrest the bandits? No, it was better to use peaceful measures before resorting to force. It would be best if he could safely retrieve the star stone. The city guards aren't reliable either. They won't do their best for a nobody like me. Maybe I should hire a Thai clan goo master? This is... At this time, his eyes narrowed as he discovered a goo on the bedboard that was flipped open. Heart sound goo. This goo was rank 2, greenish-black, about the size of a baby's thumb. It was like a snail. One end was big and the other small, and there were whorls on the surface. Heart sound goo is a set of 2 goo masters. It can allow 2 goo masters to communicate using their thoughts within 100 steps. Don't tell me. This was left behind by the thief for me? Li Ran's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he gritted his teeth and stuffed the heart sound goo into his ears like earplugs. Who are you? Li Ran injected his primeval essence and activated the heart sound goo, concentrating his thoughts and asking in his mind. Who am I is not important. The important thing is, this name Li Ran should be a fake name, right? Hee. Soon, Feng Yuan's voice resounded in Li Ran's mind. In an instant, Li Ran's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. As if he was struck by lightning, he stood on the spot in a daze. Oh no, he found out my identity. Li Ran was inconsolable. The situation had developed into the worst possible outcome. But he was a spy who had been undercover for 8 years. Even with such a huge change, he still managed to calm his mind, concentrating his thoughts and asking Feng Yuan in his mind. Fake name? What fake name? What do you mean? As he spoke, he carefully tiptoed and walked around the simple room. Next, he leaned against the wall and looked at the street outside the window. Heart sound goo's effective range is only 100 steps. This mysterious man must be near me. He quickly thought of a plan. Heart sound gu required one to concentrate their mind before they could converse. Ordinary thoughts and thoughts wouldn't be transmitted out. But Fang Yuan had already predicted his mental state. He laughed lightly. You don't need to pretend, Li Ran. I am not your enemy. I am only your partner. To express my sincerity, we can meet. Meet? Li Ran was stunned. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. Walk out of the room now. Turn left. Why should I listen to you? Li Ran shouted in his mind. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Don't test me. I will always know more than you can imagine. How about this? I will count to 5. You can think about it. 1. Fang Yuan counted. Li Ran thought rapidly. Even if the flower bud gu landed in the enemy's hands, he had no evidence to prove that he was a spy of Wu clan. He had been undercover for 8 years. How could he have evidence? 2. Fang Yuan's voice was calm. If he listened to Fang Yuan's threat now, it would be seen by people with ulterior motives, then it would prove his identity as a spy from another angle. But if he did not listen to him, what about the stellar stones? 5. Fang Yuan's voice continued to resound in his mind. Li Ran panicked. He cursed in his mind. Damn it! Do you know how to count? It seems you have thought it through. Fang Yuan laughed. Li Ran breathed heavily. His hands clenched into fists as he gritted his teeth and left the room. He walked out of the door, arriving at the busy street, before turning left. After 50 steps, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in his mind again. Turn right, go to the 3rd fork, turn left. He can see my movements. He must be beside me. Which one is it? Li Ran's gaze was sharp, like an eagle. He looked at the people around him. I advise you not to look around. This is not your usual style. TSK. After 8 years of undercover work, don't let it go to waste now. Don't you agree? Fang Yuan's voice resounded. Damn it. Li Ran gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan's threat made him lower his head, staring ahead. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, he made many turns before Fang Yuan told him to stop. Turn around. Fang Yuan said, in your vision, you can only see a restaurant. Go to the 3rd floor of this restaurant. I'll wait for you there. Li Ran turned around, and his heart skipped a beat. This restaurant was the rich, auspicious restaurant that he frequented. Could it be? He immediately felt a strong sense of foreboding. The other party had so much information that he felt like he had been stripped naked and was standing in a world of ice and snow. He walked into the restaurant. A familiar waiter saw him and greeted him warmly. Lord Li Ran, you're here. Please come upstairs. Li Ran's expression was solemn as he forced a smile and walked up the stairs cautiously. He was only halfway up the stairs and had yet to reach the 2nd floor. Wait, Fang Yuan said. Li Ran stopped and asked in his mind, what is it? Go downstairs and leave, Fang Yuan ordered. Li Ran harumphed, then turned around and went downstairs. The waiter saw him again and was puzzled, so he hurried forward. What's wrong, Lord? You don't want to eat? Li Ran waved his hand to dismiss him, then walked out of the restaurant. There's a Xiaobing vendor across from you. Go buy a few Xiaobing, Fang Yuan continued. Li Ran's eyes twitched, but he still listened to Fang Yuan's instructions and bought the Xiaobing. All right, return to the restaurant and come up to the 3rd floor, Fang Yuan said. Veins popped up on Li Ran's forehead as he returned to the restaurant with the Xiaobing. When the waiter saw him again, he looked at him strangely. Lord Li Ran, if you want to buy Xiaobing, just let us know. We'll run errands for you. Get lost, Li Ran cursed, scaring the waiter so much that he shrunk his shoulders and hurriedly shut up. He walked to the 3rd floor and stopped at the top of the stairs. Keep walking. Turn left after 2 or 3 steps, and you'll see me, Fang Yuan transmitted. Li Ran obeyed, turning around a pillar. He finally saw Fang Yuan sitting at his usual spot. Next, he saw Fang Yuan waving his hand at him, inviting him to take a seat. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Please. Li Ran did not speak. He walked to Fang Yuan and sat down, staring at Fang Yuan without blinking. The truth was, Fang Yuan's young face gave him quite a shock. In their conversation earlier, Fang Yuan had him completely in the palm of his hand. He subconsciously formed his impression of Fang Yuan, a cunning middle-aged man, or perhaps old, wearing a hood and hiding his face in the darkness. But the truth was very different. The voice of the heart sound Gu was the same. One could not tell his age, or even his gender. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Li Ran would not have thought that this mysterious person was so young. The fire in Fifth Inner City shone on Fong Yuan's face through the window. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were black like ink, deep and unfathomable. Li Ran engraved Fong Yuan's appearance in his mind. Although this was the first time he had seen Fong Yuan, he believed that he would never forget Fong Yuan's appearance. Chapter 290. On the dining table, the fragrance of food and wine permeated the air. Some of the guests were drinking, some were reciting poems, some were joking around. The atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Fong Yuan and Li Ran sat facing each other. They looked calm on the surface, but the truth was that they were in a state of mutual hostility. Li Ran's heart was filled with killing intent, while Fong Yuan looked relaxed, but he was on guard against him. "Who are you?" Li Ran used heart sound Gu and asked. "I said, this is not important. Give me the cake." Fong Yuan used heart sound Gu to reply the first half, but spoke the second half directly. Li Ran was stunned. He pushed the paper bag to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan opened the bag and took out the cake. He took a bite and nodded, smiling lightly. "This is the taste. I have troubled you, sorry." Next, he used heart sound Gu. "Do you know, I followed you a few times. I happened to be hungry outside this restaurant, so I bought a cake. It is very delicious. Why don't you try it?" Li Ran did not have the mood to taste the cake. He snorted in his heart, transmitting, "Are you not afraid I will poison it?" On the surface, he smiled. "It is nothing, no trouble at all. Look at our relationship." Hee hee. Fong Yuan laughed, looking at Li Ran with deep meaning, transmitting in his heart. "Do you think I don't know what you have?" Li Ran's smile became wider, but his heart sank. "He is trying to warn me." "That's right. The enemy is in the dark while I am in the light. He followed me, but I did not sense it. They should have investigated me thoroughly long ago. If I fight him, I will be in trouble. Thus, he is using this cake to warn me." Fong Yuan saw that Li Ran did not speak. His gaze was flickering. He knew he had succeeded and took out the stellar stone. Li Ran's gaze was immediately drawn to it, but it was immediately forcefully shifted away. At the next moment, Fong Yuan's voice resounded in his mind. "No need to pretend. I know the all-out effort Gu is sealed in here." "What?" Li Ran felt like he was struck by lightning. His mind shook. Even if his acting skills were profound, his face couldn't help but change at this moment, revealing panic and fear. He had been hoping that the secret of the Starstone would not be exposed. After all, it was created by Wei Xinjing. It was flawless. But to think that the situation was so dangerous, the other party actually knew that the all-out effort Gu was sealed inside. Wait, only a few people know about the all-out effort Gu. I also just got it from the contact not long ago. How did he know? Things are getting complicated. I am confident that there are no flaws on my side. It is highly possible that this information was leaked by the main family. If the main family can send a spy like me, then the other family can naturally send someone to the main family as well. The southern border's first-rate clans have infiltrated each other. The various sects have spies. This has long been a matter of mutual understanding. Otherwise, how do you explain the fact that they know about the all-out effort Gu? That's right, I've been so cautious. So how could he possibly catch hold of me and arouse suspicion? It's just that the main family has actually been infiltrated to this extent. It's truly terrifying. But maybe that's not the case. In this world, there are too many peculiar Gu. Fong Yuan gave Li Ran plenty of time to think. He was a smart person. The more he thought, the more bewildered he became. Subconsciously, he would think of Fong Yuan as stronger, more mysterious, more terrifying, and his confidence would become weaker and weaker. Fong Yuan caressed the Starstone and waited for a while. Feeling that it was about time, he transmitted, "I want the all-out effort Gu." Li Ran was stunned, not understanding Fong Yuan's deep meaning. "But I know, if I take away this Gu, I will be attacked and retaliated by your family. Thus, I need your cooperation." Fong Yuan's gaze was eerie. To be able to scheme against Shang clan, it was definitely a large clan of the same level. If Fong Yuan forcefully took away the all-out effort Gu, he would become enemies with this force. This starstone was like the bait on the hook. Fang Yuan wanted to eat this bait, but at the same time, he had to prevent the hook from hooking his mouth. Li Ran could not help but show a mocking smile. You want me to cooperate with you? What a joke. On what basis? On the basis that I do not want to be enemies with you. On the basis that I have the purple thorn token, but do not want to expose you. On the basis that I am the same as you, I have people I want to protect. Fang Yuan said to Li Ran in his mind, as he looked out of the window. At the same time, he said, I heard that shop's tofu tastes good. Li Ran squinted, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He shouted in his mind, Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan shook his head. His eyes were like drifting clouds, revealing a trace of complex emotions. Li Ran immediately captured the sadness, sorrow, helplessness, and nostalgia in this emotion. Are you still not clear of your situation? Fang Yuan said in his mind. People like us, sandwiched between two forces, our lives are like walking on a tightrope, suppressing our true emotions in the deepest part of our hearts. We might lose our heads at any moment. Since we chose this path, we have to walk it. For the sake of our family, we have no regrets. However, some people are clearly innocent, so why should they bear the risk and be implicated because of us? Li Ran's heart trembled, and he looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Are you also a spy? Fang Yuan smiled helplessly, his smile bitter. What do you think? Seeing this smile, Li Ran's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not show the slightest hint of unnaturalness. He turned his head to look out the window. Li Ran knew that he was looking at his wife and son. Fang Yuan's gaze was so gentle, so absent-minded, as if he was immersed in some kind of memory. Li Ran did not think that Fang Yuan's emotions were fake. Because this young man's age was limited, how could such emotions be faked? Even if he had lived for so long, he would not be able to fake it. This was his true feelings. He could not help but feel a subtle sense of recognition for Fang Yuan. They were all in the same boat. There was no need to know each other. Fang Yuan blinked, retracting his gaze as he said, Li Ran, you have been hiding in Shangclan City for 8 years. If your identity is exposed, your mission will be a complete failure. Your failure may endanger your life. But more importantly, it will be a loss to the clan. You will fail to live up to the clan's expectations. Li Ran clenched his fists. Fang Yuan's words struck a chord in his heart. He was extremely loyal to the clan. It had already reached the level of faith. Otherwise, the clan would not have chosen him to be a spy. Fang Yuan continued, If you fail, your wife will have no husband. Your son is only 5 years old. He will have no father. If your identity is exposed, they will most likely die because of you. You can only succeed step by step, climb to the position of external elder. That is your goal, right? But do you think it will be your final destination? No, you will remain hidden forever. As long as Shang clan does not fall, the clan will need you as a spy. Li Ran gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan's words hit the nail on the head again. How could he not have considered these things before? But as he thought about it, he did not dare to think about it anymore. The future was too long. If he thought too much, the pressure would be too great. He would lose the courage to continue. That is why you need allies, Brother Li Ran. Fang Yuan continued. You will not betray the clan. I will not betray the clan either. You have people you want to protect. So do I. We can work together. We need external help to ensure the safety of our friends and family. Only by living can we better contribute to the clan. And Shang clan is our common goal. Of course, this cooperation is limited to personal matters. If the clans behind us start a war, you will be the first enemy I will eliminate. After a short pause, Fang Yuan added. Li Ran snorted coldly. Fang Yuan said it so straightforwardly, it showed the truth of his words. To him, loyalty to the clan was the most important, followed by love for his family, and finally his own life. Fang Yuan's suggestion satisfied all three of his needs. But can this person in front of me be trusted? Cooperation between spies from different forces, it is simply wishful thinking. Perhaps it was because of his youth, his intelligence, and his boldness that he could make such a request? If I was as young as him, I might do the same. The more Li Ran thought about it, the more he felt Fang Yuan's sincerity. The most important thing was that he had no way out. In front of Feng Yuan, he had already been exposed. If Feng Yuan exposed him, his mission would fail, and his 10 years of hard work would be for naught. How could he be willing to accept that? Human nature was complicated. One of them was called luck. Li Ran was like a person who was forced to the edge of a cliff. With enemies approaching, he could only jump. Even if he did not know what was below the cliff, he would still pray, hoping that there was a deep pool below, or that he would be saved by the trees growing in the cracks of the rocks. He fell into a long silence. After a while, he used heart sound gu. How can I trust you? Feng Yuan smiled, taking out a poison vow gu. 3 days later, Feng Yuan took out the all-out effort gu in the gambling den, causing an uproar in the gambling area. Did you hear? Someone took out the all-out effort gu in Lanshao gambling den. It really is the all-out effort gu? That is an extinct ancient gu. It can summon beast phantoms with 100% success rate. You only found out now? Hee hee, I know much more than you. This lucky bastard is called Guyue Fengzhi. I don't know where he came from, but he actually has a purple thorn token. Actually, the all-out effort gu did not belong to him. A gu master called Li Ran chose it, but he bumped into Guyue Fengzhi while walking. Guyue Fengzhi made things difficult for him and took 3 rocks as compensation, and that all-out effort gu was among them. Sigh, this Li Ran is really unlucky. The all-out effort gu should have been his. This is fate. Lanshao gambling den, no, I have to go take a look. Chapter 291. This is the all-out effort gu? In the secret room, Wei Yang looked at the gu in his hand, sighing as his eyes shined with a strange light. All-out effort gu, shaped like a horned beetle. Right now, it was quietly coiled around Wei Yang's palm, occupying his entire palm with a heavy weight. It was oval in shape, with an armored shell, its spine arched. On its head was a majestic and powerful horn, appearing heavy and mighty. It had 3 pairs of long legs, all strong and powerful. Its body was dark brown, emitting a shiny metallic luster. One look and one could tell that this gu was not an ordinary object. That's right, this is the rank 3 all-out effort gu. Use it to activate the beast phantom, and you will be able to move as you wish. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the cushion opposite Wei Yang, replying. Wei Yang sighed deeply, returning the all-out effort gu to Feng Yuan. Time is right, fate is right. Brother Fengzhi, are you really going to choose the strength path? He still wanted to persuade him. Feng Yuan nodded, not speaking, but his resolute gaze said it all. Wei Yang sighed again. If it was before, he would still have some confidence. But now, Feng Yuan obtained this all-out effort gu. He knew that Feng Yuan's decision to walk the strength path could not be changed. Fate is truly mysterious, brother. You obtained the all-out effort gu. It will be of great help to you. All-out effort gu is undoubtedly the core of a set of gu worms. Since you are so insistent, I will not persuade you anymore. But I still have some things to remind you. Just treat it as me nagging. Feng Yuan said seriously. I don't dare. Please advise me, Brother Wei. Although you obtained the all-out effort gu, times are different now. If this all-out effort gu is the core, you need to ensure its safety. It is a rank 3 gu now. In the future, you need to fuse it to rank 4 or 5. But it is not your vital gu. The fusion is dangerous. If the all-out effort gu is destroyed during the fusion, your entire set of gu worms will face the danger of collapsing. So, my first suggestion for you is to change your vital gu. Shang Clan can help you in this aspect. To match gu worms, just one core is far from enough. We need several main fulcrums. In this aspect, you have to choose carefully and think it through maturely. If the choice was wrong, the all-out effort gu's value would not be displayed. Sigh, actually, during the olden antiquity era, strength path was prevalent and there were many gu worms that matched the all-out effort gu. But now, most of them have gone extinct. If you want to set up your gu worms, you cannot copy them from the olden antiquity era. You have to figure it out yourself. There is another extremely important matter that you must pay attention to. Although you have the all-out effort gu, you don't have the relevant refinement recipe. Fortunately, most of the ancient recipes had been passed down. Some secret recipe masters should have them. You need to collect them carefully. Or, At this point, Wei Yang hesitated. You can try searching for the strength Dao inheritance from the ancient era. The Wu clan had been developing such an inheritance a few years ago. If you are able to encounter such an inheritance, your future will surely be bright. I also hope to see the path of strength revitalized and flourish in you, my old brother. With that, Wei Yang took the initiative to leave. Fang Yuan sent him to the door, and watched as Wei Yang turned into light and flew away. Fang Yuan stood at the door of the secret room, his gaze solemn. He had already thought of Wei Yang's suggestions and had a strategy in mind. He already had a copy of the all-out effort Gu's refinement recipe. He had gotten it from Li Ran. Wu clan provided Li Ran with the all-out effort Gu, and naturally gave him the recipe as well. But this recipe could only fuse the rank 3 all-out effort Gu into rank 4. Beyond rank 4, Fang Yuan had to solve it himself. However, Fang Yuan was only at rank 3 initial stage now. For the time being, he did not need to worry about the rank 5 fusion recipe. As for what Gu worm to pair with the all-out effort Gu as the fulcrum, Fang Yuan had his own plans. He had always planned for every step he took and had a plan in mind. The strength path combination should use the all-out effort Gu as the core, with self-reliance Gu and bitter strength Gu as the fulcrum. Together with all the other Gu, this Gu set would be at small success. But to reach large success, I will need the 3 Kings' inheritance. 2 to 3 years in Shangclan City, he would gather a set of Gu worms and reach small success. When the 3 Kings' inheritance opens, he would use his rebirth advantage to replenish his Gu worms and reach large success in this Gu set. This was Fang Yuan's next plan. This plan needs to be completed well, because after the 3 Kings' inheritance, there will be a great battle between righteous and demonic on Etian Mountain. Only when one's own strength was strong enough could one reap great benefits from the fire. Time is really tight. As for the first vital Gu, Fang Yuan's vital Gu was the spring-autumn cicada. This could not be changed. But the fusion of the all-out effort Gu would be difficult. Using Gu was risky, and refining it required caution. If Fang Yuan's luck was bad, and he killed the all-out effort Gu during the refinement, his set of Gu worms would lose its most basic support, like a person losing their soul. If that happened, the consequences would be terrible, and it would be like Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation failing on the verge of success. However, in the situation where the all-out effort Gu was not his vital Gu, there was a way to ensure that it would not die during the fusion. Wei Yang did not know because his level was too low. Fang Yuan, however, knew 3 ways. The first was to go to the land of invincibility. This was the inheritance of invincibility, far away in central continent, the sacred land that refinement masters yearned for. The second was undefeated 100 battles Gu. Used during Gu refinement, it had a 100% chance of success. The third was also a Gu, called remaining green mountain. As long as there is life, there is hope. Only by keeping a useful body can one hope to reverse the situation. Using this Gu could protect the core Gu. Even if the fusion failed, and the other Gu were destroyed, the all-out effort Gu would still be there. The land of invincibility was too far away, impossible. Undefeated 100 battles Gu was an extremely precious rank 5 Gu in the olden antiquity era, and now it was extinct. Remaining Green Mountain was in the hands of some famous refinement masters. This was a rank 4 Gu. It was hard to obtain, but there was a trace of hope. In the 3 Kings' inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles Gu. If I take it, the all-out effort Gu can advance to rank 4. Next, I will think of other methods now. It is time to change the blood. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not have the all-out effort Gu earlier, and although he had hundreds of thousands of Yuan stones, he did not make a move. Now that the all-out effort Gu was in his hands, he finally made his move. He did not need to leave Nanxiu Garden. He went to the study room and took out a large stack of visiting cards. Ever since he gambled the all-out effort Gu, rumors flew everywhere in Shangclan City. Everyone was like a cat that smelled fish, rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to protect him, and had participated in Shang Yin Fei's clan banquet. His identity was special. No one dared to use force against him. They all sent their visiting cards, but Fang Yuan had been living in seclusion these days, not meeting any guests. At this moment, Fang Yuan took out the visiting cards, A portion of them were from recipe masters, hoping to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan and borrow the all-out effort goo for research. The goo worms that originated from ancient times were of great help to them in deducing recipes. Another portion were famous goo masters. There were all kinds of names, hoping to fight with Fang Yuan or exchange goo with Fang Yuan and so on. The largest portion were goo masters representing various shops and clans, wanting to buy the all-out effort goo from Fang Yuan at a high price. Fang Yuan picked out a small portion of them. He called his servants and gave some instructions. Not long after, a group of goo masters ran over eagerly. Fang Yuan met them in the hall. "I am not selling the all-out effort goo. I am meeting everyone today because I want to make some other transactions." These words made everyone disappointed. Some were still unwilling to give up, but Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. They could only give up. After an hour and a half, a few business deals were settled, and the crowd dispersed. 2 days later, the goo worms were in place. Fang Yuan's battle strength rose sharply, but he paid a huge price for it. Goo worms were too expensive. After spending hundreds of thousands of primeval stones, the white-browed old man formed by the clouds and mist in the primeval elder goo was already hunching his back, his face full of worry and sorrow, looking very miserable. Another day later, Fang Yuan stepped into the battle stage again. This time, it caused a commotion. Outside the battle stage, there was a huge crowd, almost rubbing shoulders with each other. The person he was fighting was none other than Li Ran. He looked at Fang Yuan, his expression distorted, his eyes spewing fire as he shouted, "Gua Fangzheng, you stole my opportunity. You are despicable. Today, I will take back what is rightfully mine." "Humph, who asked you to bump into me? I asked you for compensation, but you can't pay me yuan stone. You are willing to use that stubborn stone to repay your debt." Fang Yuan laughed coldly, replying. The spectators outside the stage started to discuss. It was extremely noisy. Fang Yuan and Li Ran's conversation confirmed the rumors that had been going around for the past few days. "Oh!" Li Ran grabbed his hair, shouting, "Fang Zheng, you evil tyrant! I was forced by you. I only bumped into you by accident, but you grabbed onto me and did not let go. Today, I will seek justice." Saying so, Li Ran pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted. Waiting for him to get close, he willed. Vertical crash goo. Whoosh! The sound of the wind suddenly rose. He took a step forward, and his whole body suddenly rushed forward a distance of 50 steps. Li Ran only felt his vision blur before Fang Yuan appeared in front of him. All-out effort goo. Fang Yuan willed again, and with a burst of light, the phantom of a wild boar appeared in the air behind him. The wild boar was dark. It had sharp fangs. The strong wind blew. It looked fierce. "Oh no!" Li Ran shouted, quickly dodging. Fang Yuan passed by him. Although Li Ran was not hit directly, his arm was grazed. With a loud crack, the bones in Li Ran's arm were fractured, and the defensive light around him dissipated. He fell to the side and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Just one attack. Did he use all-out effort goo earlier? That Li Ran is too weak. He is not Fang Zheng's match. The spectators gasped, exclaiming. Chapter 292. Fang Yuan rushed out for 50 steps before he stopped his momentum. He turned around, facing Li Ran, and was about to continue attacking. But Li Ran had already raised his hand, shouting, "Wait, I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat." Once he said that, the crowd went silent, before clamoring. "What is going on? He is not fighting anymore. We spent yuan stone to come here, to see the all-out effort goo. You coward, are you a man? Stand up and fight again." The crowd was furious. Many people were so angry that they began to pant heavily. They felt that they had wasted their primeval stones and began to curse and swear. But a portion of them understood Li Ran. There is no way to fight. Li Ran was wise to admit defeat. That attack earlier was enough to show the difference. If this goes on, Li Ran's life will be in danger. This Li Ran is an old fox in the battle stage. With his experience, I am not surprised that he did this. Clang! A clear bell rang, announcing the end of the battle stage. At the side of the battle stage, everyone started to leave, including Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng, don't leave. Li Ran suddenly spoke, stopping him. Fang Yuan frowned, turning around to look at him. What are you trying to do? Everyone's footsteps slowed down. Fang Zheng, I am indebted to you. But you injured me. You are repaying kindness with enmity. You have to compensate me. Li Ran shouted. These words were shameless. You were the one who overestimated yourself and wanted to challenge him, but got injured. How could you accuse him of repaying kindness with enmity? Many people heard this and scoffed, feeling even more disdain towards Li Ran. Challenging Fang Yuan forcefully, that was because he was angry. It was normal. Now, he was still pestering Fang Yuan. That was unreasonable. Fang Yuan shook his head, turning around to leave. I injured your head too, right? Many people laughed loudly, but Li Ran struggled to stand up, shouting at Fang Yuan, Fang Zheng, I know you. You clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. It is said that a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring, and a single spark of hatred will burn the prairie. Shang Xinci gave you some small benefits, but you risked your life to save her and protected her to Shang Clan City. Shang Clan leader wanted to give you rewards, but you rejected all of them, saying that they were even. It was Shang Clan leader who forced the purple thorn token on you. Fang Zheng, you are also indebted to me. Tell me, if I did not choose that stellar stone, would you have obtained the all-out effort goo? No. Hee, I don't care about other people, but I know you. I know you. Although you're a bit overbearing, you'll definitely repay kindness. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to sleep well. Am I right? Think about it. You owe me a favor. Can you sleep well in the future? Humph. That's because you haven't seen Fang Yuan's true colors. Bai Ningbing sneered in her heart when she heard Li Ran's words. Fang Yuan obtained the all-out effort goo, arousing her curiosity. After all, Fang Yuan had always been her imaginary enemy. But Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks. Under everyone's gazes, he turned around and faced Li Ran, his expression solemn. Hearing you say that, it sounds like I do owe you a favor. But first of all, you were the one who offended me first. Secondly, I cannot give the all-out effort goo to others. What do you think I should do? Fang Yuan's words caused the people who were leaving to stop in their tracks and look at him. Bai Ningbing gasped in her heart, feeling surprised. All-out effort goo might be a rank 3 goo, but it originated from the olden antiquity era. It is one of a kind now. Its true value is hard to estimate. Just give me 100,000 yuan stone, and you won't owe me a favor. Li Ran thought about it and said, Is this Li Ran an idiot? Asking for such an exorbitant price, such an idiot, sigh. How can you make such a request? How shameless. Everyone shook their heads, feeling disdain towards Li Ran. Fang Yuan thought about it, and shook his head. 100,000 yuan stone cannot repay this favor. I will only be at ease if I give you 200,000 yuan stone. Saying so, he waved his hand and summoned the primeval elder goo, taking out all the yuan stones inside. On the battle stage, a pile of yuan stones appeared. This is 80,000 yuan stone. I only have this much now. When I have more money in the future, I will compensate you. What? Fang Yuan's words shocked everyone. He actually gave it to me? He even raised the price to 200,000. Many people were tongue-tied. Did I see wrongly? Although this Li Ran did not get the all-out effort goo, with so many yuan stones as compensation, it is not bad. Many people blinked, looking at the pile of yuan stones, almost drooling. This Fang Zheng is really... Many people looked at Fang Yuan's back as he left, showing a strange expression, not knowing what to say. Although they did not get to see the power of the all-out effort goo, the interesting conversation between Li Ran and Fang Yuan was very beneficial to them. This battle quickly spread through the mouths of the crowd. From 1 to 10, 10 to 100, the news spread rapidly in Shang Clan City. Fang Yuan having the purple thorn token was widely known, dispelling the ill intentions of many people. Many people started to envy Li Ran, while many were suspicious of Fang Yuan's promise of 200,000 yuan stone. But no matter what, Fang Yuan's reputation of distinguishing kindness and grudges was spread. Back at Nanqiu Garden, you really intend to give that Li Ran 200,000 yuan stone? Bai Ningbing asked in confusion. This was not Fong Yuan's style. Of course. Fong Yuan replied simply. He would not tell Bai Ningbing that this was a secret agreement between him and Li Ran. Li Ran helped Fong Yuan put on a show and told Fong Yuan the refinement recipe, while Fong Yuan compensated Li Ran with 200,000 yuan stone. Bai Ningbing was silent for a while, not believing it. She sneered. Spending 200,000 yuan stone to buy a reputation, is it worth it? Fong Yuan chuckled. Haven't you heard of the story of reputation Gu? Bai Ningbing's gaze was hesitant. What are you trying to say? Reputation is a bridge. It can allow people to cross the abyss. Reputation is a token of passage. It is even more valuable than the purple thorn token, allowing people to move freely. 200,000 is not even enough to buy a purple thorn token. I spent 200,000 to buy reputation. This is the cheapest deal in the world. Ha ha ha. Fong Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted, thinking of his foresight Gu. She believed him for the time being. The story of reputation Gu originated from Ran Zu's legends. Verdant Great Sun once drank too much, and when he woke up, his head hurt, forgetting everything that happened when he was drunk. He did not know why, but he was trapped on a lone peak. Around the lone peak, there was an abyss that was thousands of feet wide. The abyss was filled with whirlpool-like winds. Lumps of wind were pale green. This was ordinary wind. The wind blew the dust. It was dark yellow mortal dust. Verdant Great Sun's heart sank, because he recognized that this was an ordinary abyss. No living being had ever been able to fly past it. He was trapped on this lone peak, unable to leave. He would starve to death sooner or later. Fortunately, there was a dense forest on the lone peak. Verdant Great Sun was hungry, so he came to this forest to find wild fruits to appease his hunger. But this forest was very strange. The black soil was like a swamp, giving off an aura of death. Every tree did not have any leaves, and their thin branches were like strange claws. But when the wind blew, there was the sound of rustling leaves. Verdant Great Sun could not find food and fell into despair, knowing that he did not have long to live. A few days passed. His limbs were weak from hunger, and he could only lean on a tree, lying on the ground. He gradually fainted. In his stupor, he heard many voices talking. Hey, look, this person finally fainted. Just as I expected, he's done for. Actually, ordinary abyss can be left. We just need to get reputation Gu. Reputation Gu is at the center of Whisper Forest, suppressed by a rock. Unfortunately, he does not know. Haha. Shoo. Let's talk softly. It would be bad if he hears us. It's fine. He has already fainted. Not long later, he will be buried by the black soil, turning into nutrients to nourish our trees. Hearing this, Verdant Great Sun was startled awake. It turned out that this forest was the Whispering Forest. The rustling of leaves he had heard before was the sound of whispers in the forest. According to the information he had heard, Verdant Great Sun walked to the center of the forest, moved the rock, and obtained Reputation Gu. Reputation Gu was like a chrysanthemum. Its petals were golden and dazzling, emitting a smell that was both fragrant and smelly. Reputation Gu said to Verdant Great Sun, "Young man, thank you for moving the rock and saving me. To repay you, I have decided to help you cross ordinary abyss." Reputation Gu told Verdant Great Sun how to use himself. Verdant Great Sun was overjoyed. He went to ordinary abyss and stuffed Reputation Gu into his mouth and shouted with all his strength. What was strange was that no matter how hard he shouted, there was no sound. However, the ordinary abyss was shaken to the point where it continuously shook, the disturbance simply as if mountains were collapsing and earth splitting. The air was filled with a wonderful fragrance. Verdant Great Sun was not suspicious because he knew from Reputation Gu. Reputation itself was silent, but it could spread far and wide, causing a huge commotion. Following his shout, a golden bridge appeared in the air. But the golden bridge had a limit. There was still a long distance to the other side. Verdant Great Sun was too hungry, he was too tired. He tried several times, but the effect kept decreasing. There was no hope of saving himself. The Reputation Gu heaved a sigh. "Sigh, you have not eaten for a long time. Although you have qi in your stomach, the quantity is small. From your stomach, It has to pass through your stomach, chest, throat, and finally exit. The journey is too long. We need to reduce the distance this way. You can press me between your two butts. Verdant Great Sun did as he was told. Reputation goo landed near his lower body, turning into a chrysanthemum hole. All right, you can adjust your chi now and shout again. Reputation goo said. Verdant Great Sun then transferred a gust of chi and expelled it from his body through this hole. Puff! In a daze, Verdant Great Sun seemed to hear a muffled sound. The air was filled with an unbearable stench, but that golden bridge became majestic, spanning over 1,000 feet, reaching the other side of the shore. A bad reputation was always easier and more stable than a good one. Verdant Great Sun quickly stepped on the bridge, crossing ordinary abyss and successfully saving himself. Chapter 293. 8 days later. Nanshio Garden. In the small square, the starstone tiles were laid out. The view was clear and the stars were shining brightly. Fang Yuan stood at one end of the square with his hands behind his back, his legs slightly apart and his eyes closed, breathing deeply and slowly. In front of him, there were more than 10 stone pillars. Each stone pillar had a diameter of 6 meters, and they were black and hard. The stone pillars were spaced apart, almost covering the whole square. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, suddenly opening his eyes. Immediately, it was as if lightning flashed in the air. Charge! He took large strides, and after a few steps, he arrived in front of a stone pillar. His footsteps stopped. He twisted his waist and swung his arm, punching horizontally. Bam! With a muffled sound, the stone pillar shook, and a spherical crater was formed, causing stone fragments to fly everywhere. Again, Fang Yuan held his breath, attacking with fists and palms. At the same time, flying kicks, elbows, knees, shoulders. Every part of his body was turned into a sharp weapon. Bam, bam, bam. Muffled sounds continued. The stone pillar shook continuously, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Fang Yuan did not stop in one breath. His attacks were like a torrential storm, endless and unending. In a moment, this stone pillar had shrunk to half its original size, like a small tree in a storm. Crack! Fang Yuan fiercely kicked horizontally, and with a crisp sound, the stone pillar that was already in danger finally could not endure anymore, breaking into two and falling to the ground. Fang Yuan slowly retracted his leg, breathing slightly hurried, a thin layer of sweat seeping out of his forehead. He looked at the ground. These two broken stone pillars were already beyond recognition. The surface was full of potholes, the traces of Fang Yuan's punches and kicks. This is because I did not use all-out effort goo. Normal attacks can't bring out the beast phantom. Swoosh! He let out a soft shout, took 2 large strides, and suddenly rushed in front of the nearest stone pillar. His right hand turned into a palm and heavily slammed towards the stone pillar. Howl! A shadow of a brown bear suddenly appeared in the air behind Fang Yuan. It had a plump body and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp white teeth. At the same time, he raised his right palm and slapped, which was very similar to Fang Yuan's movements. At this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a surge of power in his right palm. Boom! Fang Yuan slammed into the stone pillar, causing a loud sound. The thick stone pillar, which even 2 people would not be able to wrap their arms around, was instantly broken. With a loud boom, it fell to the ground. A shallow pit appeared on the floor. A rebounding force immediately transmitted towards Fang Yuan, shaking Fang Yuan's right palm to the point of numbness. After Fang Yuan bought the brown bear innate strength goo, he had been using it. Now that he had succeeded, he gained the strength of a bear. I had to strike that stone pillar dozens of times before I managed to destroy it. After using the all-out effort goo, he only needed 1 strike to break the stone pillar. Fang Yuan sensed the gap between them. All-out effort goo was not an attack-type goo, but a support-type goo. But once it was used, it had a miraculous effect. The difference between Fang Yuan's strength before and after was like heaven and earth. It was rare to use a support goo as the core. Most goo masters use support goo in their goo set, and were only the main support. For example, Wei Yang. Wei Yang used the movement goo rainbow light goo as the core, the offensive blade light goo as one support, and the support light source goo as the second support. The light source goo could greatly reduce the primeval essence expenditure of light-type goo. All-out effort goo could be used as a support goo, but it could be used as the core. From this aspect, one could see its value. But although the canopy goo's defense is impressive, it lacks rigidity. If it were golden shield goo, the effect would be even better. Fang Yuan thought. During the entire attack, he had been using the canopy goo. Otherwise, his hands and legs would have been destroyed. The effect of force was mutual. Although Fang Yuan's bones were like steel, his skin, flesh, tendons, and blood were all mortal. If not for the canopy goo's protection, his bones would have been fine, but his flesh would have been mangled. However, golden shield goo was not in stock yet. Fang Yuan was out of money. Initially, he had over 900,000 yuan stone, but Bai Ningbing took half of it. Then, for the all-out effort goo, he spent a lot of money in the gambling den. Furthermore, his food, lodging, and feeding his goo worms were all very expensive in Shang Clan's third inner city. After that, he changed his resources and invested a large amount of yuan stone. 8 days ago, he had handed over the remaining 80,000 primeval stones till he ran in front of everyone on the practice field. Right now, not only was Fang Yuan clean, he was also in debt. Because according to the poison vow, he still needed to give Li Ran 120,000 yuan stone. Fang Yuan knew this was a necessary investment. Reputation was secondary. The most important thing was to stabilize Li Ran and show him a sincere cooperation. Even though Fang Yuan had used the going back on his words goo to get rid of the poison vow goo a few days ago, Li Ran was an unexpected gain for Fang Yuan. Killing Li Ran would leave behind evidence and arouse Shang Clan's suspicions. It was a bad move. Thus, Fang Yuan did not kill him. To Fang Yuan, Li Ran was a chess piece. Even though he was not useful, he was very useful. In the future, Fang Yuan might even be able to get the rank 5 all-out effort goo's refinement recipe from Wu Clan through Li Ran. Right now, the most important thing was to stabilize Wu Clan through Li Ran. 3 days ago, Li Ran had used the emergency method to contact the person in charge. He expressed that Fang Yuan could be used. This way, Wu Clan's chances of revenge would be very low. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token to begin with. If they touched Fang Yuan, they would attract Shang Clan's attention. Fang Yuan also had rank 3 cultivation. With the all-out effort goo, his battle strength rose sharply. If they really wanted revenge, they would have to send a rank 3 or 4 goo master. Mobilizing such a clan elder-level strength had already broken the tacit agreement between the top clans. This was the benefit of keeping Li Ran alive. Again, Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and shouted. He lowered his body, holding his arm as he willed, pouring 5% of his light silver primeval essence into vertical crash goo. Vertical crash. The goo worm's mystical strength made his legs fly forward uncontrollably. Bam bam bam. In a straight line, he moved for more than 10 steps, knocking down 3 stone pillars. When it reached the 4th stone pillar, it kept shaking, but in the end, it did not collapse. This was under the situation where Fang Yuan did not use the all-out effort goo. Vertical crash goo was a movement goo that Fang Yuan bought. Its effect was to forcefully break through. If there were no obstructions, he charged forward for 50 steps before coming to a halt. If there was an obstruction, it would be less than 50 steps. This goo was more suitable for Fang Yuan than jumping grass. The jumping ability of jumping grass came from the goo worm itself, and vertical crash goo strength came from Fang Yuan himself. The stronger Fang Yuan's strength, the better the vertical crash goo's ability to forcefully break through. During the battle with Li Ran, Fang Yuan activated Boar Phantom at the same time. It was a perfect combination, heavily injuring Li Ran at once. Horizontal charge. Fang Yuan activated another goo, and his whole body charged horizontally like a tyrannical crab, crashing into the stone pillar. This was horizontal charge goo, similar to vertical crash goo, but it charged horizontally. Fang Yuan sold the jumping grass and bought horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo as his movement goo. No doubt, these two goo could exert strength while moving, and were very suitable for strength path goo masters, making movement itself a method of attack. When I reach rank 4, I can fuse these two goo into charging crash goo and use it. This was a long-term investment. It could save him money. Next, Fang Yuan used these two goo worms alternately, turning into a raging bull, charging around the square. This time, he was multitasking. Not only was he using horizontal charge goo or vertical crash goo, he was also using all-out effort goo. The stone pillars were sent flying and smashed into the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Using Boar Phantom, I can send 5 stone pillars flying and knock down 8. Using Bear Phantom, I can send 7 stone pillars flying and knock down 5. Using Crocodile Phantom, I can send 3 stone pillars flying and knock down 4. Fang Yuan carefully experienced the intricacies of this. Evidently, Boar Strength was suitable for charging, it had a long range, and the effect was good. Brown Bear Strength was strong in the first half, but weak in the second half. As for Crocodile Strength, it was not suitable for charging attacks. Currently, all-out effort goo can only activate one goo's strength. I cannot use Boar Phantom and Bear Phantom at the same time. That is to say, my strength of 2 boars is a waste. If I use other beast strengths, I can increase my offensive abilities in other areas. Right now, I have the strength of 2 boars, 1 bear, and 1 crocodile, and have reached the limits of my body. It is time to use Steel Tendon Goo. Fang Yuan had already bought the Steel Tendon Goo. Steel Tendon and Iron Bone complementing each other. But Steel Tendon Goo was different from Iron Bone Goo. The latter was an expendable goo, while the former needed to be used continuously for a period of time before the quantity would reach a qualitative change, forming a steel tendon effect on Fang Yuan's body. After calling the servants to clean up the plaza, Fang Yuan returned to his secret room. He did not want to waste a single second, and started to use Steel Tendon Goo to modify his body. 3 days later, 5th Inner City Battle Stage. A blue-clothed man stood in front of Fang Yuan, gasping for breath with lingering fear. I only fought with this kid for 5 to 6 rounds, and I suffered heavy injuries. All-out effort goo is really something. Every move can create Beast Phantom. It is too terrifying. This blue-clothed man stared at Fang Yuan, trying to raise his spirits. I cannot lose. As long as I defeat him, according to the battle stage's rules, I can obtain the all-out effort goo. With this goo, I can also cultivate the strength path. The blue-clothed man thought of this and shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan again. Water Prison Goo. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue water ball. The water ball quickly expanded and enveloped Fang Yuan's whole body. Fang Yuan snorted and waved his fist in the water, casually punching. Boar Phantom. The water ball shook 3 times, deforming intensely, but did not break. It's useless. To deal with me, I borrowed money from loan sharks to buy this rank 3 water prison goo. The blue-clothed man laughed proudly. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp, and without any panic, he sent out another palm. Bear Phantom. The water ball shook fiercely, deforming intensely, almost breaking, but eventually returned to its original shape. Beast strength is fierce. Water is soft. Using softness to overcome hardness, you cannot break it. The blue-clothed man heaved a sigh of relief. But at this time, Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked sideways. Crocodile Phantom. Crocodiles were different from boars and brown bears. They were amphibious creatures and were familiar with water. Crack. The water ball suddenly broke, and the effect was immediate. What? The blue-clothed man turned pale with fright. Vertical crash goo. Bam. The blue-clothed man was sent flying by Fang Yuan, spurting out large amounts of blood, and only landed on the ground after flying for 20 steps. He struggled to get up, but fell down again halfway, motionless. Chapter 294. Even Wang Han lost, dying in the battle stage. This lad is too ruthless. He doesn't know how to show mercy. All-out effort goo is truly powerful. Outside the battle stage, everyone discussed. Fang Yuan kicked out the water prison and charged over, directly killing the blue shirt man. The battle ended abruptly. The blue shirt man's chest caved in, his white ribs were exposed, and soon, blood dyed the battle stage red. The hosting goo master walked up the stage, and announced Fang Yuan's victory. The blue shirt man's corpse, however, was left untouched. After retrieving the Vine information goo from the hosting goo master, Fang Yuan checked with his mind. He had 17 victories and 0 losses. After all, this was only 5th Inner City's battle stage. Rank 2 goo masters were the majority, and Fang Yuan had the advantage with his cultivation. With the all-out effort goo, other than the first few matches, the rest were decided in a few rounds. These victories gave Fang Yuan a large amount of Yuan stone. Winning a match in the battle stage, not only could he take away the opponent's goo worm, he could also obtain Yuan stone from the battle stage as a reward. The more spectators, the more Yuan stone the reward would be. Li Ran, here is 50,000 Yuan stone. I will give it to you in front of everyone, in case you go back on your word. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out a pile of Yuan stones. Li Ran walked out of the crowd, and under countless envious gazes, he smiled and kept these Yuan stones. Fang Jing, you are a trustworthy person indeed. You gave 80,000 earlier, now it is 50,000, it is 130,000 already. He cupped his fists and left after saying that. The crowd went into an uproar again. This Fang Jing, he gave 80,000 earlier, now he is giving 50,000. Where did he get so much money? Someone did not understand. It is not strange. In this half a month, he has won repeatedly in the battle stage, and the fame of the all-out effort goo has attracted many spectators. Every match, he earns at least a few thousand Yuan stone. After a few matches, he earns tens of thousands of Yuan stone. Someone said with a sour tone. Not just that. This kid was vicious and merciless, killing his opponents in almost every match. Very few could escape unscathed. That's why he can get 2 or 3 goo in every round. Once he sells these goo, he can earn another sum of money. Someone coldly snorted, exposing Fang Yuan's atrocities. This Fang Jing has gone too far. He is stepping on our corpses to advance. Someone was furious. Someone sighed. We are all demonic goo masters. Why must we kill each other? Sigh. Someone else lamented. But then again, Fang Jing has his merits. When he said that he would give Li Ran 200,000 Yuan stone, he really did so. To be honest, if it were me. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Very quickly, someone retorted, 200,000 Yuan stone. Didn't you not give them all? You can say that again after you've given me everything. Looking at Fang Yuan's back as he left, someone in the crowd sneered. This kid's good days are coming to an end. 5 days from now, Li Hao will forcefully challenge him. Li Hao, didn't he go up to the 4th inner field? Just a little bit more, Himph. I'm waiting to see this show. Hee hee, this kid is too arrogant. Let Li Hao teach him a lesson. Swish, swish, swish in the aperture. The tides rose and fell. The light silver primeval sea created waves. The steel tendon goose swam in the sea, absorbing the light silver primeval essence and emitting a black eerie glow. The steel tendon goo was shaped like an earthworm. Its whole body was black, but its surface was not as soft as an earthworm. Instead, it had a layer of tough and glossy carapace. The eerie glow it emitted passed through the aperture and shone on every corner of Fang Yuan's body. Under the effect of the eerie glow, Fang Yuan's muscles and tendons were dyed with a layer of faint black, becoming tougher and stronger. After a long time, Fang Yuan finally stopped using the steel tendon goo. He was sweating profusely, his breathing was rough, and his head was slightly dizzy. The feeling of using the steel tendon goo was not pleasant. All sorts of numbness, pain, and itchiness attacked his nerves, testing a goo master's endurance. Ordinary goo masters would need at least half a year to use the steel tendon goo, but in Fang Yuan's plan, he condensed the time to 1 month. This meant that he would need to use the steel tendon goo 6 times more than ordinary people. It was a severe test of his willpower and endurance. I must cherish every minute and every second of my time and carry on with my cultivation. I need to increase my strength as fast as possible. I need Yuan stone. The battle stage is the fastest way to earn money. But as long as I lose, the all-out effort goo will be taken away. I might be able to use the purple thorn token to stop it, but I will have to pay a huge price in other aspects. I cannot lose. I am like a galloping war horse. My strength is rising rapidly. But as long as I lose, I will suffer a huge setback. My rising momentum will be met with a head-on blow. Shang Clan City is just another starting point. How can I fall here? In this life, I want to become a Gu immortal. I want to charge to rank 7, rank 8, rank 9. I want to reach the peak and see the scenery I could not see in my previous life. It is rumored that above rank 9 is the highest realm of eternal life. It is easy to live long, but no one can achieve eternal life. A life, the highest realm is eternal life. Their greatest desire is eternal life. What wealth? It is just a hobby of collecting. What men and women? It is just primitive. What reputation? It is just bullshit from others. It is filled with the smell of corruption. Wealth, beauty, reputation, status. Those who pursue these are simply short-sighted. On earth, there is no choice. Everyone will die. They can only pursue these things. Otherwise, life would be boring. But in this world, primeval energy is abundant. There is the possibility of eternal life. Why not pursue it? For eternal life, wealth, beauty, reputation, status, they can all be used. They can also be abandoned. For eternal life, fear cannot stop me. I will move forward bravely. For eternal life, laziness cannot stop me. I will not slack off for even a moment. For eternal life, pain cannot stop me. Gods and demons cannot stop me. Heaven and earth cannot stop me. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan's pitch-black eyes seemed to be burning with dark red demonic flames. After resting time, he activated the steel tendon Gu again without hesitation. The black, eerie light shone on every part of his body, even penetrating his skin. In the silent, secret room, his expression was extremely cold, like a steel statue, showing a stubborn and unyielding toughness. All sorts of aches and pains, they were just ripples in the lake of his heart. Others could not endure it, but that did not mean Fang Yuan could not. If stubbornness was a demon, then Fang Yuan was a demon among demons. No matter how many times he died, it would not change his determination. No matter how many setbacks he suffered, they could only be used as firewood to fuel the demonic flames of ambition in his heart. Bam! A huge explosion reverberated in the battle stage. Rocks flew, airwaves swept. Although the opponent escaped a fatal blow, he was still pushed back more than 10 steps by the air waves. As the dust settled, the culprit behind this attack was revealed. It was a giant toad. It was even bigger than a mammoth. Its bulging eyes were like millstones. Its whole body was ash green. It had a huge belly, strong and powerful limbs. Its skin was covered in green moss, and there were even rocks embedded on it. The most eye-catching part was its back. Its back bulged up as if it was carrying a small mountain on its back. This mountain peak was genuine. It was made of solid mountain rocks, about 15 meters tall. The rocks were stacked on top of each other, as if they were chopped by knives and axes. The mountain rocks were also covered in moss, grass, and even 2 to 3 small trees. This was a rank 3 Gu, called mountain back toad. It was thick and sturdy, and its most proficient move was to jump up high and then smash down with the force of empty tie. Just now, it had displayed its best move. The whole battle stage was like an earthquake, causing the surrounding spectators to lose their footing, swaying left and right. Such an attack is too strong. The momentum was grand. Even the spectators felt their hearts palpitating. Mountain back toad is like a fortress, able to attack and defend at the same time. Its biggest weakness is its speed, but its owner perfectly filled in this weakness. Everyone discussed among themselves. Their gazes first focused on the mountain back toad, and then shifted to another Gu master at the same time. This Gu master wore a flowery robe. He was thin and had a delicate appearance. Although he was a man, he wore foundation and rouge, standing on the other side of the battle stage, picking at his long and clean fingernails. His name was Li Hao, rank 3 cultivation. He had rich battle experience, especially against strength path Gu cultivators. You want to fight me with just you? Hee, admit defeat, don't waste my time. Li Hao stared at his fingernails, not even looking at his opponent. Damn you, looking down on me like this. I'll fight you to the death. The opponent was also someone who worked in the battle stage, but was humiliated like this in front of everyone. His expression twisted in anger. He gritted his teeth and pounced towards Li Hao. Li Hao looked at him quietly as he charged towards him. His lips curled into a cold smile. You still haven't learned your lesson. Haven't you learned your lesson? Then, I'll let you have a taste of this special feeling. Position swap Gu. Li Hao's eyes shone with a strange light, looking at his mountain-back toad. After a breath of time, he disappeared and appeared at the mountain-back toad's position. At the same time, the mountain-back toad appeared at his original position. Using position swap Gu, he swapped places with the mountain-back toad. His opponent was charging towards Li Hao, but in an instant, the mountain-back toad appeared in front of him. Bam! The mountain-back toad jumped like a flying mountain, easily sending the opponent flying. The battle ended within everyone's expectations. Mountain-back toad and position swap Gu. Such a battle tactic is simply unbeatable. That's right. Position swap Gu can not only swap places with the mountain-back toad, it can also swap with the opponent. This completely makes up for the mountain-back toad's lack of mobility. After this battle, Li Hao will have 29 net victories. One more battle, and he will be promoted to 4th inner city. Hurry up and go up. No one can stop him here. Chapter 295. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Fang Yuan faced another battle. Your opponent today has some background. Wei Yang walked beside Fang Yuan, instructing Fang Yuan to be careful. Fang Yuan nodded. He never fought unprepared. Ever since he became Li Ran's underground ally, he had obtained a lot of information from him. Li Ran was a spy. He had been undercover for 8 years. His job was to gather intelligence. His knowledge of the battle stage was even more detailed than Wei Yang's. Li Hao was once a strength cultivator. He got to 4th inner city. He was once high-spirited, but met a bottleneck. Strength path cultivators are strong in the early stages, but weak in the middle and later stages. They are hard to overcome. Li Hao suffered a huge setback. He gave up on strength path and changed to a support path. It was also because of his fortuitous encounter. He won a good rock in the gambling den and obtained the rare position swap Gu. He is very experienced. He immediately sold almost all the Gu on him and spent a huge amount of money to buy a mountain-back toad. After that, he relied on the combination of these two Gu and won every battle. Relying on the primeval stones and Gu he obtained from his victories, he slowly accumulated and gradually completed a set of Gu worms. He challenged you forcefully, evidently because of the all-out effort Gu in your hands. Be careful. Wei Yang patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and returned to the crowd. Fang Yuan looked at Wei Yang deeply before walking to the battle stage. Every time there was an important battle, Wei Yang would come to watch. Fang Yuan understood. He was here to watch the battle. One reason was because Shang clan wanted to recruit him. The other reason, it was because he truly treated Fang Yuan as a brother. The relationship between people was so strange. Some people lived together for decades, but did not open their hearts. Some people only had a single conversation and became close friends. Fang Yuan understood Wei Yang's emotions. In Fang Yuan, he saw the shadow of his past self. This strong sense of identity, as well as Fang Yuan's straightforward personality, made him treat Fang Yuan as one of his own. Wei Yang, Fang Yuan muttered to himself as he walked to the center of the arena. The terrain of this training field was in the shape of a large swamp. The black mud gave off a faint stench. There were even puddles on the ground. Li Hao hadn't arrived yet. Outside the battle stage, a large number of spectating Gu masters gathered. This was the largest number of spectators since Fang Yuan's martial arts exhibition. Standing on the field and looking around, there were heads everywhere. Everyone whispered to each other, causing the entire martial arts practice grounds to buzz with noise. That punk Fang Zheng is going to be in trouble today. He has been too arrogant these days. I should teach him a lesson. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They really think they are invincible just because they have an all-out effort Gu. Li Hao is here, someone shouted. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then the sound of discussion suddenly heated up. The clamor was so loud that it almost broke through the roof of the martial arena. Li Hao appeared at the entrance. Sir Li Hao, it's all up to you today. Here's to your 30th victory and your promotion to 4th inner city. In the crowd, many people were shouting and cheering. Compared to Fang Yuan, they acknowledged Li Hao more from the bottom of their hearts. Fang Yuan had just arrived and was extremely arrogant, killing many opponents without mercy. He had a purple thorn token, causing everyone to be jealous of his good luck. In contrast, Li Hao was a veteran in the battle stage. His original strength path was defeated in 4th Inner City, but he rose up after suffering, symbolizing the battle stage's standard spirit of fighting without rest, resonating with the surrounding people. Li Hao smiled as he slowly walked onto the stage. He was skinny, wearing a flowery robe and makeup, walking leisurely towards Fang Yuan. But when he was 60 steps away from Fang Yuan, he stopped and did not move forward. In Fang Yuan's previous battles, he had used vertical crash gu to launch a sneak attack, sending his opponents flying and succeeding in one move. Li Hao had been in the battle stage for many years. It was impossible for him not to make preparations before the battle. Vertical crash gu could only charge up to 50 steps. 60 steps was safe. Strength cultivator, he lightly glanced at Fang Yuan, disdain flashing in his eyes. Young man, I'm sorry, your winning streak ends here. Do you know, looking at you now, it is like looking at me in the past. Strength cultivators have no future, even if you have all-out effort gu. So what? Thank me. I defeated you today for your own good, to let you know your weakness in strength cultivation. He lectured Fang Yuan in front of everyone with his identity as a senior. You really have a lot of nonsense. Do you dare to shut up? Fang Yuan crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. You. Anger flashed on Li Hao's face, his laughter filled with coldness. Young man, you are disrespecting your seniors, you will suffer. At this time, with a clang, the hosting gu master announced the start of the battle. Vertical crash gu. Fang Yuan moved his legs and charged forward. Swoosh! The soil under his feet was like a black wave, splashing high into the air from his left and right. Oh, what a fierce aura! Li Hao covered his mouth and laughed lightly. He was clear in his heart. Vertical crash gu could only charge up to 50 steps, and every time he used it, he had to wait for 5 breaths before he could use it again. He was 60 steps away from Fang Yuan. It looked dangerous, but it was actually very safe. This terrain was advantageous to him. The muddy terrain was not like the dry and firm ground. It was not good for charging. As expected, Fang Yuan charged for 45 steps before his momentum stopped. But immediately after, Fang Yuan turned his body, using the side of his body to face Li Hao. Horizontal charge gu. The black soil split apart like a wave, and a boar phantom appeared out of nowhere. The aura of the charge suddenly rose by a large margin. It was incomparably fierce. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was in front of Li Hao. If he was hit, he would definitely vomit blood and have his bones broken. Li Hao turned pale with fright. At the moment of danger, he quickly activated his vital gu. Shift. In an instant, he switched positions with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was originally facing Li Hao, crashing into him. But the next moment, his back was against Li Hao's, and he was far away from him. I was careless. In a short moment, Li Hao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not think that Fang Yuan would pose much of a threat to him. After knowing that Fang Yuan had horizontal charge gu and vertical crash gu, he did not think much of it. He was almost heavily injured by Fang Yuan. At the moment of danger, his many years of battle experience saved him. Rather than defending, it was better to dodge. With a shift, Fang Yuan's attack missed. No matter how strong the attack was, if it missed, it would be useless if it did not cause any damage. This kid has all-out effort gu. Every move is powerful. I have already sold my strength gu, and my beast strength is also gone. I cannot fight him head-on. Li Hao calmed his mind and immediately retreated. He used his movement gu, and his body became as light as a willow as he flew backwards, quickly pulling apart the distance between him and Fang Yuan. At the same time, he pointed towards the sky, and a green light shot out of his aperture, tearing through the sky. The jade-like green light suddenly stopped in midair, and then suddenly exploded. In the dazzling light, the mountain-backed toad's huge body appeared, and it started to fall. On the ground, a black shadow quickly shrouded Fang Yuan and was getting bigger and bigger. 5 breaths of time had passed. Fang Yuan targeted Li Hao, and activated vertical crash goo, charging towards him. His speed increased, and he quickly left the area shrouded by the shadow. Just as he rushed out, the mountain-back toad crashed down. Bam! Amidst the loud noise, the entire martial arts practice field shook violently. Black mud splashed everywhere like a monstrous wave. The waves even splashed to the edge of the stage, causing the spectators to dodge subconsciously, but they were all blocked by a huge dark red barrier. The battle stage naturally had its own defensive goo. "It's here, Lord Li Hao's mountain-back toad." Seeing this, the crowd shouted excitedly. Even if Fang Jing gets in front of Li Hao, it's useless. Li Hao only needs to use the position swap goo and switch places with the mountain-back toad. But Fang Yuan did not charge towards Li Hao. He suddenly stopped his charging footsteps. The black mud was like a huge wave, crashing onto his body, but was blocked by the white armor of the sky canopy goo. Horizontal charge goo. When the black wave landed on the ground, he turned his body towards the mountain-back toad and charged towards it. Roar! A bear's roar exploded like thunder, and at the same time, a brown bear phantom suddenly appeared, roaring towards the sky in a wild and unrestrained manner. Bam! Fang Yuan fiercely crashed into the mountain-back toad's body, causing it to tilt to the side. But that was all. The mountain-back toad had a special mountain peak on its body. It was made of mountain rock essence. It was extremely heavy, one of the top rank 3 goo. When its 4 legs touched the ground, it was as steady as Mount Tai, not moving at all, causing people to sigh in admiration. But Fang Yuan did not care. He raised his arms like a war hammer and smashed. Roar, roar, roar. Above his head, strength path phantoms of boar, brown bear, and crocodile appeared crazily. Every punch brought along the sound of the wind, fierce and unrestrained. When the punches landed on the mountain-back toad's body, there was an unceasing thunderous sound, like a torrential storm. Such a ferocious attack caused the spectators' hearts to tremble in fear, feeling a chill in their hearts. If I was attacked like this, I would have been smashed to pieces already. The all-out effort goo is really too strong, too strong. But Fang Jing's brain is muddled. He did not attack Li Hao, but chose to attack a tough opponent instead. The mountain-back toad's defense was outstanding, but under Fang Yuan's wild attacks, it did not move at all, causing people to feel discouraged. But Fang Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. The more he attacked, the crazier he became, persevering without giving up, as if this mountain-back toad was his mortal enemy. Li Hao's expression gradually changed. No matter how strong the mountain-back toad was, it had its limits. It could not endure such continuous attacks. Croak, croak, croak. The mountain-back toad cried out loudly. It could no longer hold in the pain. I can't let this go on. Li Hao's heart thumped. He quickly willed and controlled the mountain-back toad. The mountain-back toad started its counterattack, its hind legs stomping on the ground, and its body pounced towards Fang Yuan. This move was extremely heavy. If Fang Yuan was hit by it, he would definitely be sent flying. Horizontal charge goo. His eyes shined brightly, and he charged in time, dodging the mountain-back toad's attack. Chapter 296. Howl, howl, howl. Beast phantoms flashed crazily with earth-shattering momentum. Mountain-back toad cried out in pain and charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted and dodged in time. Mountain-back toad carried a mountain on its back. It was too heavy and its speed was very slow. Fang Yuan dodged easily. Horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo were used consecutively. Mountain-back toad attacked many times, but did not even manage to touch Fang Yuan's skin. Everyone was dumbstruck. Mountain-back toad's unshakable image in everyone's hearts was swept away as it cried out in pain from Fang Yuan's beating. This kid is actually so fierce. Li Hao was also shocked. He gritted his teeth and urged mountain-back toad to jump high. Brat, I will smash you into meat paste. Li Hao grinned and let out a cold laugh, his killing intent surging in his heart. However, mountain-back toad's shadow did not move towards Fang Yuan. Instead, it landed on Li Hao. Mountain-back toad's huge body started to descend, crashing towards Li Hao. Seeing this scene, most people were stunned for a moment. unable to react. Only a few people, including Wei Yong, saw through Li Hao's battle tactic. Simply using the mountain back toad to smash at Fang Yuan, the attack would easily miss. Fang Yuan had horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo. He could dodge. But if mountain back toad smashed towards Li Hao could use position swap goo to swap positions with Fang Yuan. As long as he grasped the timing well, Fang Yuan could not react in time and be smashed to death by mountain back toad. With mountain back toad's weight, even if it did not kill him, it would definitely heavily injure him. However, the moment mountain back toad flew into the air, Fang Yuan immediately charged towards Li Hao. Using horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo, he quickly reached Li Hao's side. Damn this guy. He actually saw through me. At this moment, Li Hao was extremely furious. Fang Yuan was still a distance away from him, but now that he used the position swap goo, Fang Yuan had enough time to dodge the mountain back toad's attack. But if he didn't use it now, once Fang Yuan got close to him, even if he used the position swap goo to change his position, he wouldn't be able to escape in time and would be crushed to death by the mountain back toad along with Fang Yuan. Without a choice, Li Hao could only use position swap goo and swap places with Fang Yuan. Boom! The mountain back toad fell to the ground. As expected, Fang Yuan dodged it with a horizontal dash. He had been paying attention to the alternating usage of horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo. Usually, there would be a gap of 3 breaths. Including the time needed to charge for 50 steps, he would always have a movement goo to use. Small details often determine success or failure. Fang Yuan's rich battle experience from his previous life made him flawless. He charged at the mountain back toad once more, throwing punches and kicks at it. His attacks were ferocious, and he struck it head-on. Phantoms made of beast power flickered one after another, extremely ferocious. The mountain back toad was once again engulfed in a torrential storm of attacks. It croaked as it was beaten, and crushed rocks flew everywhere. The spectators who were clamoring earlier fell into silence. Many people opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in shock. All-out effort goo was being used by Fang Yuan in such a domineering manner. Even the mountain back toad became a punching bag, falling into a disadvantageous position. The battle was in full swing, and the scene was intense. Li Hao, on the other hand, was calm. Li Hao had never expected Fang Yuan to attack the mountain back toad so relentlessly. In the past, when Li Hao fought with his opponents, they all gave up on the mountain back toad and tried to attack him. Once Li Hao lost, the mountain back toad was no longer a concern. This was the choice of a smart person, but unfortunately, Fang Yuan chose the most foolish target. He focused all his attacks on the mountain back toad, ignoring the main target, Li Hao. Li Hao was left to the side, as if he was an unrelated spectator. His situation was awkward. Beast phantoms flickered and converged in the air. Fang Yuan circled around the mountain back toad, beating it fiercely. The mountain back toad's huge and mighty body was now so clumsy. Oh no, the mountain back toad is vomiting blood. Li Hao, who was far away, felt his limbs turn cold when he saw this. Position swap goo. His eyes shone with a strange light, attracting Fang Yuan. In an instant, Fang Yuan's vision changed, and when he looked again, Li Hao had already moved him far away. In contrast, Li Hao had replaced Fang Yuan's position, standing beside the mountain back toad. He stretched out his palms and placed them on the mountain back toad, healing it. The mountain back toad's injuries shocked him. He had fought so many battles in the battle stage, but had never seen such serious injuries. Am I going to lose this battle? Lose to such a young junior? No, impossible. The strong feeling of failure appeared in Li Hao's heart for the first time. Fang Yuan sneered and charged forward. How could he allow Li Hao to heal the mountain back toad in front of his eyes? Seeing Fang Yuan charging towards him, Li Hao gritted his teeth and gave up on healing, running in the opposite direction. When Fang Yuan arrived in front of the mountain back toad, he used the position swap goo. This way, he was standing beside the mountain back toad again, while Fang Yuan was far away. But Fang Yuan did not care, continuing to charge forward. Li Hao's healing was interrupted repeatedly, and Fang Yuan's attacks were fruitless. But even so, he continued to charge, not giving up. After a few times, it was Li Hao who stopped healing, his expression uncertain. Many of the spectators were puzzled by this scene, but there were smart people after all. Every time Fangjing charges, it seems useless, but Li Hao's primeval essence is being expended intensely. That's right. Position swap Gu might have mystical effects, but it has its drawbacks. The huge primeval essence expenditure is one of them. The further the distance, the stronger the opponent, the more primeval essence Li Ran needs to expend to activate position swap Gu. Fang Yuan has the strength of 2 boars, a crocodile, and a bear. Every time Li Ran uses position swap Gu, he will expend a lot of primeval essence. Moreover, he still needs to heal the mountain-back toad. Even a rank 3 primeval essence cannot endure this. Li Hao also realized this. Thus he had no choice but to stop healing. He did not have much primeval essence left. If it were his previous opponents, he would still have rank 3 white-silver primeval essence. But now, Fang Yuan's cultivation was also rank 3. After these rounds, Fang Yuan had firmly established a primeval essence advantage. Seeing Fang Yuan charging over again, Li Hao's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he had no choice but to charge forward. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, immediately giving up on the mountain-back toad and attacking Li Hao. Bam bam bam. His fists exploded the air with impressive might and were incomparably ferocious, like a tide slapping against a reef. After a few rounds, Li Hao could not hold on anymore. Although his goo worms were replenished, the true core was still the mountain-back toad and position swap goo. To reduce the primeval essence expenditure of position swap goo, he also got rid of the beast phantoms that were hiding in his body. Fang Yuan's attacks were extremely fierce, like a torrential storm, making it hard for him to breathe. Li Hao relied on his previous foundation as a strength cultivator to barely resist, but he had no choice but to use position swap Gu again to exchange for the mountain-back toad. Fang Yuan did not chase after Li Hao, instead attacking the mountain-back toad. Boar, brown bear, and crocodile phantoms appeared one after another. At once, mountain rocks were sent flying. The mountain-back toad spat out mouthfuls of blood, frantically retaliating. But Fang Yuan used horizontal charge and vertical crash Gu alternately. The mountain-back toad's retaliation was extremely clumsy. How did it become like this? Even Lord Li Hao has no choice but to join the battle and share the burden for the mountain-back toad. Fangjing's attacks are terrifying. He is suppressing both Li Hao and the mountain-back toad. The battle had progressed to this point, out of everyone's expectations. Ever since Li Hao gave up the strength path and switched to the support path, they had never seen Li Hao in such a predicament. Li Hao's battle tactic was quite good. Using position swap Gu and coordinating with the mountain-back toad, the effect was extremely good. Even Fang Yuan could not break this battle tactic. But Fang Yuan did not need to break it. He did not even think of breaking it. He instinctively raised his fists and dealt with the situation by remaining unchanged. No matter which of them appears in front of me, I will just beat them up. This move seemed stupid, but great wisdom could be seen. A fierce and domineering aura was immediately displayed. This is a good method. Someone's eyes brightened. In the future, when I fight Li Hao, I will also learn from Fangjing and attack the mountain-back toad fiercely. Once he said this, he was immediately denied and ridiculed by the people around him. Bullshit. You want to learn from him? Are you muddle-headed? Fangjing can do this because he is a strength cultivator and his primeval essence consumption is low. You, a fire cultivator, daring to waste your attacks on the mountain-back toad is exactly what Li Hao wants to see. Without primeval essence, a Gu master's battle strength would fall sharply, and they would be like mortals. In a battle, the side with more primeval essence would have the advantage. The greater the difference in primeval essence, the greater the advantage. Some Gu masters who wanted to imitate Fang Yuan choked upon hearing this, unable to retort. Someone patted his head and said in enlightenment, I suddenly realized that strength cultivators also have their own advantages. That's right. Someone immediately added, strength cultivators use their bodies to attack. Thus strength Gu has a general advantage. It consumes less primeval essence. Every Gu path has its own advantages and disadvantages. It is not without reason that strength path was famous in the olden antiquity era. Everyone's gaze once again fell on the battlefield. Li Hao and his mountain-back toad were retreating under Fang Yuan's fierce attacks. All-out effort Gu's primeval essence consumption was very small. Fang Yuan's true attack power came from the beast phantoms. But these beast phantoms did not need to expend primeval essence. This was the most perverse part. If it were any other Gu master in Fang Yuan's position, they would have been exhausted after dozens of rounds. But Fang Yuan's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, lasting for an extremely long time. His aura continued to rise, and his punches carried the sound of the wind, overbearing and fierce, like the roar of a tiger or the roar of a giant bear. On him, everyone seemed to see the arrogant demeanor of the olden antiquity era's strength cultivators. Their hearts were beating rapidly, and their blood was boiling. Fang Yuan was getting more and more satisfied as he fought. Since his rebirth, he had been treading on thin ice, and all the pent-up anger in his heart was vented out as he punched and kicked. All the gloominess in his heart was swept away. No doubt, obtaining the all-out effort Gu was a turning point in Fang Yuan's life. Before this, he had been running around everywhere, living in a precarious situation with little food to eat. When he encountered a slightly bigger problem, he would need to rack his brains to think of a solution. But after obtaining the all-out effort Gu, he finally had the capital to be proud of, and could use his fists to solve many problems. Like now, he did not need to break Li Hao's exquisite battle tactics, and could directly sweep his fists. Demons were crafty, but they were even more overbearing, sweeping heaven and earth, sweeping mountains and rivers, splattering blood in the world. One's strength subdues all. If you are fierce, I am fiercer than you. If you are unreasonable, I am even more unreasonable than you. Demon, 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 kill, kill, kill. Fang Yuan fought to his heart's content, and a surge of emotions surged in his heart. Finally, he could not suppress it anymore, and let out a long howl. Because difficulties give rise to great aspirations, and the mortal world does not tempt my heart. Today, I will temporarily rest on the grass, and someday, I will roar and tread on mountains and rivers. From today onwards, I will walk on the road to greatness, sweeping away the dust, smiling at the vicissitudes of life, stepping on the green mountain, treading the blue sea, binding the blue dragon, striking the sky, bathing in the wind and rain, tempering the demonic soul, raising the flag and singing valiantly, defying heaven, defying fate, defying the universe. Bam! With a ruthless punch, the mountain-back toad could no longer hold on, and the mountain peak collapsed. Blood spurted out, and it was beaten to death by Fang Yuan. Rampage. Li Hao flew high, and after flying for more than 10 steps, he landed heavily. With a plop, he landed in the mud, and did not move. The black muddy water mixed with the dark red blood, and soon, his flowery robe was stained. He paid the price with his life for looking down on Fang Yuan. The battle stopped abruptly. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the spot, and his fierce and masculine aura suppressed the entire area. The battle stage seemed to still be echoing with his howl. Chapter 297. In the secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed. His light silver primeval essence was continuously activated, pouring into the self-reliance Gu. Self-reliance Gu was in Fang Yuan's aperture, swimming in the sea. It was shaped like a cockroach, flat and dark brown in color. It had long antennae and a pair of wings. This was a rank 3 healing Gu, bought by Fang Yuan during his blood exchange. Self-reliance Gu could be said to be the perfect Gu for strength cultivation Gu masters. The stronger the Gu master, the better the healing effect of the self-reliance Gu. Conversely, the weaker the strength, the worse the healing effect. Self-reliance was to obtain the effect of renewal and growth from one's strength. Fang Yuan already had the strength of 2 boars, 1 bear and 1 crocodile. Now that he activated the self-reliance Gu, the healing effect was already on par with fleshbone. This was still not its limit. When Fang Yuan continues to add new strength in the future, its healing effect would surpass fleshbone bone and continue to rise even higher. But the self-reliance Gu had its drawbacks. It could not be used to heal others, and could only be used by the Gu master themselves. This greatly restricted its use. In addition, it was a rare Gu that cost 45,000 primeval stones. It was even more expensive than Sword Shadow Gu. Thus, although there were many Strength Path Gu masters, few could afford it. Different from the olden times, Strength Path Gu masters were mostly at the bottom, doing manual labor. There were many low-rank ones, few high-rank ones, and even fewer outstanding ones. Those who stood proudly at the peak were extremely rare. In the entire southern border, there was only Empress Wu Ji. She was relying on the ancient Strength Path inheritance. This was an era where Strength Path declined. Right now, Fang Yuan was using the self-reliance Gu to heal himself. In the battle with Li Hao, he was injured. The main culprit was not Li Hao, nor was it the mountain-back toad, but Fang Yuan himself. In the intense battle, his attacks were wild and ferocious, lasting for a long time. This caused his muscles to strain and his tendons to rupture. Even the canopy Gu was dispirited and needed to recuperate. Fortunately, he used the iron bone Gu. His bones were firm and sturdy, so he was fine. Otherwise, even his bones would be broken. If an ordinary person exerted too much strength, they would strain their muscles. The more shells fired, the easier it was for the muzzle to explode. Any kind of power needed a cornerstone to carry it. This was especially true for Strength Path Gu cultivators. Although Fang Yuan had the Sky Canopy Gu and Iron Bones, his strength was too strong and his moves were endless. His muscles could not handle it, and the burden on his organs and blood was huge. After the battle, his entire body was filled with internal injuries. Even his sweat was stained with blood. It has already been 10 hours since I used the self-reliance Gu to heal my injuries. The main reason is the effect of the steel tendon Gu, causing the treatment to be difficult. Fang Yuan had a sense of propriety. Before this, he had been using the steel tendon Gu to modify his body and train his body. As a result, the large tendons in his muscles were dyed a faint black color. They gave off a metallic luster and became even tougher. Now, these large tendons were either pulled or directly ruptured. It was much more difficult for them to grow back and recover than it was for ordinary people. Why? Ordinary people might not be able to explain it clearly, but they knew that there was such a phenomenon. But Fang Yuan was clear. He was a Gu immortal in his previous life. He knew that this involved the laws of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu worms of all sizes contained law fragments of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The effect of the steel tendon Gu was to train the tendons in the Gu master's body until they were as tough as steel. This caused Fang Yuan's large tendons to be permanently attached with the power of the law, the traces of the great Tao. The self-reliance Gu's treatment was not only to restore the body's tendons, it also had to overcome and cover this layer of law power. Fortunately, this law did not conflict with the healing law. Otherwise, it would not be healing Fang Yuan, but harming Fang Yuan. Similarly, the brown bear innate strength Gu, black and white boar Gu, and crocodile strength Gu were the same. They contained fragments of the great Tao related to Qi strength, and when they were attached to Fang Yuan's body, they became beast phantoms and hid. Only when they used their full strength would they be visible to the naked eye. What were beast phantoms? In essence, they were the Tao marks of strength, the traces of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Another example, poison vow Gu. It was the law of restriction, placed in the Gu master's body to restrict the other party. This Tao mark could not be seen normally, but under the effect of the going back on one's words Gu, it could be exposed and then destroyed. The law contained in the going back on one's words Gu was the opposite of the poison vow Gu. It was just that the former was stronger, so it could restrain the poison vow Gu. Furthermore, why did rainbow light Gu and position swap Gu need the Gu master's body to be clean? This was also the reason. The law of strength would interfere with the law of light and the law of space. If the Tao mark of strength was too strong, it would cause the use of the latter two to fail. When Gu masters use Gu, they actually use the fragments of the great Tao. Gu is the carrier of the fragments, a natural tool. When Gu masters refine Gu, they fuse the laws and condense them. Nurturing Gu, using Gu, refining Gu. Gu cultivation is not a small path. It is the true great Tao. In cultivation, Gu masters follow the natural laws and understand heaven and earth. That is why there is the method of longevity in the hope of achieving immortality. Fang Yuan had already understood this in his heart. Because difficulties give rise to lofty aspirations, unperturbed by worldly affairs, firm my heart. Today I perch on the grass, and someday I will roam the mountains and rivers. In the study room, Shang Yanfei muttered to himself, thinking about Fang Yuan's poem with an expression of interest. Because difficulties give rise to lofty aspirations, worldly affairs cannot restrain one's heart. What a great spirit! Especially the last sentence. Is he treating my Shang clan city as a grass? Lord Clan Leader, in my opinion, Fang Zheng should be referring to his opponent, Li Hao, as a weakling. Wei Yang cupped his fists and said. Shang Yanfei shook his head. No matter, I am not so narrow-minded. It is just a pity, I missed a good show. Although I did not see it personally, I can imagine the scene of Fang Zheng displaying his invincible might. Shang Yanfei was in a high position, his vision was broad and his heart was open. Towards Fang Yuan's aspirations, he was magnanimous and accepted it, and even appreciated it. Being reminded by Shang Yanfei, Wei Yang's mind immediately recalled the scene. He sighed. Indeed. At that time, Fang Zheng's aura was extremely fierce, suppressing the entire place, intimidating everyone. No one dared to make a sound. Shang Yanfei clapped. Standing up from his seat, he slowly walked to the window. It is easy to raise 1,000 troops, but hard to find a general. Unfortunately, this general is arrogant. He did not even put our Shang clan city in his eyes. That's right. Although he faced many difficulties, he made it through and gained many rewards. His cultivation improved even more fiercely. This has trained his character to be like this. Lord Clan Leader, your analysis is correct. Young people always have such aggressiveness and lawlessness. Wei Yang lowered his head, agreeing. Shang Yanfei looked outside the window, slowly squinting his eyes. Fang Yuan compared Shang clan city to a grass. Such ambitions were shocking. It was definitely lofty aspirations. But Shang Yanfei himself did not mind. He was a man who stood at the peak, looking down on southern border. He had his own ambitions. And Shang clan city was not really a grass just because others compared it to a grass. What he cared about was the first sentence. Because difficulties bring lofty aspirations, unperturbed by worldly affairs. In this world, there were many people with great ambitions, but little talent. There were very few people with ambition and talent. It was practically 1 in a million. Not only ambition and talent, but also a strong will. It was rare. Having ambition and talent wasn't scary, but adding an unyielding will of steel to it was worrying. Such people, in history, were often called heroes, ambitious, or treacherous. Such people could often change history, create history. How could such a person be willing to submit to others? How could they be used by Shang clan? If they could not be used, the demonic path would have such a person. They would definitely stir up chaos in the world, creating a bloodbath. This was far from a blessing for the righteous path. Thinking of this, Shang Yanfei suddenly spoke. I heard that Fang Zheng stole that Li Ran's opportunity, and in order to be at ease, he took the initiative to repay 200,000 yuan stone. How much has he returned now? Wei Yang answered. He has already returned 130,000. He still lacks 70,000. But from what I see, it should be soon. Hearing this answer, Shang Yanfei's worry was alleviated. He nodded. That's true. As long as one's ambition is grand, they will not bother with trifles. What is a mere 200,000 yuan stone? Hee. Thinking of how Fang Zheng saved Shang Xinci, Shang Yanfei could not help but laugh. This person's personality was somewhat cute. He had principles in his actions, repaying kindness and taking revenge for enmity. But he was not a person with no morals, a dangerous personality with no qualms. With this, there was hope of recruiting him. But he was currently in the limelight. There was not much hope of recruiting him. He had to slowly think of a plan. Once he was dealt a heavy blow by reality, he would be moved by his emotions and recruit Shang Xinci. With such a helper, Shang Yanfei could be at ease. Never mind. Fang Zheng, let me see how far you can go. Shang Yanfei pondered. His gaze was sharp. He could see the whole situation clearly. Fang Yuan killed Li Hao. It caused a huge commotion in the battle zone. All-out effort Gu's strength was eye-catching. Many people started to realize that Fang Yuan was a tough nut to crack. But on the other hand, it attracted the attention and greed of other experts. Fang Yuan would have a peaceful period of time, but soon, his days would not be good. With his personality, he would definitely be badly injured. At that time, he would realize how weak he was. He would first use the battle zone's power to suppress and grind him down. Just like Shang Yinfei expected, Fang Yuan welcomed the easy days of winning without a fight. Who was Li Hao? In 5th Inner City's battle zone, he was the undisputed number 1, and was about to rise to 4th Inner City. Even he died under Fang Yuan's iron fists, who could restrain Fang Yuan. But the forced challenge could not be cancelled. The demonic Gu masters who wanted to take advantage of the situation could only pinch their noses and force their way in. At the start, there were still people who wanted to save face and try to fight Fang Yuan a few times. But after Fang Yuan heavily injured several people and killed one, they no longer dared to be careless and admitted defeat at the start of the battle. 19 wins, 20 wins, 21 wins. Fang Yuan's appearance was no longer a battle, but a mere formality to collect Yuan stone. It could be said that he was flushed with success. Under such circumstances, a Bai clan hunting team arrived at the foot of Shang Clan City. Chapter 298. We finally reached Shang Clan City. Looking at the buildings on the mountain, Bai Feng sighed. He was a clan elder of Bai clan. When he was young, he roamed the southern border and came to Shang Clan City. Now that he came again, his youth was gone, and he came with the mission of pursuing demonic Gu masters. Do you think those two demonic scoundrels really took this path? Bai Lian's tone was worried. It should be this path. We used the place where the footless bird fell and split up. We didn't find anything in other directions. Only this path has some suspicious traces. Tai Dao Ku said from the side. He was not too sure in his heart. Although Tai Clan was number 1 in the southern border in terms of tracking, he was an offensive Gu master, and the southern border had many forests and complicated environments. It was easy to hide and difficult to track. Maybe they died on the way, buried in the mouths of beasts. A companion said optimistically. This was very likely. They found many remains along the way, as well as traces left behind by the beast tide's attack. I hope they are still alive. Bai Zhanlai gritted his teeth. His grandfather was killed by Fang and Bai. He wanted to kill them with his own hands. Only then would he be able to resolve the monstrous hatred in his heart. All right, let's enter the city first. If we don't find anything, we will spend some Yuan stone to send a letter to the clan and see what Lord Clan Leader will do. Bai Feng took the lead. The group arrived at the city gate, travel-worn. Coincidentally, this city gate was the checkpoint that Fang and Bai had entered previously. To enter the city, each person has to pay 10 Yuan stone. The city guard stopped them. Bai Feng took out a yellow pair token and waved it. The guard looked at it, and after confirming it, said, the yellow pair token can exempt 3 people from the city entrance fee. Bai Feng's group of 6 paid 30 Yuan stone. Brother, have you seen these two enter the city? Bai Zhanlai pointed at a wanted poster on the city wall and asked. This was the wanted poster for Fang and Bai. However, the surface of the wanted notice had been covered by a new wanted notice. This was normal. Every once in a while, there would be a new wanted poster. The city guard's expression changed, shouting at Bai Zhanlai. What are you saying? With me guarding the city gate, how could a demonic Gu master enter? Do you think I'm blind? You are slandering me, slandering a righteous youth of Shang Clan. Bai Zhanlai's expression became sluggish. Elder Bai Feng hurriedly apologized. In Shang Clan City, even if he was an elder of Bai Clan, he still had to put on airs. The city guard saw that Bai Feng was after all a rank 3 Gu master and did not dare to pursue the matter, only cursing and swearing. Until Tai Dao Ku showed an unhappy expression and revealed his identity. All right, shut up. Do you think my Tai clan doesn't know what Shang Clan is like? Only then did the city gate guard stop talking. The people of the Bai clan had suffered this initial show of strength and walked into the outer city dejectedly. Let's eat some food first. We've been running around for the past few days and are exhausted. A good rest wouldn't delay the pursuit. I happen to know a good restaurant in the 5th inner city. It's in the martial arts area. Back then, I also participated in the martial arts practice and fought my way to the 4th inner city. Elder Bai Feng suggested. This suggestion was very good and won everyone's approval. The group entered the 5th inner city and arrived at the martial arts area. Bai Zhanlai, Bai Lian, and the other juniors were immediately infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere of the martial arts area. On the way, they could hear the excited chatter of passers-by. Tianjing finally got revenge this time and beat Shi Nanqing to the ground. Shi Nanqing threatened to take revenge. The grudge between these two is getting deeper. Yuan Kong has the sickness cloud moth and his battle strength has risen again. He can almost dominate the 5th inner city's martial arts area. Dominate? Hee. Wait until Guyue Fangzheng rises to the 4th inner city. Guyue Fangzheng. The pupils of the Bai clan group expanded as if they were struck by lightning. Their footsteps suddenly stopped and their gazes shot towards the passerby. The passerby was truly shocked. 15 minutes later, in the martial arts area, Fang Yuan slowly walked onto the stage. His opponent this time was a middle-aged man. He was tall and muscular with a round waist and a steel-like beard, looking like a fiend. Clang! A crisp sound signified the start of the battle. I admit defeat. The middle-aged man shouted immediately. His shout was direct and clean, causing the surrounding spectators to be dissatisfied. Why is it like this again? Isn't this embarrassing, admitting defeat before even fighting? Losing face is better than losing your life. Right now in 5th inner city, who dares to fight with Fangzheng? All-out effort Gu is too fierce. Everyone sighed. The battle had just started, but it ended in an instant. The hosting Gu master walked up and took the Vine information Gu from both sides, changing the content before returning it to the opponent. The middle-aged man turned around and left. Admitting defeat was a form of humiliation, but the situation was stronger than the person who asked Fang Yuan to be so vicious and merciless, not holding back. He did not dare to fight for face. Fang Yuan did not leave immediately, but took out 40,000 yuan stone and gave it till he ran. This scene once again caused a discussion among the crowd. Another 40,000 yuan stone. He really gave it again. This Gu Fangzheng might be ruthless, but he does what he says. 200,000 yuan stone. He has already given out almost all of it. Only 30,000 yuan stone is left. Li Ran used these yuan stone to buy Gu worms. He is starting to show his prowess in the battle zone. I am so envious. Kindness must be repaid. Hatred must be repaid. From this point, I really admire Gu Fangzheng. If he wins this round, he will have 29 net wins. Just one more round and he will rise to 4th inner city. Let's leave quickly. Who dares to fight him here? Even Li Hao died in his hands. Gu Fangzheng, after so much effort, we finally found you. In the crowd, Bai Zhanlai gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with hatred. His companions also had ugly expressions. They had chased him for so long. They were tired and had suffered so much along the way. But in the end, they found out that the person they wanted to capture was doing very well in Shangclan City. Before this, they had been guessing that Fang Yuan might have already died in the mouths of wild beasts, being digested into feces and excreted. The scene before them was in stark contrast to what they had expected. Not only was Fang Yuan not tired, he was living well. He even changed his Gu worms, and his battle strength and cultivation rose sharply. How could they endure this? Heaven is blind. How can this evil scoundrel be so successful? Bai Feng sighed at the sky. His luck is too good. He saved Shang clan leader's illegitimate daughter and obtained a purple thorn token. In Shang clan city, we can't touch him. He is protected by Shang clan. Bai Lian gritted her teeth. She had learned a lot from the passers-by. The enemy who killed the two young clan leaders was right in front of them, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Not only him, that Bai Ningbing also has a purple thorn token. Now that she is participating in the battle stage, her results are quite good. A companion beside her sighed. What kind of world is this? Bad people prosper while good people die miserably. Sigh. Actually, it is not like there is no way to deal with them. They can participate in the battle stage, so can we. Tai Dao Ku's voice was hoarse, his gaze sharp as a blade. He had learned from Bai clan leader that Fong Yuan had charred Thunder Bean Mother Gu. Right now, he was sure that Fong and Bai were the murderers of his young master. Since it was impossible to capture Fong and Bai, then he would just have to kill them. Only then could he take revenge for his young master, and Tai Dao Ku would have the face to return to Tai clan. Good. This is a good method. Bai Feng's eyes brightened, his spirits roused. With the battle stage's rules, even if Fong Yuan had a purple thorn token, he would not be able to protect him. Even if he could not be killed, taking away his all-out effort Gu would stop his growth. Honestly speaking, his growth speed was too terrifying. It was shocking. He could not be allowed to grow like this. Wait, where did Bai Zhanlai go? Bai Lian suddenly asked. As Fong Yuan walked out of the battle stage, the passers-by gave way to him. Countless gazes gathered on him. Some were respectful, some were cold, some were hostile, and so on. Although I have killed many Gu masters, my reputation is not bad. Every time I give Li Ran Yuan stone in public, it is to build up my reputation. 200,000 Yuan stone. I still lack 30,000. Fong Yuan pondered as he walked. In the battle with Li Hao, he obtained 3 Gu, but there was no mountain back toad or position swap Gu. Mountain back toad was killed by him, and position swap Gu was Li Hao's vital Gu. After Li Hao died, it also died. But in that battle, there were many spectators, and Fong Yuan still obtained over 6,000 Yuan stone. Over this month, after winning continuously, besides keeping a small amount of Yuan stone for himself, the remaining 40,000 Yuan stones were given to Li Ran. Because of this action and Li Ran's reply, Wu clan did not make a move against Fong Yuan for the time being. This earned him precious time to develop. Right now, I have 29 wins. If I win one more, I will be promoted to 4th inner city. The competition in 4th inner city is very intense. There are many experts, but if I win, my gains will be even greater. Now that I have used up the steel tendon Gu, I can add more beast phantoms. But adding beast phantoms was a painstaking process. It would take at least 2 to 3 months to see results. After Fong Yuan got promoted to 4th inner city, he faced huge pressure. He needed to add more strength to deal with the situation. Recently, in a large-scale auction, there was an instant success Gu. If I can get it, I can obtain new beast phantoms in one night. Unfortunately, I have 2 little Yuan stone. I don't even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. When money is needed, one will regret it. Just as Fong Yuan was thinking about who to borrow money from, a young man suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Guyue Fongjing, do you still recognize me? Bai Zhanlai shouted. Zhanlai, don't be rash. Bai clan's people quickly arrived, forming a semicircle around Fong Yuan. Chapter 299. Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He had an impression of Bai Zhanlai, the #1 descendant of Bai clan. They had drank together before. He was even more familiar with Bai Lian. She had once accompanied him for a period of time and used a honey trap on him. Unfortunately, how could mere beauty sway Fong Yuan's heart? In the end, Fong Yuan beat her at her own game. As for the others, like Bai Feng and Tai Dao Ku, Fong Yuan did not know them. But even so, Fong Yuan knew the origin and motive of these people. The victim's family came looking for him. Heaven's Net has a long way to go, Guyue Fongjing. You killed 2 of my Bai clan's young clan leaders. Even if you escape to Shang Clan City, you will not be forgiven. Bai Feng shouted. Fongjing, you buried a trap and killed my Tai clan young master and his clansmen. This enmity is irreconcilable. I, Tai Dao Ku, will take your head. Tai Dao Ku had an agitated expression as he pointed at Fong Yuan's nose, shouting. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. It was human nature to watch a show. Countless gazes gathered here. Oh, you are from Tai clan? Strange. How come I don't know that I killed your clansmen? Fong Yuan sneered. Don't try to deny it. You have charred Thunder Bean Mother Gu. You dug a huge trap. Your intentions are extremely sinister. My Tai clan stepped on your trap and was blown to smithereens without even a corpse left. We chased you all the way. Who else could it be other than you? Tai Dao Ku's eyes were almost spewing fire. He wanted to cut Fong Yuan into pieces. He. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before laughing. So that's it. It seems I dug the right trap. Thank you for telling me this good news. It makes me feel better. You. Tai Dao Ku's eyes were wide open. He was furious. You admitted it. You actually admitted it. Good, very good, Fangjing. You are dead for sure. You dared to kill my Tai clan young master. You are making an enemy out of my Tai clan. So what if we become enemies? Fang Yuan shrugged and sneered. What a joke. I dug a hole to deal with the grass skirt monkeys. In the end, you stepped on it. You can only blame your Tai family for not having eyes. Moreover, what crime did I commit? What right does your Tai clan have to track me? Seeking death? Ha ha ha. It's good that you died. It's a wonderful death. These words made the surrounding people dumbfounded. He actually dared to provoke the Tai clan? Is Fangjing crazy? Tai clan is one of the overlords of southern border that is not weaker than Shang clan. Tai clan is capturing demonic goo masters everywhere. The famous demon suppression tower is the nemesis of the demonic path. He actually killed the Tai family's young master. He has the Redbud token in his hand, so he has nothing to fear. As long as you stay in Shang clan city, you are Shang clan's esteemed guest. Even if the Tai family head came, Sir Shang Yinfei would still protect him. If they didn't protect him, once the news spread, Shang clan would think that Shang clan was afraid of Tai clan. Hee. The discussions of the surrounding people caused the furious Tai Dao Ku to calm down slightly. Fang Yuan had the Redbud token, and now that he was rank 3, dealing with him would not be as easy as before. Fangjing, don't think you are safe hiding here. You want to use the battle stage to become Shang clan's external elder? Wishful thinking. Let me tell you, as long as I, Bai Feng, am here, you will not be able to dominate the battle stage. Elder Bai Feng said sinisterly. Tai Dao Ku followed. Fangjing, I will finish you off in the battle stage. You cannot escape. You have committed a great crime. You must be punished severely. Oh, you want to obstruct me in the battle stage? A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He was not afraid of these people, even if Bai Feng, Tai Dao Ku, Bai Zhanlai, and Bai Lian were rank 3 Gu masters. If they wanted to use the battle stage to deal with him, they would not be able to display their advantage in numbers. It is just that my current situation. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart and suddenly laughed lightly, saying to Bai Feng, your Bai clan obtained Bai Gu inheritance, but you are still not satisfied and want to deal with me? Without me, how would you have found Bai Gu inheritance? It seems you don't want to know the whereabouts of the 2 young clan leaders. Once he said this, Bai clan's people immediately showed astonished expressions. From Fang Yuan's tone, it seemed the 2 young clan leaders were not dead. Fangjing, what do you mean? Bai Feng immediately asked, his expression uncertain. Fangjing, don't try to deceive us with flowery words. We have searched almost the entire Bai Gu inheritance, but we can't even find the 2 young clan leaders. Bai Lian shouted coldly. Bai Gu inheritance was discovered by me. Does your Bai clan think you have a better understanding than me? Ridiculous. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, continuing, why would I bring those 2 burdens to retreat? You don't need to use your brains to think. Deceive you? I'm not even afraid of Tai clan. Why would I be afraid of a mere Bai clan? Fangjing, if the 2 young clan leaders are still alive, I think this is a misunderstanding. I think this is just a misunderstanding. Our Bai family is not an unreasonable family. Bai Feng considered his words, trying to calm Fang Yuan and get the whereabouts of the 2 young clan leaders from him. You want to know? Fine. I'm hungry. Treat me to a meal. Let's go to the most luxurious lion restaurant in 3rd Inner City. Fang Yuan said indifferently. Bai clan's people looked at each other. The whereabouts of the 2 young clan leaders was not a small matter. It concerned the future of Bai clan. Although Bai clan hated Fang Yuan to the core, Elder Bai Feng gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, let's go to Lion Restaurant. Lion Restaurant was not a simple restaurant. It was a luxurious brothel. This restaurant specialized in bringing in foreign women from Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert. All of them were voluptuous and charming. There was also a special dish called lion meatball. It was a human feast. It used lion meat, tiger meat, and all kinds of precious ingredients to make meatballs, and placed them on the bodies of women with graceful figures and big breasts. The name lion meatball had a deep meaning. Not only did it eat food, it also ate people. But Fang Yuan did not come here because he was interested in the dish, lion meatball. But this restaurant had a huge background. It had many secret rooms. Many Shang clansmen often chose secret rooms to conduct their affairs in order to conceal their reputation, to prevent the news from being leaked. Fang Yuan chose a secret room and sat down with everyone. The table was filled with a feast, and the fragrance of the dishes assailed their nostrils. But he did not order the signature dish, lion meatball. "Tell me, where are the two patriarchs of our clan?" Bai Feng asked impatiently as soon as he sat down. "If you want to know, I would like to ask this Tai clan Gu master to leave." Fang Yuan gave Tai Dao Ku a deep look. "Why?" Tai Dao Ku's gaze was like a blade, ruthlessly looking at Fang Yuan. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. "Because this is a private matter between me and Bai clan." Fang Yuan's tone was unyielding. "I want to guarantee that besides me, everyone here is a Bai clan member. Otherwise, I won't say it." Bai Feng hesitated. This matter concerned the two young clan leaders. He had to be cautious. Thus he turned to look at Tai Dao Ku. Tai Dao Ku snorted coldly, unhappily walking out of the secret room and closing the door. The inside and outside of the secret room were isolated. "Speak. Don't try to deceive us about the whereabouts of our clan's young clan leaders. This is Shang Clan City. There are many Gu worms here that can prove your words." Bai Feng said sternly. Fang Yuan slowly raised his wine cup and drank a mouthful. "Whereabouts? Of course they are dead. You are too naive. Since I am your Bai clan's enemy, of course I have to eliminate you." "What? You dare to trick us? Fang Jing, you are courting death." Bai clan's people were enraged. They stood up and rushed towards Fang Yuan in anger. But the thunder was loud. The rain was small. This was not Bai clan village. Fang Yuan had the purple thorn token, and his strength was not ordinary. To kill Fang Yuan, they would have to pay a heavy price. Most importantly, killing him like this was going against Shang clan. "Your Bai clan killed my clan's esteemed guest in Shang Clan City. Hee. Bai clan was facing the crisis of their spirit spring drying up. They were in a precarious situation. They also obtained Bai Gu inheritance. Everyone was eyeing them covetously. If they provoked a colossus like Shang clan, the consequences would be unthinkable." Fang Yuan sat calmly on his seat. He raised his eyes and swept his gaze across the crowd, saying indifferently, "I actually quite admire you. Your Bai clan's spirit spring is about to dry up. You can't even protect yourselves, but you still have the mood to deal with me. Hee, truly amazing." These words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly bombarding clan elder Bai Feng's heart. He was extremely shocked, blurting out, "How did you know about this?" This news was sealed by the higher-ups of Bai clan. Even Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian did not know about it. But Fang Yuan exposed it. How could he not be shocked by Bai Feng's words? "Of course I heard it from the two young clan leaders of your clan. Before I killed them, they knelt down and begged for mercy, trying to use this news to gain my trust, in exchange for a chance to live." Fang Yuan lied through his teeth. Since there was no evidence, he could fabricate whatever he wanted. Impossible. This news is only known by clan leader and a few elders. The two young clan leaders are young and ignorant. How could they know about this? Bai Feng immediately retorted. Fang Yuan curled his lips. Maybe they overheard it when they were playing? After all, their mother is your clan leader. This is only a minor detail. Lord Clan Elder, is what he said true about the spirit spring drying up? There's actually such a thing. Once the clan's spirit spring dries up, Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai, and the others all asked with anxious expressions. The spirit spring was the foundation of a clan. Its importance was self-evident. Once the spirit spring was lost, no matter how strong a clan was, it would be rootless duckweed. Bai Feng was instantly woken up by their questions, cursing in his heart. Maybe Fang Yuan was only guessing. The two young clan leaders were still children. Their credibility was not high. But he lost his composure this time, lost his sense of propriety, and undoubtedly proved this matter. Bai Feng was extremely regretful. He wanted to slap his own mouth. His nature was impatient. He could not hide things. Otherwise, when he was young, he would not have been chased out of the clan by his father, forcing him to wander and polish his character. These years, he had cultivated some shrewdness, but in the end, a leopard cannot change its spots. Chapter 300. His face was gloomy, and his eyes flickered. He was about to deny it, but Feng Yuan had already seen through his plan. Don't try to cover it up, it's useless. The spirit spring is drying up, and the production of yuan stone will definitely decrease. You by clan covered it up well, and used your treasury or trade to make up for this shortcoming. But there are definitely traces of this, and as long as someone keeps investigating, they will be able to find out, Feng Yuan said calmly. Bai Feng clenched his fists and glared fiercely at Feng Yuan, wishing he could skin him alive. Seeing his elder's expression, even the stupidest person would know the truth. Spirit spring. Our clan's spirit spring is drying up? Bai Lian was scared out of her wits and fell on the chair. Bai Zhanlai pursed his lips and fell into silence. The others also did not speak, and were both shocked and terrified. The atmosphere in the secret room was extremely oppressive. Feng Yuan laughed lightly. Your Bai clan is really in danger. The spirit spring is drying up, and if you can't find a new spirit spring, even the strongest clan will fall apart. Now that you obtained the White Bones inheritance, the surrounding forces are all jealous. Say, if I spread this secret information, what will happen? No. Bai Lian's face paled, and she hurriedly said. The others also thought of the severity of the situation, and their expressions became extremely serious. Now that Bai clan obtained the White Bones inheritance, their strength increased, and they gained this advantage. The surrounding great clans were all watching covetously and with hidden fear. If the news of the spirit spring was leaked, Bai clan would be exposed and become a paper tiger, and the surrounding forces would definitely make a move. They definitely did not want to see Bai clan survive this crisis, obtain the White Bones inheritance, and increase their strength, surpassing them. Therefore, they must keep this information secret. Everyone from Bai clan was awakened by Feng Yuan, and they all understood. Bai Zhanlai and the others stared at Feng Yuan with even more ferocity, and their killing intent boiled. Want to kill me? Feng Yuan laughed coldly and shook his finger. Since I met you alone, I naturally made full preparations. To be honest, if you didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find you. These words were not without reason. Everyone had no choice but to suppress their killing intent and retract the ominous glint in their eyes. All right, let's get down to business. The corners of Feng Yuan's lips curled up as he adjusted his sitting posture. He pressed his hand down and said, Sit down, let's talk. Talk about what? What's there to talk about with you? Humph. Bai Feng's face was as gloomy as water, but even though he said that, he still sat down. The others hesitated for a moment before sitting down as well. The tense scene of swords drawn and bows drawn suddenly eased a little. Of course it's about the hush money. Was it easy for me to lead you here? Wasting my time and energy. Of course you have to compensate me. Yuan stone. I want yuan stone. Give me 3 million yuan stone, and I promise you that I won't tell anyone about this. Feng Yuan's words made everyone jump again. How dare you threaten us? You killed 2 of our young clan leaders. How dare you ask for the yuan stone? Fangzheng, don't go too far. If worst comes to worst, I'll risk my life and die with you. Everyone roared in unison. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan threw his head back and laughed. He stood up and stared at everyone with his fierce eyes. That's right. I'm threatening you. If you don't agree, I'll leak this news. What? You want to die with me? Humph. Believe it or not, even if I die, this news will still be leaked. At that time, you'll be the sinners of the clan. Because you didn't agree to my request, the clan will be attacked by other forces. You. Elder Bai Feng was so angry that he pointed at Feng Yuan but couldn't say a word. The others glared angrily and gritted their teeth, but they didn't make a move. You? Feng Yuan sneered at Bai Feng, his tone full of disdain. What can you do to me? Kill me? I have the Redbud token. Try and touch me. I know you're all good men and not afraid of death. But the clan is the most important. If your family, your friends die, It's all because of you. Everyone from Bai clan clenched their fists and froze in place. Ah! Bai Zhanlai suddenly raised his head and roared. He raised his fist and punched down. Under his angry punch, the entire table was smashed and the dishes scattered all over the floor. He hated it. His grandfather Bai Zhanwen died because of Fong and Bai. This enmity was irreconcilable. Because of this, he joined the pursuit team, ran around, and finally found the murderer. But the enemy was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't make a move. Fong Yuan was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't take revenge. Not only could he not take revenge, he had to be threatened by Fong Yuan. The anger in his chest burned fiercely, forming a sea of fire that burned his heart and lungs. But he couldn't make a move. If he did, the consequences would be unthinkable. His own life was a small matter, but the entire clan would suffer because of this. Don't be angry. Actually, I am also a victim in this entire matter. Fong Yuan's tone softened as he sighed. Think about it, Baigu inheritance was originally mine, but it was snatched away by your Bai clan. Your Bai clan chased after me and Bai Ningbing. We were forced to kill Bai Hua and Bai Sheng in order to escape. Afterwards, I was heavily injured and fell on Ziyu Mountain, narrowly escaping death. Do you think it's easy for me? Your Bai clan is powerful. I can't afford to offend you. I could only hide in Shang Clan City, but you still didn't let me go. Tell me, what can I do? I am not an unreasonable person. 3 million yuan stone, no less. I am very sincere. This secret is only known by a few people. It has not been leaked. For the sake of your Bai clan, I even sent the Tai clan's people away. Fong Yuan's expression was sincere. 3 million yuan stone. You really know how to extort. Fong Jing, in all honesty, how has our Bai clan treated you? We treated you well, but what's the result? You repaid our kindness with enmity. My clan's 2 young clan leaders died in your hands. My clan's elder Bai Zhanwen died because of you. And many of our clansmen, in order to protect you on Baigu Mountain, we lost many experts, and many are heavily injured. Bai clan's people all had different expressions. Some were furious, some were sneering, some were crying. But they all had one similarity, that was deep hatred towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's expression changed as he sneered. It seems you still don't understand the situation. I gave you face, but you don't want it? Very good. Fong Yuan stood up and was about to leave. Bai clan panicked. Wait a moment. Bai Feng anxiously took a step forward and blocked Fong Yuan. I will tell you the truth. I am going to sell this information now. I believe that Shang Clan City's Wind Rain Manor will have a good price. What kind of price do you think they will give me? Fong Yuan laughed sinisterly. Fong Zheng, don't go too far. Bai Zhanlai roared as he quickly walked in front of Fong Yuan, glaring fiercely. Fong Yuan said lightly, You want to fight? You want to put your clan in danger? Bai Zhanlai's aura was greatly affected, his gaze dazed. Slap. Fong Yuan used this chance to slap him. He used a lot of strength. With just a little bit of force, he made the hot-blooded Bai Zhanlai retreat 6 steps. What do you want? Bai clan's people were enraged, surrounding him. You want to become the sinners of your clans? Fong Yuan snorted. His words were like ice, extinguishing most of the Bai clan's impulses. You don't know what's good for you. Fong Yuan pointed at Bai Zhanlai. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will really think you are the king. Fong Yuan mercilessly scolded Bai Zhanlai in front of the Bai clan's people. Then, he looked at the crowd. You are all idiots. I want your Bai clan to suffer with just a few words from me. A wise man submits to circumstances. Can't you see the current situation clearly? If you want to fight, then fight. Come, even if I die here, having your Bai clan accompany me in death is already good enough. Fong Yuan was heavily surrounded, but his attitude was still very arrogant. Instead, the Bai clan's people who had the advantage in numbers gave up, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists helplessly. Bai Zhanlai covered his swollen face, his eyes red and bloodshot. This humiliation made the anger in his heart burn to the 9 heavens. He tried his best to maintain the last bit of reason in his mind, the veins on his head popping. The clan was their Achilles heel. Fong Yuan grasped this point and displayed an imposing manner that was not afraid of death. causing the Bai clan to be at a loss, allowing Fang Yuan to do as he pleased. I will give you 30 breaths of time to consider, Fang Yuan said again. The Bai clan's people instantly fell into a dilemma. They really did not want to lower their heads to the murderer, Fang Yuan. However, if they did not lower their heads, the clan would be in danger. Everyone was confused and could not help but focus their gaze on Elder Bai Feng's body. Bai Feng's fists were tightly clenched, then slowly loosened, then immediately tightened again, then loosened his 5 fingers after a moment. This repeated cycle revealed the conflict in his heart. 30 breaths of time had long passed, but Fang Yuan seemed to have forgotten about it. Bai Feng's temperament was impatient. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally opened his mouth and broke the long silence. 3 million is too much. We cannot agree to this condition of yours. What's more, we do not have that much money on us. His voice was extremely hoarse, like an unlucky person dying of thirst in the desert. After saying this, his fists loosened, no longer having the strength to clench them. For the clan, he had no choice but to prioritize the overall situation. Even if he wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 8 pieces, he still chose to temporarily lower his head. When the others heard Bai Feng's words, they all relaxed, and their boiling, killing intent towards Fang Yuan settled down, becoming even deeper and thicker. Fang Yuan smiled. 3 million. I'm not asking you to pay it all in one go. Take your time, pay 500,000 this time. 500,000? How can we carry so many yuan stone with us? Bai Feng shouted. Chapter 301. What are these people doing inside? It has already been over an hour. Outside the secret room, Tai Dao Ku stood with his arms crossed, his suspicions getting deeper. The secret room isolated sound, but it was not secure. Once the fight started, he would be able to sense it immediately. But the problem was, from start to finish, it had been quiet. Tai Dao Ku could not figure it out. Creak. Right at this time, the door opened from the inside. Brother Dao Ku, please come in. We have finished our discussion, a Bai Clan Gu master said. Tai Dao Ku walked into the secret room and saw the wine table smashed by Bai Zhanlai's fist. All kinds of delicacies were mixed together and scattered on the ground. It was a mess. Tai Dao Ku could not help but raise his brows. Evidently, this banquet could no longer be enjoyed. Even if it could be eaten, the Bai clansmen had no appetite. Their faces were ashen and their expressions were lifeless, as if they had suffered great injuries. Only Fang Yuan's expression was normal and even had some rosy luster. He had already reached an agreement with the Bai clansmen and even used the poison Vao Gu on the spot. Everything was set in stone. What happened? Tai Dao Ku was bewildered. I'm leaving first. I hope you guys behave yourselves. Fang Yuan said this and walked out of the secret room. Fang Jing, wait for me in the battle stage. Tai Dao Ku growled. Fang Yuan ignored him, his figure turning around and disappearing from everyone's sight. Everyone, what happened? Tai Dao Ku was extremely puzzled, turning around and asking. Why did the Bai clansmen's expressions change after talking for a while? There was no trace of vengeance in them. Sigh. Bai Feng heaved a deep sigh. He raised his head and looked at Tai Dao Ku with a complicated gaze. Brother Tai, this happened too suddenly. It is not convenient to tell you. Our Bai clan will withdraw. We will not deal with Fang and Bai anymore. What? Tai Dao Ku was speechless, showing an expression of disbelief. Our Bai clan is small. We cannot afford to be troubled. Goodbye. Bai Feng stood up and walked out of the secret room. Everyone, don't worry. He sided with Shang clan. But does that mean our Tai clan is not the overlord of southern border? Tai Dao Ku hurriedly persuaded. To deal with Fang and Bai, the more the better. If Bai clan retreated, he would be alone. But how would he know the secret? He was unable to persuade them, and the Bai clans were determined to separate. In the end, he couldn't stop them. Looking at the departing figures of the Bai clans, Tai Dao Ku's expression was extremely cold as he mumbled. Subduing the enemy without fighting, Fang Zheng, you played a good trick. But don't think that I, Tai Dao Ku, will give up. Humph. He was determined. Others had given up, but he still chose to persevere. He decided to go to the martial arts practice area to register now. He wanted to snipe Feng Yuan on the martial arts practice field. "Sir, please wait a moment." The shop assistant rushed over and politely blocked his way with a smile on his face. "You haven't paid the bill yet." "Ah, 500,000 yuan stone, such a large sum of money, and they're only giving us 1 day. How are we going to collect it?" Bai Lian said worriedly as they walked on the wide street. "With my status as an elder of the Bai clan, I can go to the bank to borrow 300,000. As for the remaining 200,000, I can only pawn it off as a small tornado." Bai Feng had already come to a realization. Bai clan's people were moved. Bai Zhanlai cried out involuntarily, "Lord Elder, your small tornado gu is your core gu. Are you really going to pawn it off?" Bai Feng showed a bitter smile. "Even if Elder pawns off the small tornado gu, you won't be able to gather 200,000. Pawn my lotus coat gu as well." Bai Lian pursed her lips. With that said, the other members of the Bai clan came to a realization. "Pawn my thoughts like a spring gu as well, and my small wind drill gu as well, my three-pronged bone spear as well." Bai Feng slowly nodded. "Everyone is willing to sacrifice yourselves for the sake of the clan. Why would my Bai clan worry about not prospering? Today's humiliation will be repaid 1,000 times in the future. But now, the clan is still the most important. I am in charge of this matter. When we return to the clan, I will take responsibility for it." "Lord Elder." Everyone was shocked. Not only did they fail in their revenge, they even signed such a humiliating treaty. Although it was the most correct choice, they would definitely face heavy pressure and be criticized when they returned to the clan. Political struggles were everywhere. But Bai Feng taking responsibility for the whole matter was no doubt protecting the political future of Bai Lian, Bai Zhanlai, and the others. Bai Feng showed a benevolent smile and sighed, "Don't say any more. I am already old. The clan's future is on you. Without effort and sacrifice, how can there be any gains? It is because of the sacrifices of countless people, the humiliation of countless people. Only then can the clan prosper. Only then can we see the smiles of our loved ones." Yes, Bai Lian and Bai Zhanlai nodded, understanding something. Their ashen faces gradually disappeared, and their eyes shone brighter and brighter. 3 days later, at the large-scale auction. "Everyone, what you are seeing is a frost breath gu. Rank 3 gu worm, able to spit out frost air, having the effect of freezing and slowing down the opponent. The greatest advantage of frost breath gu is that it only consumes 5% of light silver primeval essence each time. The starting price is 23,000 yuan stone. On a round stage, the hosting gu master activated a sound amplification gu, 25,000, 28,000, 30,000. After a round of intense bidding, the frost breath gu was sold for 38,000 yuan stone. Feng Yuan looked down at the round stage, quietly sitting on his seat. His seat was in a private room high up, making others unable to discern his identity. This was the benefit of a purple thorn token owner. For small-scale auctions, he could rely on the purple thorn token to purchase items in advance. But for large-scale auctions, he could not. Please take a look. This is a flame heart gu, shaped like a miniature volcano. After the gu master refines it, it will be stored in the heart. As everyone knows, it has the effect of strengthening fire-type gu worms. Rank 3 flame heart gu. Starting price is 30,000 yuan stone. On the stage, the gu master shouted loudly. He had just finished speaking when someone immediately called out, 35,000. At once, the high price of 5,000 yuan stone showed an imposing manner. But this could not stop the enthusiasm of the interested parties. 36,000, 38,000, 40,000. The price finally stopped at 42,000. It seems these people are still rational when bidding for items. This price is very reasonable. Feng Yuan sat in the private room, watching for a while, gradually coming to an understanding in his heart. Shang Clan City had many trades, and such large-scale auctions would be held once in a while. The gu masters living in Shang Clan City were already used to it, and had learned to be smart when bidding. No one was a fool. Of course, there would occasionally be people who would throw a huge sum of money. However, Feng Yuan observed for a long time, and there seemed to be no such people in today's auction. This was his fortune, and also the fortune of others. If there really was such a person, Fang Yuan would raise the price and empty this person's capital in advance. This kind of battle of wits and strength was child's play to Fang Yuan. In large-scale auctions, there were all rare goo. They were at least rank 3 or above. There were almost no goo below rank 3. Other than goo worms, there were also rare goo food, rare and precious refinement materials, goo refinement recipes, information about certain inheritances, excellent quality rocks, as well as female slaves, male slaves, live captured beast kings, and so on. Frost breath goo, flame heart goo, these could only be sold for 30 to 40,000. Compared to other auction items, they could only be considered low prices. Soon, Fang Yuan saw a rank 4 plant army goo, sold for 250,000 yuan stone. Plant army goo, it could turn all the plants and trees in a certain range around the goo master into offensive methods. In a place like southern border, it was definitely a killing weapon. Ordinary rank 4 goo only sold for 100,000. Plant army goo's price was already at the price of ordinary rank 5 goo. Although Fang Yuan had 500,000 in his hands, in this auction house, it was truly not much. It was only the matter of 2 grass tree soldier goo. Instant success goo was a rare rank 4 goo. After winning the bid, Fang Yuan spent more than 180,000 yuan stone. Next, he spent a total of 83,000 yuan stone, buying a white silver relic goo and a golden shield goo. After that, he did not make any more bids. Yuan stone could not be spent carelessly. It had to be spent on useful things. Currently, with the all-out effort goo as the core and self-reliance goo, he was still lacking a bitter strength goo. This item was not cheap and was extremely rare. Even in Shangclan City, it was rare. Why? There were few people who used it, and the success rate of refinement was extremely low. The sale of goo worms was also in line with the market demand. Low demand, high cost, and the goods were naturally low. If I cannot buy bitter strength goo, I can only refine it myself. But the success rate is a headache. White silver relic goo is in my hands, but there is no rush to use it. If I were to cultivate alone, the earlier I use it the better, but now I am relying on by Ningbing. This white silver relic goo should be left for later. Today I used 270,000 yuan stone. There is still over 22 left. I can slowly save it up. Every 2 years there is a super auction in Shangclan City. Li Ran told me that Bai Clan's group has indeed left Shangclan City. Although I extorted 3 million, I cannot look down on this clan. Enduring humiliation and having a sacrificial spirit, no wonder Bai Clan rose up in my previous life. Bai Clan is using the excuse of opening Bai Gu inheritance to search for Bai Gu Mountain's spirit spring. Their progress is much faster than in my previous life. I have to be on guard. Bai Clan has already chased me here. Can Tai Clan be far? Tai Clan, Demon Suppression Tower. As for that Tai Dao Ku, there is no need to worry about him for now. Just as Fang Yuan was planning for the future, at the entrance of Shi building, 18 foreign girls stood in 2 rows, chatting and laughing without any restraint. They were all wearing revealing clothes. Their fragrances assailed the nostrils. Their breasts and buttocks were plentiful and alluring. If they did not take the initiative to attract customers, just by standing there, they would be the best signboard, attracting countless male goo masters. Tai Dao Ku stood at the side with a cold expression, acting as guards with several other goo masters. Shameful. He was extremely embarrassed in his heart. To think that Shi Building's banquet was so expensive, he had no money to pay the bill, and could only work for them. To think that I, a Grand Tai Clan goo master, would actually do such a thing. The other party has a background, not caring that I am from Tai Clan. Sigh. Don't look at me. Please don't let any acquaintances see me. Tai Dao Ku prayed in his heart. Isn't this brother Tai Dao Ku? Why are you here? A voice said. Tai Dao Ku was stunned. Acquaintance, acquaintance, acquaintance. Chapter 302. Dark Cloud Goo. In the secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, muttering as he pointed with his finger. Immediately, a goo flew out from his aperture and turned into a black cloud. The moment it flew out, it exploded and turned into an inky black cloud. This cloud quickly sank and rumbled. In the blink of an eye, it was close to the ground and supported Fang Yuan on top of the cloud. Fang Yuan sat on the black cloud. It was much softer than the cushion, but there was a layer of cold air. However, he wasn't surprised. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at the air. Yang Cloud Gu. A white light broke through the air, and with a soft sound, it exploded into a lump of pure white cloud. The white cloud had just appeared and was about to rise, but it sensed the black cloud below Fang Yuan. There was a formless attraction between the two clouds, causing the white and black cloud to rumble and interact with each other. One was being sat on by Fang Yuan, while the other was hovering above Fang Yuan's head. The dark cloud was as black as ink. The yang cloud was white. Yin and yang corresponded with each other. Lightning flashed. Streaks of blue lightning flashed between the two clouds. At first, there were only one or two traces, but soon, they multiplied and increased in number. After a few breaths of time, they formed into one. Fang Yuan had already activated the sky canopy Gu. His body was covered in a layer of white armor. At the same time, he activated the all-out effort Gu and casually waved his arm. Immediately, a boar phantom rose from his body and turned into a giant boar phantom in the air. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as the pig shadow appeared, countless electric threads shot out like sharks that had smelled fish. In an instant, the boar phantom was forcefully suppressed and shrunk to the size of a stone mill. Lightning gathered on its body, like dark blue chains, trapping it. The remaining lightning bolts struck Fang Yuan's body, but were blocked by the white armor. Fang Yuan canceled the all-out effort Gu, but this boar phantom did not disappear. It was like a bird in a cage, firmly trapped. Under the whipping and roasting of the blue lightning cage, the boar phantom was gradually worn down. Lightning was a combination of destruction and purification. After the thunderstorm, everything would be renewed. Thunder's power was most proficient in destruction and destruction of law fragments. At this moment, Fang Yuan was using the yin-yang twin cloud Gu to summon lightning to get rid of the boar's strength. 3 days had passed since the auction. Although the yin-yang twin clouds Gu was rank 3, it was an ordinary Gu, so Fang Yuan bought it from the shop. Other than that, he also bought several sets of materials, and after failing once, he refined a breaking words Gu to get rid of the poison Vow Gu in his body. Fang Yuan had used the black boar Gu and white boar Gu on Qingmao Mountain, possessing the strength of 2 boars. The rank 3 all-out effort Gu could only activate 1 beast phantom at a time. At rank 4, there were even stronger beast phantoms. Therefore, the power of 2 boars seemed redundant. Now that Fang Yuan had extra money, he naturally planned to optimize himself. It would take at least 19 days to wear down this boar-powered phantom. The combination of the yin-yang cloud Gu and the power of lightning were the most common and practical methods. Beast force phantoms were law fragments hidden in the human body. To get rid of them, a lot of effort was needed. Fang Yuan carefully controlled the yin cloud Gu and yang cloud Gu. The 2 clouds rumbled like 2 thick carpets, filling the whole secret room. A white cloud covered the top of the wall. A black cloud blocked the tiles on the floor. Lightning flashed in the middle. Blue lightning connected the yin-yang cloud Gu and trapped the boar phantom, continuously wearing it down. Light crackling sounds and the muffled rumbling of thunder could be heard. It would take a long time to get rid of this boar phantom, but Fang Yuan summoned another Gu. This Gu was like a dragonfly, with 3 pairs of wings and the size of a palm. Jade green, sapphire blue, golden yellow, bright red, 4 colors intertwined, creating a dazzling scene. This was an instant success Gu, with light markings hidden on its body. As the name implied, it could increase the speed of time, a rank for consumable Gu. Fang Yuan split his attention into 3, controlling the yin-yang twin cloud Gu on one hand, and pouring his light silver primeval essence into the instant success Gu on the other. His primeval sea level continued to fall, 80%, 70%, 60%. Instant success Gu was a rank 4 Gu, and with Fang Yuan's rank 3 initial stage cultivation, it was quite strenuous for him to activate it. His light silver primeval essence fell to less than 30%, and Fang Yuan slowed down his primeval essence transfer. The heavenly essence treasure lotus in his aperture started to bloom, as a natural spirit spring gushed out and was instantly infected by Fang Yuan's aura, turning into his light silver primeval essence. His primeval sea level started to rise again, 40%, 50%, 60%. Like this, the primeval sea level rose and fell several times before the instant success goo was filled and was about to be activated, giving off a dazzling and colorful light. This colorful light shone on the yin-yang twin cloud goo and the beast phantom, dyeing the secret room in a colorful light. The boar phantom's speed of wearing down increased rapidly. Originally, it was just a tiny amount, almost undetectable by the naked eye. But now, it was like snow melting in boiling water, extremely fast. After a dozen or so breaths, the boar phantom was completely worn down. After Fang Yuan confirmed that there was no mistake, he quickly stopped the instant success goo and stored the yin-yang twin cloud goo. The yin-yang twin cloud goo could be sold to shops, and with the purple thorn token, as long as Fang Yuan bought it at the original price within 3 days, he could return it at the original price. It was much safer than borrowing goo from others, and he did not lose anything. If he borrowed goo, the initiative was in the hands of others. If others wanted to recall their goo at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not do anything. As for the instant success goo, after the colorful light faded, only 2 of its 3 pairs of wings were left, and its entire body was disappearing. Once this goo was activated, it could not be stopped and continued to shine with colorful light, speeding up the time. Fang Yuan stopped the colorful light, but he was only trying his best to prolong its time. Again, Fang Yuan made good use of his time, immediately activating the galloping horse strength goo in his aperture. This goo was a rank 3 goo and could modify the goo master's body, adding a horse strength phantom out of thin air. Under the effect of the galloping horse strength goo, Fang Yuan's body was numb and itchy as the fragments of the law of strength settled down in his body. This process usually lasted for 2 to 3 months. It was a painstaking effort. But right now, Fang Yuan still had the instant success goo. He breathed in deeply and released the restriction on the instant success goo. Immediately, a colorful light shone on his body. The numb and itchy feeling suddenly intensified. The 2 to 3 months of torture turned into an indescribable pain at this moment. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, and after several minutes, his whole body was drenched in sweat. But the horse strength phantom had successfully taken root in his body. After removing the strength of a boar, he added the strength of a horse. The instant success goo's light faded again, and at this moment, it had lost another pair of wings, leaving behind a complete pair of wings and a small portion of a wing fragment. But the price Fang Yuan paid was far from this. Using the instant success goo had an extremely huge side effect. That was, in this short period of time, he had lost 2 to 3 months of his lifespan. Again, Fang Yuan wiped his sweat. Ignoring the intense pain that was still lingering in his body, he used another goo. He had to make the best use of the instant success goo before it was used up. Green Bull labor goo. Colorful light shone on his whole body. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His brows knitted into a knot. The intense pain seemed to be even more intense than before, like a huge wave attacking the shore. It was the same 5 minutes, but it was even more torturous than the previous time. Finally, under Fang Yuan's perseverance, he endured through this period of time. In his body, another bull's strength had been added. Looking at the instant success goo, it still had 2 wings left, and they were both extremely damaged. The dragonfly-like body was also somewhat illusory, like an ink shadow, floating in the air. Fang Yuan felt waves of headache, his ears were buzzing, and his heart was pounding. Time is of the essence. He sucked in a breath of cold air, rousing his mind and activating the stone turtle strength goo in his aperture. But this time, halfway through, the colorful light became dimmer and dimmer until it disappeared. The instant success goo had been completely used up. In the secret room, the light disappeared and darkness descended once again. There was less than 30% of the primeval sea left in the aperture, but under the effect of the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the low sea level continued to rise. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was a rank 3 item and had an extremely powerful supplementary effect on Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovery. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. An intense feeling of fatigue assaulted him, almost emptying his body. Although he was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat, his body was swaying, and even sitting was very strenuous. To activate this instant success goo, he had used up half a year of his lifespan. The price was expensive, but in exchange, he got rid of the boar strength phantom and gained the strength of a bull, horse, and half a turtle. Thankfully, he was still young and could afford this little bit of lifespan. Fang Yuan's battle strength rose greatly. A day later, on the battle stage, Fang Yuan welcomed his 30th battle. Clang! A bell rang, and the battle began. I admit defeat. The opponent shouted, and the battle ended. Thereupon, Fang Yuan obtained his 30th victory. In 5th Inner City, he fought 30 battles in a row, winning 30 battles, and advanced to 4th Inner City. Towards this result, no one was surprised. The Gu Masters in 5th Inner City battle stage watched as Fang Yuan left, and finally let out a sigh of relief. I will return this money to you. Tai Dao Ku's expression was extremely solemn, and his tone was firm. It is just a small matter, no need to worry about it. Brother Tai, what do you plan to do next? An acquaintance smiled. Tai Dao Ku's expression turned resolute. Gu Fangjing is my target. I will not rest until I catch him. I also want to participate in Shang Clan's battle stage. After saying goodbye to his acquaintance, Tai Dao Ku went to the battle stage alone, but heard a grievous news. What? Fangjing went to 4th Inner City. Damn it! Tai Dao Ku clenched his fists, feeling unresigned. Fangjing, do you think you can escape? Humph! You went to 4th Inner City, then I will fight my way there. Forget about the 3rd Inner City. Can a mere 5th Inner City stop me? Time is of the essence. Today is the first battle. I have refined ice crystal goo and turned it into my vital goo. I have also used vitality goo to prevent the backlash of the ice crystal's power. This way, the core has been successfully created. I have chosen the ice edge goo for close combat. Then should I use snowball goo or icicle goo for long-range combat? Bai Ningbing pondered as he walked onto the battle stage. Oh, it's you. Tai Dao Ku saw Bai Ningbing and was dazed before becoming overjoyed. This is great. Heaven has eyes to actually let me meet you in the first battle. Chapter 303. Honestly speaking, Bai Ningbing did not know who Tai Dao Ku was. When Fang and Bai left Qingmao Mountain, Tai Dao Ku's group was eating their dust. Even in the Bai Gu Mountain inheritance, during the final battle, Fang and Bai did not meet Tai Dao Ku. Not long ago, when Tai Dao Ku and Bai Clan's group arrived at Shangclan City, they met with Fang Yuan. Then, Fang Yuan lured them to Shizi Lu, and after a few words, Bai Clan's group left behind 500,000 and fled. Tai Dao Ku was left alone. He was captured by the Lion Zi Lu to be a guard outside the gate. Bai Ningbing naturally did not know about this, but Tai Dao Ku knew about Bai Ningbing. From Bai Clan's arrest warrant, he had already memorized Fang and Bai's faces in the deepest part of his heart. Now that he saw Bai Ningbing, he was overjoyed. The heavens have been kind to me. The heavens have eyes and have given me the chance to take revenge so quickly. But after his joy, he was furious. Bai Ningbing's light, who are you, caused all of Tai Dao Ku's grievances, anger, hatred, and humiliation to erupt, forming into a raging flame of revenge that gushed out like lava. You murderer, you killed my young master. You almost killed me. You forced me to be a guard in a brothel. You caused my reputation to be ruined when I was seen by my acquaintances. All of this is because of you. You are the main culprit. You actually don't know who I am. Ah! Tai Dao Ku roared towards the sky, his face turning red as his intense killing intent burst out without concealing it. Clang! The battle started. Tai Dao Ku charged towards Bai Ningbing without hesitation. Feeling the opponent's sharp killing intent, Bai Ningbing squinted and snorted, charging towards him. The two approached each other quickly, reaching each other in an instant. Iron Hand Gu. Hand Blade Gu. In an instant, Tai Dao Ku's hands turned into steel, and at the same time, his palms turned into sharp blades. Ice Blade Gu. Bai Ningbing clasped his hands together and pulled, instantly forming an ice crystal blade. Clang! With a light sound, the iron hand was like a blade. The cold ice blade collided. The two of them crossed each other and ran 5 to 6 steps away from each other. Bai Ningbing twisted her waist and swung her hand. Chi chi chi, 3 icicles shot towards Tai Daoku's back. Tai Daoku grunted and turned around forcefully. He waved his arms, swoosh, 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 shattering all the icicles before fiercely charging at Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing's eyes narrowed. In the short exchange just now, she already understood that this person was a formidable opponent. Very good. I can use him to test my combination of goo worms. Bai Ningbing's battle intent surged. She was not a freak like Fang Yuan. Without rich experience, she could only try one by one. Participating in the battle stage was firstly for the Yuan Stone, and secondly to hone his set of goo worms in battle. Swift Shadow Goo. At this moment, Tai Daoku's speed increased drastically, leaving a trail behind him like a tail. He suddenly sped up, and in a few blinks of an eye, he was in front of Bai Ningbing. So fast, Bai Ningbing's pupil shrank. Tai Daoku had already stretched out his arms and raised them up high, chopping down towards Bai Ningbing with the momentum of an axe. Before he even hit, the sharp wind blew, causing Bai Ningbing's silver hair to flutter behind her head, and her face felt a slight chill. His arms were like 2 sharp blades, expanding rapidly in Bai Ningbing's eyes. Tai Daoku first used Iron Hand Goo, then Hand Blade Goo, causing the edges of his palms to become as sharp as blades. Not only that, the inside and outside of his forearms had also turned into flat and sharp blades. Tai Daoku's attack was powerful and unstoppable. Even a giant rock could be cut, not to mention a fragile human body. Even with Bai Ningbing's ice skin protection, she did not dare to take the attack head-on and could only retreat. Bai Ningbing retreated as she waved the ice blades in her hands to block. Tai Daoku raised his arms and danced like a windmill, chopping rapidly with his hand blades. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of ice blades and hand blades colliding could be heard continuously. Bai Ningbing condensed another ice blade, and with both blades in her hands, she retreated and blocked Tai Daoku's fierce attacks. Ice Blade Goo was the advanced goo of rank 2 Ice Blade Goo. The blade was harder and sharper. But Tai Daoku was also using rank 3 goo. He was using Iron Hand Goo and Hand Blade Goo together, and Hand Blade Goo was the core of his set of goo worms. At once, ice shards flew, and the ice blades were covered in slash marks. Tai Daoku created a steel blade gale. He was older than Bai Ningbing and more experienced than her. Adding on his anger and aura, he did not stop and forced Bai Ningbing to retreat a few hundred steps. Tai Daoku was chosen by the Tai clan young master and became his right-hand man. He naturally had his own outstanding points. If the Tai clan young master became the clan leader in the future, then Tai Daoku would be an important elder like Wei Yong. Bai Ningbing was fiercely suppressed, and after defending for a long time, she was bound to lose. Several wounds appeared on her body, and blood splattered everywhere. This won't do. Frost Spit Goo. Bai Ningbing mobilized her primeval essence and poured it into her tongue. On her tongue, there was a hexagonal ice flower mark. It was the symbol of Frost Spit Goo. Her cheeks puffed up, and she let out a breath of cold air. The light blue cold air immediately enveloped Tai Daoku, causing his arms and most of his chest to be covered in a layer of frost. A wave of cold air assaulted him, and Tai Daoku's body shuddered, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on his head in a hot summer day, and his attacks immediately slowed down. Bai Ningbing quickly jumped back, pulling apart the distance between her and Tai Daoku. Tai Daoku wanted to attack again, but why would Bai Ningbing give him the chance? Icicle Goo. Snowball Goo. Sharp icicles and condensed snowballs flew towards Tai Daoku one after another. They formed a dense rain-like attack wave, forcibly stopping Tai Daoku's charge. Bai Ningbing let out a breath of turbid air. Tai Daoku's attacks were fierce and swift, and only now did she catch her breath. This person is clearly not good at long-range battles and specializes in close combat. But in terms of blade skills, how can I lose to you? Ice Crystal Goo. Bai Ningbing was arrogant. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her pair of gem-like blue eyes shot out a sharp cold light. Her earlier wounds had already stopped bleeding. This was the ability of ice muscles to stop bleeding. Ice Crystal Goo was Bai Ningbing's vital goo. Once it was activated, there was a cracking sound of ice forming, echoing all over Bai Ningbing's body. Her flesh and blood disappeared, turning into diamond-like ice cubes. At first glance, Bai Ningbing seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture. Her expression disappeared, and her originally indifferent face became even more callous. Her eyelids could not even blink, and a thick layer of transparent frost had condensed on the surface of her blue eyes. Her body slightly swelled up, and her height increased by 2 to 3 inches, giving her a cold and domineering aura. Earlier, when she was attacked by Tai Dao Ku, she did not even have the strength to activate the ice crystal goo. Now, she could finally use it. When goo masters used goo, they had to split their attention. Be it in battle or goo refinement, it was the same. Even someone as strong as Fang Yuan could only do 3 things at once. He could not do 4 things at once for too long, or he would make a mistake. Earlier, Bai Ningbing had resisted Tai Dao Ku's attacks with all her might. Her mind was highly concentrated, and she could not be careless. If she had used the ice crystal goo at such a crucial moment, there would have been a flaw. If it was caught by Tai Dao Ku, the consequences would be dire. Any change would expend her mind. On the contrary, she only needed a thought to maintain the same change. "Now it is my turn," she lightly shouted, taking large strides and charging towards Tai Dao Ku with cold killing intent. Clang, clang, clang. Both sides fiercely collided, unleashing fierce attacks. Attack against attack. Bai Ningbing brandished her blades in both hands. Tai Dao Ku used his hands as blades, becoming more agile and crafty. In just a few breaths of time, both sides had attacked over 100 times. White ice blades and black iron-like hands collided at lightning speed, forming a hazy black and white silhouette. There were not many spectators around, and seeing this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, overwhelmed with shock. They were evenly matched. Bai Ningbing turned into an ice crystal. Her whole body was like solid ice. Tai Dao Ku could only leave behind ice marks when he slashed at her. In contrast, Tai Dao Ku's defensive goo was very outstanding. He turned into a black Iron Man, and when the ice blades slashed at him, they left behind ice marks. But gradually, Tai Dao Ku started to feel pressure. Bai Ningbing put down her defense and focused more on attacking. Soon, her attacks became sharper and sharper. This fellow actually raised her level at the last moment. Such outstanding battle talent. She is using me as a whetstone to temper her blade techniques. Tai Dao Ku was inwardly shocked. He could clearly feel that Bai Ningbing's attacks were becoming more concise and threatening under the pressure. His mind was agitated, and his hands slowed down, allowing Bai Ningbing to find a flaw. Good chance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined, and her right hand slashed at Tai Dao Ku's head. Tai Dao Ku could not dodge in time, and could only take it head-on. He was very confident in his defense. Every close combat goo master's defense was not weak. As long as his eyes were not hit, there would be no problem. But right at this moment, Bai Ningbing activated a goo worm in her aperture. Ice explosion goo. Bam! The ice blade in Bai Ningbing's right hand immediately exploded. This change caught Tai Dao Ku off guard, and the explosive force tore apart his defense. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and intense pain assaulted him. Oh no, I was tricked by her. Tai Dao Ku's heart sank. He had rich battle experience, and was daring but meticulous. He did not panic at this sudden change, and quickly activated Swift Shadow Goo to retreat. Bai Ningbing naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, and also activated her movement goo, chasing after him and slashing madly. Tai Dao Ku listened to the sounds, and using his rich experience and sharp intuition, he actually blocked Bai Ningbing's unyielding attacks. But Bai Ningbing had the upper hand. It was a fact, and Tai Dao Ku had little hope of turning the tables. While retreating, he barely opened his eyes, and found that his left eye was blind, and his right eye was also heavily injured. His vision was filled with blood. "I admit defeat," he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Victory has been decided. Both sides stop." The hosting goo master immediately announced. Bai Ningbing sneered, and attacked even more urgently. But suddenly, a huge, formless force separated her from Tai Dao Ku. Shangclan City had its own arrangement in the battle stage. As long as the hosting goo master reacted and attacked, there would be few situations where they could kill. Bai Ningbing's face was filled with displeasure, and she found that this force was surrounding her from all directions, making her unable to move. She could only stop. Tai Dao Ku breathed roughly, dispelling his defense and quickly healing himself. He also had a healing goo, but it could not heal his left eye. He could only stabilize his right eye's injury and try his best to protect it. Chapter 304. This battle has ended. 70% of my primeval essence has been expended. Only 20% is left. After obtaining victory, Bai Ningbing left the battle stage. As she walked, she summarized. After every battle, she would make a summary. Today's battle with Tai Dao Ku, although it was a pity that she did not kill him, Bai Ningbing's gains were huge. That battle, although intense, was short. But I expended so much primeval essence. Think about it, I have a great aptitude's primeval essence recovery speed. When the battle is intense, the primeval essence consumption of this set of goo worms would be much higher. Many goo masters found it difficult to combine goo worms at this point. Who did not like a powerful goo worm? But usually, the more powerful the goo worm, the more primeval essence it would expend. There were those with great power and little primeval essence consumption. Those were rare goo worms, and their prices were high. Although Bai Ningbing still had money on hand, it was not as much as before. She was a smart person and quickly realized her situation and started to save money. In the past, she spent money extravagantly and did not have a clear idea of the value of yuan stone. That was because the clan was fully nurturing her. Now, she was managing the clan's finances, and after a period of time, she had already completed an important change in her mindset. Fang Yuan was improving, and Bai Ningbing was also improving rapidly. If only I had Fang Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, that would be great. At least in rank 3, I would not have to worry about primeval essence consumption. Bai Ningbing thought of this and could not help but feel envy and jealousy. Fang Yuan walked the strength path. Strength path goo worms consumed the least primeval essence, and with his great aptitude, his primeval essence was abundant. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could not display its true value in his hands. It was like casting pearls before swine. What if I can buy the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus from Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing shook her head and quickly dispelled this unrealistic thought from her mind. She was very clear what kind of person Fang Yuan was. She had never seen him suffer a loss, and if one day she really took the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus from him, she would have to pay an even greater price. Without the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, I can only reduce my goo worms. After careful consideration, Bai Ningbing decided to give up on the Snowball Goo. Snowball Goo, a high-tier rank 3 goo, she had originally planned to use it as a long-range attack method. But this goo really expended primeval essence. A snowball was still fine. But in the middle of a fierce battle, how could there only be one snowball? After 5 or 6 snowballs, the consumption of true essence was great. Give up the snowball goo and keep the icicle goo. Although the icicle goo was only rank 2, it could restrain the enemy to a certain degree. If it is used with the ice explosion goo, it can also pose a threat. Ice explosion goo was a rank 3 goo. It could detonate ice cubes and form an instant killing force. The bigger the ice, the longer it was, and the colder it was, the more powerful the explosion. In the battle with Tai Dao Ku earlier, it was the ice explosion goo that contributed. Of course, if Bai Ningbing was affected by the explosion, she would also be injured. However, if he transformed into ice crystals, his damage would drop by a level. Thinking about the exciting battle, Bai Ningbing licked her lips in excitement. Ordinary ice path goo masters pursue defense or the ability to trap enemies. Only fire path goo masters and lightning path goo masters pursued explosive strength. But Bai Ningbing did the exact opposite. The ice explosion goo was an inspiration for her, but she had not expected the effect to be so good, surpassing her original expectations. The ice explosion goo is very effective in battles. It is very exciting. I need to continue developing it in the future. Bai Ningbing inwardly planned. She originally advocated for fierce attacks, using sharp icy winds to cut through everything. But after interacting with Fang Yuan day and night, She was influenced and slowly became interested in some sinister moves. She was very interested in all the exciting things in the world. Ice crystal goo, ice blade goo, icicle goo, ice explosion goo. Can this combination defeat Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing had always treated Fang Yuan as her #1 imaginary enemy. Fang Yuan walks the strength path and has all-out effort goo. In close combat, he is even fiercer and more domineering than that guy. With my current methods, it will not be easy to win against him, unless I can use my killer move again. Bai Ningbing's killer move was her self-created Ice Blade Storm. Originally, she used Whirlwind Goo, and Ice Blade Goo to form an ice tornado. But now that Bai Ningbing had broadened her horizons, this combination was already outdated. Ice Tornado could bully a rank 2, but it was barely effective against a rank 3. These days, Bai Ningbing had been pondering on how to improve her killer move, but she had no clue. She suddenly thought of something and quickened her pace. Right? Today is Fang Yuan's first battle after he ascended to 4th Inner City. If I go and watch now, I can still make it. Kill him. Zhu Ba, quickly move. Hurry up and smash this kid to death. In my opinion, Zhu Ba doesn't even need to do it himself. Fang Zheng won't be able to take it. This kid is in trouble. He met Zhu Ba the moment he came up, which counters his strength path fighting style. At the side of the battle stage, there were many people discussing and moving. It seems Fang Yuan's battle attracted many spectators. That's right, the battle stage does not restrict the cultivation of the spectators. As long as a Goo master has money, they can come here to watch. Bai Ningbing came to the side of the battle stage and looked around before placing her gaze on the stage. This was a mid-sized battle stage. The terrain was made of ordinary stone bricks. Fang Yuan was in an intense battle with a huge Goo master. According to the spectators' discussion, Fang Yuan's opponent should be that Zhu Ba. Zhu Ba's body was huge. He was 3 meters tall, and his body was full of fat, making his head and limbs seem smaller. It was like a sumo wrestler on Earth, but magnified several times. In this world, be it Goo masters or mortals, their height would not exceed 2 meters. Zhu Ba's height was obviously a result of using a Goo worm's power. In fact, this was normal. Many flying path Goo masters would make their bones hollow to reduce their weight. Some earth-burrowing Goo masters would use bone-shrinking Goo to turn themselves into a dwarf. This way, when digging underground, they would consume much less energy. Bai Ningbing did not understand Zhu Ba, but listening to the intermittent discussions of the people around her, she understood Zhu Ba's fighting style. Zhu Ba was a Goo master who specialized in defense. The fat on his body gave him quite a bit of protection. Fang Yuan circled around Zhu Ba, his fists and legs flying as they landed on his body. When Zhu Ba's body received heavy blows, his fat swayed like water, distributing Fang Yuan's strength to all parts of his body. Next, he used a Goo worm to gather this strength and return it to Fang Yuan through a rebound method. The Goo on Zhu Ba's body was said to be from a demonic inheritance. As for how many Goo he had and what their names were, he had never exposed them. But his fighting style made people feel helpless, especially against strength path Goo masters. Fang Zheng, take a break. It's no use. I can rebound 80% of the strength of each of your punches back to you. After a round of punches and kicks, I will be fine, but you will be injured instead. Can't you feel it now? Zhu Ba said in a muffled voice. He directly sat on the battle stage, letting Fang Yuan attack him from all sides, showing an unmoving bearing. Boar phantoms, brown bear phantoms, and crocodile phantoms continuously flashed above Fang Yuan's head. This scene was like a reenactment of him beating up the mountain-back toad, but Zhu Ba was indifferent. You used all your strength, but the other party looked like nothing happened. How could this not make you discouraged? But Fang Yuan persevered, not saying a word as he circled around Zhu Ba and beat him. It had been like this since the start of the battle. It had already lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, suddenly retracting his attacks and taking a step back. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The rebound force from Zhu Ba had shaken his internal organs, causing him to suffer internal injuries. He had iron bones, steel tendons, canopy Goo, and even golden shield Goo. But this vibration force passed through these defenses and attacked his internal organs. His internal organs had not been strengthened, and even if he used self-reliance Gu to recover, his injuries were getting worse. Fang Yuan stopped his attacks, and the rebound force also disappeared. After a few breaths of time, his internal injuries were completely healed. Continue attacking. He took a step forward and pounced again, his fists smashing like meteors, each punch creating a whistling sound of the wind. The fat on 8th Zhu's body began to sway again. He endured the punches, and another wave of punches bounced back. Fangjing, you have healing goo. I also have healing goo. You will receive 80% of the attacks, while I will only receive 20%. You can't outlast me. You might as well admit defeat. Zhu Ba continued to persuade. Fang Yuan only attacked without saying a word. When blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, he stopped his attacks and used self-reliance Gu to heal himself. Although he had lost the strength of a boar, he gained the strength of a bull, horse, and half a tortoise. Self-reliance Gu's effect had already surpassed fleshbone Gu. As this situation continued, the spectators were starting to feel a little unwilling. Some of them even started to yawn. So boring. I really don't know why Fangjing is fighting so hard. Zhu Ba is also acting strangely today. Why hasn't he taken the initiative to attack? Isn't this his usual style? First defend and waste the opponent's primeval essence and fighting spirit, then attack and beat the opponent to the ground. This is where the problem lies. Fangjing is too passionate. He hasn't shown any signs of being discouraged even after fighting for so long. He is a strength cultivator, and his primeval essence consumption is also low. If this stalemate continues, when will it end? Can't you see this situation? Zhu Ba is teasing the newcomer. These words caused the surrounding people to laugh. Fang Yuan was indeed an inexperienced newcomer in the eyes of these Gu masters who spent most of their time in the battle zone. Fangjing, there is really no meaning in fighting like this. I have no interest in your all-out effort, Gu. As a senior, I don't want to bully a newcomer like you. You should take the initiative to retreat. I promise I won't choose your Gu. Zhu Ba chuckled. He endured Fang Yuan's attacks, each punch containing the strength of a boar's charge, a crocodile's bite, and a brown bear's slap, but he could still laugh. What kind of strength is this? As expected of our 4th Inner City's number 8 character, this aura is not fake. The spectators were all moved. Shut up, you fat pig. Fang Yuan suddenly shouted. Chapter 305. He actually dared to scold Senior 8th Zhu? This newcomer is too arrogant. Lord 8th Zhu, teach him a good lesson. Let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After a short silence, the crowd went into an uproar. Young man, you should learn how to conduct yourself. I advised you out of goodwill because I care about you. Not only do you not appreciate it, you even scolded me. How can you conduct yourself with such a character? In the end, you will definitely hit a wall and no one will help you. 8th Zhu sighed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Are you concerned about me, or are you afraid to attack? Under my attacks, you can only defend passively. You are really amazing to be able to injure me with the rebound force while defending. How many Gu did you manipulate to maintain this defense? At least 3, right? Defending and attacking at the same time. Your mind is not enough, right? I have already seen through your tricks. Do you think I am an idiot like these spectators? Once these words were said, the spectators immediately became enraged and started shouting. What nonsense are you spouting? Daring to call us idiots. My vision is much higher than yours. This kid is too arrogant. Senior 8th Zhu, he is treating your goodwill as ill intent. Quickly deal with him. 8th Zhu's expression also changed and said in a solemn tone, Young man, since you are so ignorant, then I will teach you a lesson and let you recognize reality. This is also a good thing for you. Saying so, he moved. This movement was no small matter. His whole body shrunk into a huge meatball and rolled towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, a light black blade chi wrapped around the huge ball. Wherever the huge ball rolled, the stone slabs cracked and stone fragments flew everywhere. It was originally a suppressive force, but with the addition of the sharp blade chi, its power increased and made people want to avoid it. It appeared, Lord 8th Zhu's signature killer move, rolling blade meet. The Gu masters outside shouted excitedly. Bai Ningbing's gaze also focused. Movement type rolling meet Gu with blade chi Gu? Ordinary people do not have such power, but 8th Zhu's huge body immediately multiplies the power. You finally can't hold it in anymore? Facing his opponent's ferocious attacks, Fang Yuan wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was delighted, and the corners of his mouth curved into a trace of madness. Vertical crash Gu. Boar shadow. He brazenly charged towards the giant ball, pressing forward with indomitable will. Is this kid crazy? You dare to face him head-on? Do you want to die? Someone is going to die. The spectators were all astonished. The two sides collided with each other. The meatball's momentum was halted for a moment, while Fang Yuan was sent flying. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Look, this is what happens when you overestimate yourself. Huh? This brat is not dead yet. Fang Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and jumped up. The giant ball began to roll again, rolling towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he charged forward again. Bang! With a muffled thunder-like sound, Fang Yuan was once again sent flying. Bang! He was sent flying again. Bang! He was sent flying again. The outcome of this match is already decided. Although Fang Jing has all-out effort Gu, he encountered an opponent who counters him. How unfortunate. Someone rejoiced in his misfortune. Zhu Ba's killer move is very hard to break. The faster he rolls, the stronger the impact. Actually, Fang Jing's method was very correct. He restrained Zhu Ba's momentum at the start. But the method he chose was too forceful. Someone shook his head and sighed. I have never seen such a foolish guy. He crashed into Zhu Ba like this, and most of the force is reflected back onto himself. Someone sneered in disdain. This brat shouldn't be able to get up. He actually stood up again. Fang Yuan was sent flying again and again, but he stood up again and again. His injuries were not light, but the self-reliance Gu was a huge help to him. You are so stubborn, then die. Zhu Ba let out a furious roar as he charged towards Fang Yuan. Vertical crash Gu. Fang Yuan did not change his battle tactic. The boar shadow flashed above his head. The two sides collided like two meteors. But this time, Fang Yuan was not sent flying. His fist was deeply embedded in the meatball. Instead, the meatball shook violently. The blade aura was like a black waterfall, crashing onto Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was sent flying again, the blade aura dissipating completely. The canopy Gu was heavily injured. The white light armor flashed weakly and disappeared without a trace. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood. There were long wounds all over his body, as if he was slashed by countless blades. He was not like Bai Ningbing, who had ice muscles to defend, but his muscles were mostly intact, and his bones were not broken. Self-reliance Gu. Fang Yuan willed, and the bleeding stopped. The wounds started to heal, and new flesh grew out quickly. As for the recovery of the damaged tendons, it was slower. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered, thinking, Fang Yuan does not have the canopy Gu. He can only rely on the self-reliance Gu's recovery. This battle will be difficult. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan's body shone with a golden light. The light condensed, forming a light armor, golden shield Gu. This kid has quite a lot of defensive Gu. First is the canopy Gu, then the golden shield Gu. Both are rank 3 defensive Gu. This kid is really rich. Golden shield Gu and the canopy Gu could not be used at the same time. It had been hidden by Fang Yuan. This was the first time it showed itself. Bai Ningbing was slightly stunned, but soon reacted. She had added many new Gu worms, so Fang Yuan was definitely adding more as well. To Fang Yuan, the golden shield Gu was slightly better than the canopy Gu. It was more suitable for his strength path fighting style. Even if you have the golden shield Gu, the result will not change. Zhu Ba's muffled voice came from the meatball. The meatball crushed him. Fang Yuan charged, and he was sent flying again. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? You can't beat me. If you continue, you will only humiliate yourself. Zhu Ba sighed. All right, when are you going to stop pretending? Fang Yuan stood up, wiping the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. There was no hope in the eyes of others, but he saw victory waving its hand at him. It was time. Fang Yuan lowered his eyes, concealing the sharp light shining in his pupils. Charge. He charged again. You don't know what's good for you. Then I will let you deeply understand the true difference between us. Zhu Ba charged at him. Horizontal charge Gu. Fang Yuan suddenly took a step forward and dodged the attack. Vertical crash Gu. 50 steps away, he quickly turned around and charged back. Roar. The moment he collided, he activated all-out effort Gu, and a brown bear phantom appeared. The meatball was hit, its skin and flesh churned like water, and was repelled back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan retreated a few steps and charged again. He attacked crazily around the meatball, punching it and attacking a different area each time. This greatly increased the difficulty of Zhu Ba's defense. This time, Fang Yuan's attacks were unprecedentedly violent. Zhu Ba controlled his goo worms, but could not cope with it. The meatball was hit until it shook violently, but not a trace of repelling force was sent back. Roar. Zhu Ba was furious. He removed the meatball and turned back to human form. Blade energy was generated again, and he charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not shocked, but happy. The more goo worms Zhu Ba used, the harder it was for him to focus. His mind was in chaos. In the past, his opponents would admit defeat after a few words from him, even if they persevered. After seeing Zhu Ba's crushing attacks, their will to fight would be extinguished. But he just had to meet Fang Yuan. In this world, there were many types of men. Some men loved home. Some men were born with great ambitions. Among them, there was a type of man. When he set his mind on something, even the whole world could not stop him. Fang Yuan was such a man. No one could stop him, let alone a mere Zhu Ba. Steed Phantom. Charge Gu. His speed increased, and he charged 50 steps. Using the strength of a steed, his speed was 30% faster than using the boar's strength. The horse spread its hooves and galloped like it was flying. Zhu Ba did not expect Fang Yuan to have such a trump card. He was caught off guard, and the blade energy landed behind Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan was already in front of him. There were no words. Only punch. This punch was extremely powerful. The air exploded, and the recoil caused the stone tiles under Fang Yuan's feet to crack into countless pieces, causing the ground to tremble. Zhu Ba was hit by this punch. The fat on his body shook crazily, trying to share the damage and return 80% to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan immediately followed up with another punch. Zhu Ba's body was huge, but his agility was terrible. Once again, he was hit by Fang Yuan. I need to reflect. Zhu Ba stared with his eyes wide open, trying his best to manipulate the goo worms in his body. But he had just used his mind to manipulate the blade energy goo. Now, he was activating these goo worms at the same time. If he was in good condition, it would be fine. But now, his mind was in chaos, and he had been controlling the goo worms for so long. His condition had deteriorated. A mistake occurred. The fat on 8th Zhu's body that was trembling like water suddenly froze. His defense collapsed. He was still in the process of digesting Fang Yuan's punch, and this punch's power was forcefully endured by him. Intense pain came, and his mind shook. The power of Fang Yuan's punch was still in the process of reflecting when it was interrupted. 80% of the punch's power erupted in all parts of his body. Backlash. In an instant, Zhu Ba's heart stopped from the pain. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He had been waiting for this situation for a long time, and he had finally created it in advance. Seize the opportunity, attack. Fist winds erupted. Bear Strength Phantom, Boar Strength Phantom, Crocodile Strength Phantom, and Horse Strength Phantom flashed in the air one after another. The wind whistled, and the beast group roared. Fang Yuan was covered in golden armor. He was incomparably fierce as he punched again and again. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge Zhu Ba was beaten by the short Fang Yuan until he howled in pain and retreated continuously. But his extremely fat body turned him into a punching bag that could only take a beating. Fang Yuan's aura continued to rise. It was violent and unyielding, giving the spectators a feeling that this person was unstoppable. The intense pain surged like a tsunami and almost drowned 8th Zhu's consciousness. With his mind scattered, it was even harder for him to activate several goo worms to coordinate his defense. Fang Yuan firmly held the upper hand, while Zhu Ba's eyes were gradually turning white from the beating. How can this be? Just earlier. Could it be that Fang Jing was right? Chapter 306. Looking at the number 8 person in 4th Inner City, Senior Zhu Ba, being beaten by a newbie until he spurted blood. This scene toppled many people's imaginations. But Zhu Ba was a battle-hardened person after all. He suddenly roared and stretched out his arms, tightly hugging Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he was trapped in a ball of cotton, his fats pressing down on him from all directions, making him unable to move. He used his fists and legs, every punch hitting flesh. Who knew how many of Zhu Ba's bones were broken? His fats were smashed into minced meat by Fang Yuan, rotting under his skin. But Zhu Ba gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing Fang Yuan. He had already been beaten senseless by Fang Yuan. The only clear thought in his mind reminded him that if he let this fierce tiger, Fang Yuan, out, he would really be in trouble. Space was compressed. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, not showing any fear as he activated all-out effort goo. The shadow of a green bull rose into the air. Another new strength path phantom. Bai Ningbing's pupil shrank slightly when she saw this scene. Fang Yuan has already become this strong without making a sound. If he and I only rely on these goo worms, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. The bull's strength was tenacious and enduring. Fang Yuan stretched out his arms, slowly pushing away Zhu Ba's arms. In terms of strength, how could Zhu Ba be Fang Yuan's match? Zhu Ba used all his strength. His arms were trembling and his whole body was drenched in sweat, but he still couldn't stop Fang Yuan. Damn it, if I really let him escape, I'll be done for. Zhu Ba had an extremely bad premonition. The dense aura of death made him tremble with fear. I admit defeat. He screamed. Compared to his own life, what was a mere reputation worth? The hosting Gu master immediately used the battle stages method to forcefully separate the two. Victory and defeat have been decided. Fang Jing wins, Zhu Ba loses. The hosting Gu master announced. The audience was in an uproar. He actually won. I didn't expect 8th Zhu to be a paper tiger. He's tough on the outside but weak on the inside. I was fooled by him in the past. 8th Zhu can't even subdue a rookie, so how can he be considered the 8th person? He's simply a disgrace to our 4th martial arts practice field. 8th Zhu's sorry state had destroyed the image he had painstakingly built up in people's hearts for many years. Bai Ningbing heard the hubbub around her and secretly shook her head. 8th Zhu has been famous for many years and can't be said to be weak. However, he encountered Fang Yuan. 8th Zhu's fighting style was to defend and counterattack. He would first use defense to consume the opponent's quintessential essence and physical strength before counterattacking to establish victory. But this time, he had encountered a freak like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a strength cultivator and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, so his quintessential essence was almost inexhaustible. In terms of stamina, strength cultivators are even more adept. The two of them actually counter each other. When they meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. Speaking of which, it was a little funny. Bai Ningbing's style changed, becoming sinister and cunning. Fang Yuan was also changing, sweeping away his sneaky and scheming style, becoming bold and unyielding, advancing bravely and fiercely. It was as if the two of them had swapped places. Zhu Ba fell, he admitted defeat and fell to Fang Yuan's hands. His reputation was almost completely ruined. Not bad. Returning to the stage, Wei Yang smiled at Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's first battle since he rose to 4th Inner City. Wei Yang also rushed over to watch. Fang Yuan's performance, in truth, had already exceeded Wei Yang's previous expectations. Wei Yang was very concerned about Fang Yuan. On one hand, it was because of the clan leader's mission. On the other hand, it was because of friendship. Maybe you were born to walk the path of strength path. After the banquet, Wei Yang was very emotional. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. In the past, I also walked the path of strength path, but did not succeed. But now, I see hope in you. Do you know, many eyes are looking at you now. Just continue like this. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew his situation. He had just risen to 4th inner city when he encountered 8th Zhu and defeated him. Becoming famous in one move, many people were shocked. This battle had just ended, but he had already received many forceful challenges. Among these people, many were Strength Path Gu masters and were targeting his all-out effort Gu. The better Fang Yuan performed, the greater the value of the all-out effort Gu, and the more people would covet it. Right now, the people attracted were all experts of 4th inner city. From now on, his situation would become more and more difficult. But the more it was like this, the more battle intent in his heart surged. Mere risks, such difficulties, what are they? How can they stop me? Fang Yuan's footsteps. In this world, no one can stop my heart. 8 days later, he battled Jin Bian. After a moment of stalemate, Beast Strength burst out and destroyed Jin Bian's defensive Gu, killing him on the spot. 10 days later, Liao Huadong, who was famous for his ferocious attacks, became Fang Yuan's opponent. Fang Yuan countered attack with attack, directly defeating him. If not for the host Gu master's quick reaction, Liao Huadong would have lost his life. 17 days later, Zhong De, who possessed the strength of 5 tigers, fought with Fang Yuan, but was defeated by Fang Yuan in the end, lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless. Time continued to pass. Fang Yuan's victories continued one after another. There were many experts in 4th inner city, but Fang Yuan's progress could be said to be lightning fast. Be it in terms of cultivation or Gu worms, they were all the same. The more he won, the more Yuan stone he obtained. He battled his way, advancing bravely and fiercely. With each battle, there would be a refreshing growth. But on the other hand, he was also very vigilant. He never underestimated his opponents and did his best to gather information. With Wei Yang and Li Ran as his sources, one in the open and one in the dark, one at the top and one at the bottom, Fang Yuan knew himself and his enemy, and he would never be defeated. He did not force himself, and only fought 4 times a month at most. Although there was a rule of forceful challenges, to prevent malicious targeting, the challenged Gu master had at least 8 days to rest and recuperate. Fang Yuan made full use of this recuperation time, not caring about others' provocations. He focused on cultivation. The battle stage was only a way for him to test himself, temper himself, and earn Yuan's stone at the same time. He became famous. He won all the way, and his fame gradually spread. The strongest newcomer in history. The star of hope for the recovery of Strength Path. A ruthless beast. Many titles were added to his name, describing his various characteristics. Newcomer with outstanding battle achievements, possessing all-out effort Gu, vicious and merciless. As long as he could kill, he would not hesitate, and so on. 3 months passed just like that. On this day, in a secret room, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fang Yuan's back, continuously pouring snow-silver primeval essence into him. The primeval essence was converted by bone-flesh unity Gu, and a portion of it was reduced, pouring into Fang Yuan's aperture. Inside the aperture, waves were surging. Waves after waves were rushing towards the aperture walls. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the rising and falling of the tides continued without end. Under the continuous impact, the white light membrane silently underwent a qualitative change. A moment later, the light film was replaced by a water film. White light flowed like water, and the aperture walls became even thicker. From rank 3 initial stage, he advanced to middle stage, and Fang Yuan only used a few short months. This was all thanks to bone-flesh unity Gu and Bai Ningbing. The higher the Gu master's rank, the greater the difference in cultivation. Bai Ningbing had rank 3 peak stage primeval essence and was a huge help to Fang Yuan. Such a speed, if it was known, would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Fang Yuan was secretly astonished. But Bai Ningbing, who had personally experienced the monstrous speed of the 10 extreme physiques cultivation, was not surprised at Fang Yuan's speed. If Bai Ningbing advanced to rank 4, with the light gold primeval essence, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed would increase even more. Sensing the slight change in Fang Yuan's aura, Bai Ningbing immediately knew she had succeeded, and slowly retracted her palm. How is it, in a few days, you will also be promoted to 4th inner city's battle stage? Are you interested in raising your cultivation to rank 4? Fang Yuan slowly turned around as he spoke. The higher Bai Ningbing's cultivation was, the faster his cultivation speed would be. No need. You can stand firm at rank 3 realm and fight your way up. I can do the same. Bai Ningbing snorted, not giving Fang Yuan any face. But at the end, she added, my aptitude has increased by 1 point, reaching 92%. At this rate, when will you give me the Yanggu? Oh, so fast. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. He knew a lot about the 10 extreme physiques, but the content was not deep. Although the poison Valgu was gone, Bai Ningbing still had a use for it. Don't worry, with me around, I can protect your life. We used the poison Valgu. Even if you don't believe me, don't you believe in the Gu's power? Bai Ningbing did not retort. These few months had been the most peaceful period of time she had spent with Fang Yuan. The two were working hard, and a poison Valgu had formed an alliance of benefits. But it seemed, Fang Yuan is growing faster and gaining more. Bai Ningbing had a clearer understanding of this point. She had made great progress, but Fang Yuan had made even greater progress. These few months, Fang Yuan had not only gained the strength of a tortoise, he had also used the rank 3 copper skin Gu to increase the defensive strength of his skin. The rank 2 copper skin Gu could only increase the defensive strength of the Gu master's skin for a limited period of time. The rank 3 copper skin Gu, on the other hand, expended the Gu master's own body to permanently increase the defensive strength. Right now, Fang Yuan's whole body was bronze in color, as if he had bathed in the sun. Iron bones, steel tendons, copper skin, together with the golden shield Gu, Fang Yuan's defensive strength had reached initial success. Even in the third inner city battle stage, he could deal with any strong enemies. As for the canopy Gu, Fang Yuan had already sold it. It overlapped with the golden shield Gu, and was not suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path fighting style. Just as Fang Yuan advanced to middle stage, a group of valiant men walked in from the Shang clan's outer city gate. Shang clan city. Guyue Fangjing. Is he inside? Tai Ruanan pondered, walking in front of the group. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.